Good morning.
Hello.
Good morning. Hello. We're having a wonderful time this morning.
Yeah, I was having a laugh there.
But do you know what? We've been having a little potting shed disco basically this morning. I've been playing some tunes. We're in a really good mood.
Yeah, you know some seriously good lyrics.
I'm on it.
Bit of rapping going on here. It was amazing.
Well, we hope that you are having a wonderful morning as well. Unfortunately, it's a little bit rainy where we are today, but it's not got our spirits down at all. It's not dampened our spirits. We're super happy to be here, and we hope it's raining where you are, because that means you get to sit and watch us and stay with us for the next 4 hours while we talk to you all about plants, all about flowers, all about the amazing things that you can get in your garden from us here at YGTV. Good morning to all the regulars. I know you're there. Stu tells me all the time. They're all sitting there watching and waiting. Thank you so much. Anybody that is brand new to YGTV, I'm talking to you right now. I've got some few things that I need to talk you through. First of all, we're here live every single Sunday. 10 till 2 normally. We do a 4-hour show on a Sunday. We're also here on a Wednesday and Thursday as well from 10 until 1 o'clock, but you can watch these shows back at any point, Facebook, YouTube, or on the YouGarden website. They're all loaded there, so you don't have to be with us live, but we do love it when you are, because it means you can interact with us, you can talk to us, you can send us pictures. Stu's in his little shed just outside our potting sheds, ready and waiting to receive those messages. We have a email address where you can send anything to. It's ygtv@yougarden.com. Questions, comments, anything you want to see. If you go onto the YouGarden website, you can actually click into where our TV show is, and it brings up the list of products. If there is something specific that you want to talk about, you want to look at, let Stu know. We'll bring it up for you. That's how interactive it is here. There you go on the website, you click in there, look, YouGarden TV, and then you're going to scroll down. That's the show, so you can watch that. Scroll down and look, there's all the products that we have selected for you to be able to see on our YGTV show. There's the whole website to shop as well, isn't there? Like, there's thousands of products. You can go on everything.
And the thing you told me the other week, you can see us on the big telly as well.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah.
I don't know how you're watching. Maybe you've got it on your phone or your tablet, but if you've got a smart television, you know where you go and you're watching ITV, X and BBC iPlayer and Netflix and stuff, you can go in there. There's a YouTube app. You just have to go in, type YouGarden. You can actually bring it up on the big screen. So it's a really handy thing to know. And then you've got your phone to place your orders and things. Right, a couple of other things for you. So we've got a few incentives. I'd say a few. Actually, everything we bring you has some kind of deal, some kind of saving, or a double up deal, or a buy one get one free, or a buy one get 2 free. But one of the incentives is the postage offer. If you spend under £40, you'll only pay one postage cost of £6.99. So even if you've got 4 or 5 items in your basket, it's just one postage cost. But this is where it gets exciting, doesn't it? If you can get your order to over £40, you'll get free postage. And it doesn't matter how many things you've got, how heavy they are, how big they are, you will get free postage. The way that you get that, though, is by entering our offer code. It's on screen right now, just down there, YGTV2124. That will unlock the savings, the deals, the postage offers, but it will also put into your basket a free gift. We love a free gift, don't we?
We seem to have more things we give away than you actually seem to buy on this show, to be honest, sometimes.
Yeah, it really is true. And this is actually a bag of our skyscraper lilies. You're going to get 5 of these bulbs. They are worth £7.99. We bring it to you as an item. You can see the item code at the top of the screen. You don't need that. All you need is the offer code YGTV2124. We will put that into your basket for you with every single order you placed. We don't limit it as 1 per customer. It's 1 per order. So if you place multiple orders, you will get multiple bags of these beautiful lilies, and we call them skyscrapers for a really good reason.
Yeah, I mean, these will get... Well, look at that little girl there. I mean, she's reasonably tall, but I mean, these get 5-6 foot tall, Bex. These are just so impressive. 15-20 flowers per stem, and some of the stems get as thick as broom handle stems. I mean, these really, really are the most mind-blowingly huge, impressive lilies you could ever grow.
Yeah, they're gorgeous, and of course they'll come back for you every year as well. So it's not just a free gift for this year, it's a free gift for many, many years. I just heard Stu saying, because he's got them planted in his garden, they're all popping up now. They're going to look absolutely gorgeous. It really doesn't mean, by the way, that you can't get these in the ground now. You can. I planted lilies really late.
Yesterday, loved your video.
Thank you.
Good. Yeah.
Last year I planted lilies really late in the season. They still came up. It just meant I had lilies later on in the summer, which was brilliant. So they're not too late at all. You can get these in the ground. They probably won't get to 6 feet this year, but they'll get a really big size size and they'll come back for you. And of course, it's free.
Other thing you told me as well is that's with every single order.
That's
you get a free pack of lilies.
So it's not one per customer at all. So if you place 3 orders, you'll get 3 bags of those, and it's totally worth getting multiples of them if you can. Right, one more thing to tell you, which is join the club. You're part of our club just by watching now, but there is a discount club that you can join. It pops up as an offer for you when you place your order, and it says, do you want to be a member of our discount club? I really do recommend it. Of course I do, I'm standing here. But no, I genuinely, as a customer of YouGarden, I recommend this as well. It costs you £5 to join, and that lasts you for a year. It auto renews at the end of the year. You can cancel that renewal at any point. But what that £5 spend will give you, excuse me, is 10% off every single order that you place on your pots, your compost, your plants, and that £5, you make that back very, very quickly, often in the first order. Right, I'm going to shut up now because I've talked a lot. I think I've covered it all.
One more thing you told me about that as well.
What did I tell you?
Basically, if you make that £5 now, when it renews next year, still £5.
It's a very good point, actually.
Never going to go up.
So we're not going to hoodwink you here. You know, join for £5. Next year it'll be £25. No. It's £5, and as long as you don't cancel that subscription, it will always be £5. Even if we put the price of the club up to £25, you will only ever pay £5. It's brilliant, right? Love it. Right, let's crack on. Let's talk about some plants, shall we? Because that's what we're all here for. Actually, we're going to talk about pots.
Pots. There we go.
Now, this was the stonking deal in the week. And we don't often give any stock updates here because we try and make shows that last a long time, but these are sort of on a rundown. So these are over half of the stock has gone. And if you were watching earlier on in the week and you saw the passion flower, we said it was going to go and it has gone. So apologies, we will get it back at some point. But just letting you know that we're not lying, we're not trying to hoodwink you, we're not making this up at all. It is just letting you know where we are. This is a buy one,
get one free.
Get one free.
Get one free, yeah.
That's fantastic, isn't it? Now, these used to be $7.99. There's a tag on the bottom there that says $7.99. It's $6.99 right now. So we've taken £1 off, and we've also added in a free one. So you put one in your basket, enter the code YGTV2124. We'll put another one in for you. However, this is where it gets even more interesting. If you buy more, it'll cost less. So buy one, get one, $6.99. That works out £3 each. If you put 2 into your basket, put the code in YGTV2124. We'll put another 2 into your basket absolutely free, and they work out $5.99 per pair. So it's £3 a pot. But read down, look, 5 or more, obviously you'll get 5 more free, $4.99 each. So £2.50 per pot. And this is where it gets super interesting. And a few people did do this earlier this week. In fact, 3 of our YGTV customers did do this. They put 10 in their basket. They got 10 absolutely free. And it worked out at £2 a pot each. Super exciting. So the more you buy, the more you save, essentially. And these are great pots, aren't they?
Oh,
I've actually got these.
I love these.
They're brilliant.
Yeah, these are my favourite pots so far. I love the kind of, this sort of textured finish to them on the side. These just look so high quality, so high end. I like the fact they've got this little kind of ribbing around the rim at the top here as well. Reinforcement, so that makes these really tough pots. These are UV stable, these are frost resistant. You can kind of drop these are not going to crack or break. 12 inches across, and just such stunningly beautiful looking pots. And it was really weird because during the week, in fact, we did this with this. Let's pop that there and pop that there, because we thought perhaps, green and green might not work, but
I think it looks lovely.
Actually, that worked really well in there, didn't it? It looked fantastic.
It does, and this is the thing with pots, isn't it? Because you can, really carefully select your colour combinations to make one stand out or blend. And I think with this, you've got those 2 options, because green foliage is going to work gloriously against that green, but then you could be going for a darker foliage and getting that really gorgeous contrast going on. Handy size, going to work for a variety of different things, whether it's bulbs or plants or, whatever it is. That's going to be an awesome pot. And as I said, the more you buy, the more money you're going to save when it comes to those. 130331 is the item number for your Prisma planters. We're going to talk about those a lot because those have been very, very popular. We will be coming back to this in a moment, but I just want to point out we're trying something new today. I am going to be reading the messages in the chat this morning. Normally Stu tells me all of this, but I actually get to see it. So I am looking on YouTube at the moment. You can join the chat if you're watching on YouTube. I think you have to subscribe, don't you, to join the chats on YouTube. Yeah, you have to subscribe. It doesn't cost you anything. Just click the subscribe button. It helps us out as well. But then you'll be able to join the chat. So this morning, good morning, Neil. He says, morning, Bex, Adam, Stewart, and everyone else. He's saying hello to everybody.
Good morning.
Kev is in there as well. Glyn, morning all from a wet North Wales. Good morning from a wet Lincolnshire, because it's the same here as well. Who else have we got in there? Grimmy. Hello, Grimmy. Good morning all. Good morning to you too. Glyn is saying, was clear and sunny first thing here, but clouded over and the rain started. Stop my plans to turn over and plant out a border. Sorry about that, Glyn. I think it's going to be in for the day and then it gets a bit better tomorrow. So you'll be able to get out there tomorrow. And in Facebook, we've got Amanda who's saying hello. Dingo's in there as well. Dingo has sent us some pictures. Yes. Love it when you send us some pictures. Philip is saying it's where he is as well. So I like getting the weather report from everywhere.
Is anybody dry?
No, nobody's
got a dry place.
Nobody's dry.
Anyone got sun?
Amanda is saying that she loves the skyscrapers, and who was it? Angela's already got the Prisma pots. Well done. At least 9 of them. Excellent. Yeah, multiples. It's definitely worth going for. All right, well, I'm going to keep an eye on the YouTube chat, so I'll be shouting out anybody that comes in there and has a chat as well. So we are going to move on. We're going to come back to here later because we haven't really talked about the Acer. We've got the lovely standard Oleander to talk about. We're 12 minutes in already, so sorry. Let's hurry up. This over here is what we call our favourites table. So we start off the week on a Wednesday putting what we think is going to be the favourites of the week, and then we change it depending on what you buy. You vote with your orders, basically. We haven't changed a huge amount, but a couple of things got promoted up to the favourites table this morning. So we'll go through them. We're going to start off with the Laelia, the plant that every gardener needs some of this for 2 reasons, right?
Yep.
One is because it's a fantastic filler to put into your baskets, to put into your pots, to put into your hanging baskets. But the second reason that I get quite passionate, thank you. I get quite passionate about this is a standalone. Look at that. Yeah. That is absolutely glorious. You don't just need to use this as a filler. This looks so fantastic just on its own in a pot, and it's so easy. It lasts ages. There's nothing you need to do to it.
Yeah, and it's weird, Bex, isn't it? Because as you say, people always think of Laelia as a filler. So, you plant your hanging baskets, you plant your pots, your troughs, you've got those little gaps in between. And then because these are those lovely little plug plants, you can normally just like poke your finger in, can't you? Make just a hole big enough just to push a little plug plant in. So you always plug these into gaps, but you know what? Sometimes when you just give a plant its own space, you let it stand alone like it is here, you see it in a completely different light. You see, it develops completely different characteristics to kind of... it's a bit like humans, isn't it, really? Sometimes, somebody in a group might be a little bit shy and a little bit kind of reticent and stand back a bit, and then suddenly, you get them on their own one day and they come out of their...
Absolutely.
They come out of their shell, don't they? And they open up and they're completely different. Well, that's a bit like Laelia, sort of give Laelia a chance. That's what we say.
Give Laelia a chance.
Give Laelia a chance.
I did it for the first time last year, so I'd always used it as a filler, and it was actually a lovely friend of ours who sometimes comes on here, Hayley. She was like, just plant it in a pot all on its own. And I did it, and I was so blown away. I'm doing it every single year now because they look absolutely gorgeous. Just taking one out of here to give Adam a bit of a thrill because he's a gardener. He gets so excited about root systems, and those are really healthy, aren't they?
That's it. Now, we've got a new phrase now. So is it a rooty beauty? It's a rooty beauty, that one. Yeah, I mean, look at that. I mean, I do, feel in need of sitting down on a chair when I see a root system like that, because I get a little bit so overwrought by these root systems. But yeah, I mean, that's the brilliant thing about all our plants. You know what? It's good, isn't it? It's showing you fantastic growth on top. It looks fabulous on top, but sometimes that's not the full picture, is it? Because you can buy plants that look fabulous on top, and then you pull them out the pots, you pull them out the container, all the soil falls away, and they're not established at all. So they're going to be held back for another 2 or 3 weeks. All our plants, we almost take everything out the pot that's in the pot when we show you it, and then you have that amazing root system going to get established immediately. All the bedding plants, everything we're bringing you today can go straight outside now. I mean, it'd be remarkable now if we had a damaging frost.
It would be,
this late in the season. The ground is moist, I don't have to tell you that. We've got super long days now, so everything can go straight out, get established. And another great thing about this honest, it's the colour mix on this Bex. I mean, such an amazing mix of colours. I mean, I'm old enough to remember when Lobelia just used to be blue.
Right,
it was just blue, and that was it. And then light blue came in, which I didn't like actually particularly at the time. I preferred the darker blue. And then other colours come in, but when you see that full combination now of all those colours together, that is stunning.
It is really, really beautiful, and you can get 10 of those garden-ready plants. We've shown you the package that they come in. That's the pack of 10, but you can actually double up if you want to, and I do recommend it because honestly, you'll find so many places for these to go. In your pots, in your hanging baskets, as you fill a plant, in a pot all on its own like that. I mean, that looks really, really pretty. But you can also, even though these are a trailing plant, you could put these into the front of borders. I know, Adam, you were telling me about this. You put these because you don't like to see any soil at all, so you put them at the front of your borders. I
put them at the front of the border where you've got that sort of, where the lawn edge is, and then sometimes you have that little tiny ribbon of soil between that and where your plants start. I like to just plant right up to the edge of the lawn, and the lobelia are great because they don't grow up so high they get caught by the lawnmower, so they kind of just sit right at the front, they hug the ground, they fill in that last bit of space. And the good thing about lobelia is once you planted it, you never need to deadhead it, and it just flowers for month after month after month after month. And funny enough, I did the same thing as Bex last year. I was doing a little video for a company called YouGarden, and not YouGarden, Handy, and I had to buy like a little pack of blue lobelia just for this video, and I didn't know what to do with it afterwards, and I just had a little terracotta pot, and I did what you did. I just plunked them in that terracotta pot. I stuck them on top of this stand that had an old sundial on before, and you know what, Bex? They look gorgeous all summer long. They just flower their socks off.
Just all summer,
lovely.
Flowering away. You don't even need to deadhead them. Obviously, just keep them watered, a little bit of feed every now and then, and they just do their thing. Absolutely beautiful. So that really is a top recommendation from us here in the YouGarden potting shed. 410070 is the item number if you'd like to place an order for those. You go to yougarden.com to place your orders, or if you would much prefer to actually speak to somebody, there are some phone lines that are open for you until 4 o'clock this afternoon. 0844 502 0050 is the telephone number. All the details you need, by the way, are on the side of the screen there. You can see them, item number, description, you can see the prices, you can see the club price, our offer code. Remember to put that in because that's what gives you the double up deal, the saving, the free gift going into your basket. And of course, you've got the web deals and the phone number on the screen as well. Right then, are we moving on to the Grandvia next? Yes, please. Now this is, this is great. This is your alternative to paying postage. This is one of the lowest priced items that we have on the show. Now, if you think about it, our postage cost is £6.99 if you're under £40. So if you're around the, I don't know, this is where it works perfectly, around the 37, 38, 39 pound mark, you're paying £6.99 postage. Put these in your basket and pay £5.99. You're going to get some plants and you're going to save £1 on the postage. Do you see what I mean? This is the one to go for, just to tip you over that £40 mark. And you have been you grew these from seed this year, right?
But you're getting these
as plug plants.
Yeah, I grew these for the first time last year. Absolutely adored them. They were fantastic, easy to grow. In fact, if we do them again next week, I'll bring my little potted ones in again that I was growing on. And I grew them from seed. I got them to plug plants about the size of these, and then I've grown them on even larger. They're all in the garden now. They're planted out. And I'm just going to have these amazing displays of these, like you will. And they just flowered for month after month after month.
They feel to me like they're probably a bit easier then, but they feel like a dahlia to me. You know, they're going to give you that gorgeous flowering, for a really long time and super easy.
Yeah, and also they're flowers you can keep forever because you can dry these. These are like sort of what we call paper flowers. And when you touch the flower's really crispy. It's quite strange, actually. Normally you think of petals being really soft, but these are kind of really crispy. And if you want to dry them for indoor flower arrangements, just as they're opening out, that's the time to cut them, hang them upside down somewhere cool and dark, just for a couple of 2 or 3 weeks so they really dry out, and then you can use them as dried flowers. And I've done that along with statice that I've grown as well, and they're phenomenal. And these plants here, I mean, these are such brilliant plants. Root system speaks for itself. I mean, just incredible.
Yeah, and look.
And there's already a flower bud in there.
Look at that
now,
flower bud.
Personally, I would do something a bit brutal with that.
I'm not going to let you. Right, I know what Adam's going to do. He's going to pinch that out, basically.
I would pinch that out.
And you would probably go, what, right down here?
I would probably go sort of about there, like that.
Don't you dare.
I was going to do it then. I was on the verge.
Right, so, and I get why he's going to do it, but it just feels harsh. But these are the tips and tricks you're going to learn by watching us here at YouGarden TV. What you will do is, I'm going to do it.
Go on.
Here.
That's it. Just pinch. That's it.
Oh, right. So we've pinched it off. There was a flower appearing on there. I'm pointing out because I'm showing you the quality that you're getting and how ready these are. But this is about being cruel to be kind. What happens when we do this, Adam?
Well, what happens is on the growing tip of every plant, basically the growing tip of every plant wants to be the only growing tip. That one tip is like me, me, me. I want to grow towards the sky. I'm going to grow, I'm going to grow. And those growing tips actually produce chemicals that subdue all these little side shoots at the bottom. They just have to wait there for their time. The minute you pick that top off, that chemical's no longer produced, and suddenly all these little side shoots can come to their own. So now...
I can see a little side shoot just inside there, look.
And within days, Bex, of doing that, these little side shoots, you'll be absolutely amazed how quick they start to grow. So now, rather than having one straight up stem with possibly 2 or 3 flowers and that's it, now you're going to have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 stems, if not more, coming up, all with 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 flowers on. So you've created a plant now that is going to be multi-branched, multi-flowered. It's going to flower longer, it's going to flower later, because you've done that little bit of a sacrifice of picking out that middle growth.
So there's the tips and tricks for you. Grandvia, large flowering collection. 3 of those plug plants is a massive £9 saving. This is your alternative to paying postage. If you've got an order just hovering under that £40 mark and you're paying £6.99, don't do that. Add this in, tip your basket spend just to over the £40 mark. You will be spending less than you would be with postage, and you're going to get 3 of these gorgeous plug plants for you to put into your garden. Nice sunny position, and they're going to reward you all summer long. 401 524. If you want to go for your Grandvias, you call them helichrysums or paper flowers, are some other names that you might have known them by.
I think cone flower, sometimes people call them. So they've got various different names. Yeah.
Really excellent value on that one, as I say, with the £9 saving. Just reminding you, I've got some tech. Stu's let me loose on the iPad. Hello to... Hang on, I've got to scroll back. There's so many messages. Andy, good morning from Andy and Nippet. Thank you. We had a picture from you the other day with Nippet on, didn't we? Angela Johnson, not the Angela that we knew, different Angela. If you know us from previous shopping channels and stuff, there was a lovely lady called Angela Johnson who used to do what we do, didn't she? So a lot of you probably know her, but she's retired. She's living the high life in Spain right now. So every time we see, did I say Spain? I meant France. Every time I see that Angela Johnson's name, I'm like, oh, it's not her. So good morning, Angela. Elaine, good morning. You're all talking to each other. There's Angela saying good morning to Elaine. There's Neil saying good morning to other people in the chat as well. I love our little community going on here. Who said it's sunny? Angela. Angela says it's sunny in London, apparently.
Brilliant.
Typical, that's where we need to be. Angela Johnson says, I need to fill some gaps in the garden as some of my plants have either failed or been dug up by the squirrels, those pesky squirrels. Elaine, Stuart ordered my Acer Moonrise. Have you ordered it? Oh, Stuart ordered my Acer Moonrise. Very nice. That's a gorgeous, gorgeous Acer. Well, good morning to you all anyway. So join us in the chat on YouTube. You can join in Facebook. Stu will let me know those messages. And of course, we've got our email address if you want to send any pictures, comments, questions, or requests into there. I don't know. I'll sing, I'll dance for you if you like. It's probably not very good. I'm talking about requests for plants that you might want to see. Oh, yeah, good idea. If there's anything we're not selling that you kind of, want in your garden, you fancy us doing a deal on it, we can put it to the people that make the decisions. You can actually have that kind of input.
You can take control.
It has happened in the past. People have requested things. We've worked our magic and got it on for you. So let us know. Right, let's move on. We're going on to this one. Actually got promoted to the favourites table this morning because the Helianthus, the rock roses, have been really popular this week.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me, Bex. These are flowering their socks off at the moment. I've got customers who've got these flowering in their gardens, and they are just absolutely beautiful this time of year. They've been flowering for weeks. They'll keep flowering for weeks, and they're one of those plants that, for the most minimum of input, put in the most miserable of soils, just give you the most phenomenal results.
Yeah.
Sometimes you think if you want a plant to look absolutely fabulous and flower for a long time, you think, well, I've got to mollycoddle it, I've got to improve the soil, I've got to feed it, I've got to sort of prune it and pinch it back, and you don't have to do any of that with these. Forget it. I mean, you literally you plonk these in and you leave them, and year on year they'll get sort of bigger and bigger groups, and when they flower they just look amazing. In fact, the foliage disappears under the flowers because there's so many flowers. Yeah, they're in these wonderful range of colours, and these don't get very tall. I mean, even with the flowers, they only get about 5 or 6 inches tall. So they're great for really windy gardens. They're great for coastal gardens. They're great for gravelly soils, chalky soils, stony soils, sandy soils, just really poor soils. They're great for little gaps in between paving stones or rockeries or scree gardens, or you could even try these. This is my customer's garden in Swaffham. She's got two. The orange one's just about to come out. And then the yellow one's already been flowering its socks off, and they're in a really hot, sunny, gravelly position, as you can see there. And all I do is once a year when they're finished flowering. That's one plant and one plant. That's
amazing.
Yeah, that's what they've grown
into. So
that'll
been there for what, a couple of years at least?
They've been there about 4 or 5 years, all in all. But I would say the plants here are fantastic plants you're getting here. I would say in year one, they will probably get to about the width of, say, a teacup, top of a teacup.
Yeah.
Year two, probably about the width of a side plate or so on. And once they really get going, dinner plate size and bigger. Yeah. And they grow in a lovely kind of rounded shape. They're not irregular, actually grown almost like I wouldn't say perfect, but a lovely kind of rounded shape. They form this little mound. You've got this evergreen foliage, so even in winter time, there's something to look at. And when they're finished flowering, all you do is just clip the flower heads off down to the foliage, and then leave them and walk away, and that's all you need to do. The only thing these will ask of you, 2 things they'll just ask of you: put me in the sunniest position and put me in a lovely, well-drained position. Beyond that, they're absolutely happy. They'll hate shade and they'll hate really wet soil, but if the soils are poor, don't worry about that. They do really well in poor soils. And
he's not talking about taking each flower head off individually, by the way, because that would be a proper labour of love, wouldn't it? You can just take a pair of shears and just trim the tops off.
Yeah.
Like I do with my lavender, just take the shears and go along, and it'll help to keep it nice and bushy at the base. You get that nice kind of manda foliage, but then it'll encourage even more flowers next year.
Yeah, and even sometimes they occasionally throw up a little few more flowers in the same year. I've seen them do that at work as well.
Quite long flowering anyway.
Yeah, I mean about 4 to 6 weeks.
Summer,
yeah, long time, but they really lift your spirits, and they're just so bright. But it's just one of those plants that I love because you just get an amazing result for such minimum input. Okay, so 480992 is the item number if you'd like to go for the rock roses. You can just go for a pack of 6, by the way, as you can see there in the little mini greenhouses, or you can double up and you can get another 6 for £4.99. That'll be 12 in total. 480992 if you want to do that. Make sure you put 2 in your basket and enter the code YGTV2124. That's how you get those discounts. It's all about that offer code. Should we shout it?
Kapow! All right, did we wake you up? Sorry. Right, we're moving on to another one that has been promoted onto our favourites table as of this morning because you have absolutely adored it this week. It's brand new to us this week, new to our website, and it's on a half price deal as well. Massive £15 saving on this one. You're going to get 3 9cm pots, and this is fantastic. If you want something that is going to give you interest all year round, something ornamental, something edible, some flowers, some fruit, some evergreen. Stu's tracking the spider. Can you see it?
Yeah,
he's having a lovely time.
I just went into panic mode then because when Stu said spider,
Adam took a step back. He's not a fan of spiders.
That's fine. I could deal with that.
No, he's having a nice time. He's off. So we've got something ornamental, edible. It's going to give you gorgeous flowers, edible fruits as well, and it's evergreen. You're growing this, actually.
I've grown this, yeah. I've got this in my garden. I've got one in my garden that's almost about, well, it's chest height on me already, and it's grown this lovely sort of conical shape, a bit like a conifer, that kind of shape.
Right.
But like you say, Bex, it's one of these. You remember at school, there was always that kid in your class, wasn't there? They were good looking, they were popular, they were brilliant at sport.
That was you, wasn't it?
Yeah, I wish. They were brilliant academically. They were really cool. They just had everything going for them. He's like, and I was just some nerdy kid. Well, that's
playing with your plants.
Playing with plants, yeah. But that's what these are. That really cool kid at school. I mean, they've got everything going from, so they look good all year through. Because even in the middle of the winter, there's evergreen, there's interest there.
And those red stems as well that we saw. They look really interesting, don't they?
They are interesting, and that's something you and I are trying to get into, Bex, as well, weren't we? Because we've realised a lot lately that we all live too busy lives and we rush around too much. And sometimes, we buy an expensive bottle of wine, don't we? And quite often we gulp it down without actually savouring all those different notes. We go to a really expensive restaurant and we just eat that meal in 15, 20 minutes and we don't savour it. Sometimes when you slow down a bit and take time and you look at kind of of, look at
all
plants.
Of the aspects.
All the aspects, yeah. You start to see other things. And with this one, like the lovely red stems that come on the new foliage, as you can see in the picture here. And those gorgeous, gorgeous pink blossoms, almost kind of like old-fashioned street lamps to start with, that kind of shape. And then they pop over to almost upside-down lily-of-the-valley flowers. And then to top it, you get these edible, delicious red fruit on there as well. So this is a plant that is so multifaceted. It's very hardy. The one I've got in my garden's got through all the winters I've had it in for the last sort of 5 or 6 years. Likes a moist soil, sort of quite a bright open aspect, but just something really different, really unusual. But again, just to summarise, you've got evergreen, so it looks good all year through. You've got flower, pink, gorgeous flowers as well. You've got colour on the stems, and if that wasn't enough, the icing on the cake, it has gorgeous coloured fruit that are also edible. So try these, grow these, great in a pot, great in the garden, something really different, and you'll just absolutely be so glad that you chose these.
Definitely.
To be honest.
511562 if you would like to go for the kapow that we've got as a new product, a new plant for you this year, this season, brand new to our website. £14.97 for all 3 of those. You might not want all 3 in your garden. You could easily, because it grows nice and compact, doesn't it? It doesn't take over.
No.
But this would be a great one to get a couple for yourself and maybe give one away as a gift as well. That'd be an awesome gift for somebody. 3 9cm pots if you put that item number into your basket. Make sure you put the code in, otherwise you're going to pay £30. Was it $29.97? I don't want you to do that. Let's not do that. Put the code in, YGTV2124, and then you'll get that big saving. We are going on to one of the absolute stonking favourites of the week, and I know Neil is saying the osteospermums are going in my basket, and he is talking about the purple sun, and that is what we've got here. 6 9cm pots. Hang on a minute, let me say that again. 6 9cm pots. We're not talking about plug plants here. These are 9cm pots for £16.98. It's nearly half price. £13 we've taken off that one. 400953 is the item number. Absolutely adore these. I grew these myself last year. I'm growing them again this year because I loved them so much. And it's the colour combination, the flowering power that you've got here. All summer long, super easy. And another one that doesn't need the best of soils. This is mine.
Look at those specs.
Look at that.
Look at that. They're absolutely
I've done
stunning.
nothing to that video, by the way. I just want to point out it was just a nice sunny day. And look at how those petals, the tips of them, are illuminated.
It's a brilliant video. I love
Thanks.
it. Yeah.
It does focus in a second.
I mean,
honestly.
isn't it? No, I quite like it. Sometimes you get that soft focus and then it kind of really sharpens.
I was trying to do slow-mo videos, so I don't think I've done a very good job here. But anyway, just to give you an idea, they look like the glowing ember colours, don't they? That's what I love.
And you see, the slow-mo thing there works because what we're saying, slow it down.
Slow it down.
Take it all in. Look at this, because you could just walk past that really, really quickly and not appreciate the colour range in that. I mean, the way that in the middle has got that pink, and then it comes out to orange, and then like yellow, and then almost white on some of the tips, and it's it's such an incredible colour on there. And when you get these home and open the box, it's like opening the box to a sunrise or a sunset with all these fabulous colours in there.
I'm going to pick one up because obviously we've got 6 plants here in the pot, in the basket.
Oh, good luck getting that
we've got
one
there.
out.
And I just want you to see the sort of size that we are talking about. These are 9cm pots. You can actually see how raring to grow these are, because look, there's all the roots coming out the bottom there. I mean, I would take it out.
Go on,
in fact, I'm going to.
Go on, pull its trousers off.
What I like to do is give it a little squeeze because it helps just to loosen it all, and then we're going to give it a
Yay! OMG.
Look at that rooty beauty right there. We've got some gorgeous white fibrous roots on there, and you always talk to us about the white fibrous roots.
Yeah, and that's so important, Bex. I mean, not all roots are white on plants, but when you see this fibrous white root system, that just shows that this plant is super, super happy, super established. As soon as it gets in the ground, within days, those roots are going to start to penetrate the surrounding soil. This plant's going to become established, and these are going to flower all the way up, right up until the frost. And you know what? If you lift them in the autumn, you could probably keep these.
I'm going to try that this year.
To next year.
I got rid of mine last year, but I'm going to try and keep them this year.
Yeah,
and see
you
what
probably
happens.
could. What I would do, I would lift them, I would trim them back a little bit, just to below where the flower stems are. Take off any more flowers that are on there. Keep them somewhere cool but bright for the winter, and then just keep them slightly moist, no more than that. And I think you could probably get these started again all over next year. But yeah, the colours on these are phenomenal, and it's so strange how looking at these you might think there's a couple of different varieties, because this one here, for instance, that flower is so distinctly different to the sort of this flower here, but I mean they literally are, you know, the same plant, but the flower when it ages takes on sort of different colours. This is a young flower just opening out, but this flower, as it's maturing more, has turned yellow on the edges.
I think they're absolutely gorgeous. Definitely an easy one for you. My only top tip here is do deadhead, because there was a period in the summer last year where I just didn't deadhead it. It was looking great, and of course it just stopped flowering. And so I went round, gave it a good deadhead, and within a week or two, excuse me, loads more flowers coming up. So just do a little bit of deadheading. Other than that, just give them a bit of water and put them in a sunny spot. That's what they want. 400953. Like, don't we all? Feed me, water me, and put me in some
sunshine. We need it so much.
400953. Go to YouGarden.com to place your order, or do give us a phone call on the number that you can see at the bottom of the screen as well. 0844 502 0050. Just tell the operator that you've got an offer code. We're going to give you a quick review, because I'm sorry it's taken us a bit of time to get through those, but let's give you a quick review of the ones that you've seen. This is the Lobelia Trail Away mix. You can get a double up deal here. 2 of those packs, so 20 garden ready plants for £16.99. It's just £4 more to get another 10 plants there, so it's well worth doing it. Flower its socks off all summer long. Use it in so many places. Fill it for your pots and your baskets, or stand alone on its own. The next one is our Grandvia, the large flowering collection, and this is beautiful. You should be adding this into your basket anyway, but if you don't want to pay postage, if you're just under that £40 mark and you're paying £6.99 postage, pay £5.99 for this instead. Get rid of the postage and have 3 beautiful plants that will flower for a really long time over the summer for you. 401524 is the item number for that one. £5.99. Come on, guys, 10% off if you put that. If you join the club as well, £5.39 if you go for those. Helianthus, the Rock Rose collection is next. 6 plug plants, 2 each of 3 different colours, or double up and get 4 each of 3 different colours for just £5 more. Now these are great for a variety of places, aren't they?
Great ground cover, great for suppressing weeds, great for poor soils, you know, gravelly soils, stony soils, chalky soils, sandy soils, exposed positions, windy gardens, seaside gardens. Super easy to grow, flower for weeks and weeks on end, come up year after year, evergreen. What else can I say?
Tick. We've ticked all the boxes.
They're just glorious. And hardy as nails, tough as nails, really are.
480992 if you'd like to go for the Rock Rose collection. Kapow. Apparently Grimmy is going for the kapow. Yes, I see that. The kapow guava has gone in my basket. I love something a bit different. So yeah, if you do want something a bit different, but that is going to give you loads of seasonal interests, flowers, fruits, ornamental, edible, evergreen, bit of interest going on with the red stems that come up there as well. And Adam is a gardener, been gardening all his life. He's a professional working gardener, and he has chosen to put this in his garden. I think that speaks absolute volumes. 511562 is the item number, and you'll get 3 of those 9cm pots. It's a half price deal. And this is what, do you know, if you're a YouGarden customer, that's brilliant. But if you're a YGTV YouGarden customer, it's even better, because for some reason they give us even better deals for the television side of things. So don't just be a YouGarden customer, be a YouGarden TV customer. It's the best way, honestly. Let's have a quick talk about our Prisma planters. The Prisma planters have been one of the runaway deals this week, along with a couple of others that I won't talk to you about because they've gone now. But this one is amazing. Over half the stock that we had of these have gone. They are on rundown, they are on clearance. This is why we're giving you such an amazing price on them. Buy one, put one in your basket, and enter the code YGTV2124. We'll put another one in your basket absolutely free. So it works out £3 each. But if you put 2 in your basket, we'll put another 2 into your basket absolutely free, and you will pay £5.99, which means that they work out at £3 each. Similar thing happens when you get to 5. So if you put 5 in your basket, you'll get 5 free, but you're going to pay £4.99 each, £4.99 for the pair, so that works at £2.50 each. And then if you could put 10 in your basket, which a few people have done, I know that's a lot, but a few people have done it, they're getting 20 of them, and the price breaks down then to £2 each. So the message is basically the more you put in the basket, the more you are going to save on these. 130331 is the item number if you'd like to go for this amazing deal. But these are fantastic, aren't they? Great size.
I love everything about these apart from one thing.
What's that?
The name.
Prisma.
Prisma. Yeah. I think, you know, I'd have called them, I can't think off the top of my head what I'd call them, but I would call them something much more beautiful than that myself.
The Tuscanies or something.
Yeah, because these really are knockout. I absolutely adore these parts. We brought you lots and lots of different parts. These are my favourites so far this season. I like them for multiple reasons. The colour, because so often pots are brown or black or kind of tan colours or bronze. These are just a lovely, bright, happy green colour. I like kind of this sort of raised surface on here as well, the sort of diamond effect there with the sort of flower pattern and leaf pattern in between. I like the fact that you've got reinforcements around the rim of the pot here at the top. These are UV resistant. They're frost stable. They've got those sort of drainage holes and also little reservoirs at the base as well to hold on to some water. So, you know, they're not going to completely drain and dry out so quickly. They're lightweight. These are happy pots for me.
They're awesome, aren't they?
Really, really happy.
I like the pop of colour because obviously we put plants and flowers and things into our garden to give us that pop of colour. But why not get that from some of the pots that we put our plants in? I'm growing hostas in these. I should take some fresh pictures. They're looking amazing. And of course, you've got that lush green foliage and a variety of greens, and it works beautifully with a green pot. You sometimes think you have to go for a contrasting colour, but actually the green on green works.
It works really, really well. And I've always been honest, I used to hate plastic pots. I wouldn't be seen dead with a plastic pot in my garden because, you know, back in the olden days, you saw the seams.
Nasty, you know.
You saw the join, and where they come off the blow mould, you saw those little wispy bits of plastic. You used to have to pick off the rim or the bottom of the pot. When you look at them now, I mean, literally, if you walk past these pots, you would not know that these aren't the real deal. And you know, and these are a good plastic. This isn't plastic that's going to be in landfill or bob it up and down in the ocean. And this is not single use. These pots will last you year after year after year after year. And they're just that brilliant size as well, where they're not so big that once you planted them, you can't move them.
Yeah.
They're not so small that you can't sort of get reasonably sized things in them. They're just that perfect size where, for instance, this Acer would be quite happy in there for a good sort of 2 or 3 years before you moved it on. Or, for instance, you could. We've got this rhodie. I mean, if you wanted to, the lovely rhodie we've got today
the pink against the green would be
lovely.
lovely.
That looks nice, isn't it? The pink against the green. That looks fabulous there.
Very nice.
And again, that would be happy in there for a couple of 2 or 3 years until it got established. So they're a good size for growing things on that you've bought. Actually, I'll tell you what we'll do. I was always told blue and green should never be seen.
No, nonsense. Nonsense. Love it.
Look at that. I mean, that looks great in there, doesn't it? The Helianthus. That looks beautiful in there.
It looks really good. Yeah, absolutely. Do take advantage of this Prisma planter offer, like so many people have this week, because it won't be around forever. We are getting rid of the stock of this. 130331 is the item number. You are getting a really good price if you buy multiples of these. £6.99 for a pair, but obviously that gets less if you add more into your basket. YGTV@yougarden.com is the place to come if you would like to send us some emails. And we've had a fantastic email from Tony, who is a novice gardener, started watching us 2 months ago, and basically has both him and his wife are disabled, but he has managed to demolish an old shed to make room for some more planters, and he can't stop shopping with YouGarden TV. They're so busy. Look at what's going on in their gardens now. Oh, the osteospermums.
There. I'm glad he got those crazy fuchsias as well, because we had those fuchsias for £4.99, didn't we? I think for 6 fuchsias. Look. Oh, that is beautiful. Look at that.
That looks so pretty. Are those rock roses in the front?
Yes,
they look like rock roses in the front there.
Yeah, that is, Bex. That's a little rock rose at the front.
It is, isn't it?
And I think on the right-hand side it looks like a nemesia, like a little sort of nemesia. And at the back, to the right, that conifer, I think that looks like a parahebe, which we've got on the show today.
Oh, it could be,
Just to the right of the box, not the conifer. Yeah.
Is that Dianthus in the middle there?
Yeah, looks. Yes, a Dianthus.
Bit of Dianthus. Oh, I've got one of those. What's that called?
That's a Spirea. Yeah,
Spirea.
That could be gold flame. That one, Spirea gold flame.
Yeah, the pink that you get off those is gorgeous.
Look at that. That's what we've got on the show today.
Oh, that's looking really pretty.
I'd be interested if you could let us know. I'd love to know how long ago you planted that as well, just so we can get an idea of, how quickly yours has filled out. Let us know. It'd be brilliant to get an update on that.
Well, thank you so much for, I mean, first of all, thank you so much for your email. This is exactly what we are here for. And we love that you are, you know, enjoying it, that we're bringing you stuff that you actually enjoy, buy, then plant in your garden. And hopefully we'll get to enjoy for many, many years to come. That's really pretty as well, isn't it? Look at that.
Ah, cheers.
Very nice.
Beautiful.
Yeah,
Thanks,
send
Tony.
us any pictures. Send us all your emails, your comments. We love looking in your gardens. It is part of being, you know, part of our YouGarden community that we've got going on here. Thank you very much.
And it's great as well because it also shows that, you know, even if you are disabled, you know, you can still garden. You know, we design gardens at Chelsea and stuff. So you know, if you've got the passion and you've got the will, you know, in this day and age, there's, you know, you can still do all those things, even if, you know, you're disabled, or even if you've got sight loss, for example, because gardening just offers so much in so many different ways. You know, you've got sounds, you've got textures, you've got colour, you've got fragrance.
Nostril feasts.
Yeah, it's nostril feasts. Yeah,
we love a nostril feast. Right, Dingo's also been in touch this morning. Have we got some pictures from Dingo? Oh, he just wanted to show us what's been going on. This is what we love. Absolutely. We're so happy to see what's going on in your gardens. So he's got his fuchsias planted up. He's got some lavender planted up. Oh, and look, yeah, here come the lilies. Wow, you've got lots of lilies going on.
They are going to be stonking now.
Whoa, I've got some lilies in a pot that are nearly my height. I'm sure they're not the tree lilies, but they're really getting quite tall. I
think like a lot of things this year, Bex, because I know it's been very wet, but it has been a very mild winter, isn't it, relatively? So a lot of things are well ahead of where they normally are.
I'll take some pictures because I can't believe quite how tall they are. They're ones from last year, so obviously they're improving this year, but they're amazing. Right, let's go to Grimmy's garden next, shall we? Oh, look, a little robin.
Oh, that's the...
that's the...
Miner's Merlot.
Miner's Merlot,
Euphorbia.
Yeah. Absolutely. And isn't that the pearl bush? Yeah, go back. Do you remember that pearl bush that we had?
That's, the, off the top of, what do you call it? Come on.
Exocorda, that's
looks
the
like
one.
Exocorda.
That looks like the Exocorda.
Or it could be what you've got, Bex. It could be the thing you asked me about.
Yeah, I know, and I forgot the name
Lamachii,
Lamachii.
We'll get it in a minute.
It'll come back
My
to
other half is
what are
screaming
those?
Dahlias. They're really,
are those dahlias?
Yeah, really jazzy dahlia.
Oh,
yeah.
my word. Those look amazing. Got your lily bulbs there, ready to plant. Very, very nice. Oh, I like that little planting bit you've got going on there.
They're osteospermums, aren't they? Look, osteospermums
yeah,
in that
they do look
trough.
like osteospermums. I like the little white pots at the background. Those look really pretty on there.
You were doing those the other day, Bex, weren't you? The old house leeks.
Hang on. Those heads. That was...
They're sempervivums.
No, the heads... Or the... He's the wooden guy out of the... Oh my God!
Oh, I just remember.
Groot. Those are Groot heads, aren't they?
You lost me there.
No, sorry. That looks like Groot from the back.
Amelanchier was the thing I was trying to think of.
Amelanchier, that's the one.
I think that might have been an Amelanchier flower.
Yeah, that's looking pretty. Oh, and he's got a garden helper, little fluff. Is it a borrowed garden helper? Apparently it's his mate's dog. Oh, look. That is such a pretty garden. Look at that. That's so inviting. Your little summer house bit at the bottom there.
Super posh lawn.
Yeah, the lawn's looking very lush.
Oh, yeah, the bar's just to the right, isn't it?
It is,
on the right-hand side, behind that statue.
It looks like he's leaning out the back of the bar to be able to take
probably
that picture.
Probably is leaning out the back of the bar. Probably folded out the back of the bar, probably.
Amanda wanted to update us as well. A couple of weeks ago, she was telling us how her cucumber seeds were doing. That's what they look like. And this week, look how big they've got just in a few weeks. They're looking beautiful, aren't they?
Isn't it great this time of year? I mean, the way things are growing, it's mad, isn't it? Let us know the variety as well. It'd be great just to let us, I'd like to know all the little details. So, yeah, it'd be great.
All right, we're coming on to one of my favourite items of the show. And actually, I'm hoping my friend isn't watching. It was her wedding on Friday, and I went to her wedding. And I haven't bought her a present. But I'm going to. She is my best friend, you're right. But I am going to buy her a present, and I want to get her a plant because she's into her gardening as well, and she's loving it. I always go around and we try and identify plants together and we talk about stuff. But I want to get something that's going to be, that's going to mean something. It's going to last a long time. That's going to last for for their lifetime.
Yeah, that
and
would.
I'm thinking, because I'm so Acer obsessed, that this would be an absolutely brilliant gift because this will last decades. And she'll always know it's from me because she knows how much I love Acers. So I'm very much thinking I might add this into my basket and get this delivered to my gorgeous friend who got married on Friday.
Go for it, Bex, because I've got this in my garden, and this particular Acer I absolutely adore. It is one of the best ones I've ever grown, and I didn't even really intend to grow it, to be honest. It was again in a previous life when I was on another shopping channel, and at the end I used to be able to take samples home, and we had one on the show.
It was a lovely time when we were allowed to do that.
Yeah, it was great. And there was a little plant about that big, and I just sort of plonked it in the sort of on the corner of my garden in front of some little palms. And in the last 2 or 3 years, it has grown up, and it has kind of got this lovely kind of weeping, kind of drooping habit, like a little canopy it's formed. Yeah. And what I really like about it, you think about Acers. I mean, we all know Acers are absolutely mind-blowing at the end of the season in autumn. That's when we think of the colours,
the fiery display you get from the leaves is awesome.
It's just incredible. But this one, it just looks brilliant throughout the whole season because even all the way through summer, it has these sort of colour changes where some of the leaves are green and then they go a bit more of a sort of a pale sort of like yellow colour, and then you have the sort of the wonderful colours on the end there as well, the oranges and the reds. It's almost like it's combining 2 seasons. It's like it's got its summer foliage and its autumn foliage on there at the same time. But this is elegant, this is stylish, this is pretty, this is easy to grow. All Acers really ask of you is 2 or 3 things. Don't put me in super baking sun. I'll have some morning sun, some evening sun, and don't put me somewhere super windy. That's all they ask. And one other thing as well, when you plant Acers, always plant them exactly the same depth as in the pot or slightly higher. Plant them slightly higher than the surrounding ground because maples have very thin bark, and if you plant them too deep, that thin layer of bark can rot off and then they perish. So sometimes even planting them just slightly higher than the soil around them is a good thing to do. But they're a lot easier to grow than what people think. They're incredibly long-lived.
They're hardy.
They're hardy.
You don't need to give them extra winter protection, other than the protection of no, major windy spots. You don't need to worry about extra winter protection as well. Most Acers like a slightly ericaceous soil, so slightly acidic. But to be perfectly honest with you, I've never worried about it when I've planted any and never had an issue. No. If you've got slightly acidic, though, they do tend to like that. But really don't worry too much about them. Super easy, no pruning necessary. You can maintain the size very happily. They can get to 2 metres in height, but they'll take probably 10 to 20 years to get there. And that's only if you allow them, only if you put them into the larger pot. So if you want to keep it smaller, just keep restricting that size of the pot. Don't go into a massive pot with it. And they're great mixed with things like ferns and hostas and sort of shade-loving plants. Yeah. And they do really well in cool, dappled shade, where other things might struggle and get a bit leggy. These love growing those sort of places. They look lovely with sort of spring bulbs and tulips and things like that underneath. I tend to move mine out the front of the house because I've got northeast facing front of the house, so I tend to move them out the front of the house out there, don't they? With the hostas. Put them out the front. I put the lush hostas around the base, and they look absolutely beautiful. 510558 if you're going to add that into your basket. I know Elaine was doing it. I am thinking about doing it as well to get as a gift for my lovely friend. The website actually currently has it at £27.99, but we are YGTV, YouGarden TV. This is where using our offer code actually really does work for you. YGTV 2124 is the offer code, and that's how you get that £8 saving down to £21.99. Now, if you put that, yes, Stu's saying to me, point out to them about putting the code in your basket. So if when you go to the website, Stu's already gone to his basket and he's already put the offer code in. So look, search for the item, it's coming up at £27.99. But when you click in it and you go into the actual product page, that's when it brings up the deal price, the YouGarden TV price. If you haven't put your offer code in already, when you click into that product page, it will show the higher price. But then when you go to your basket and you put the offer code in, that's where you'll see the prices come down to what we're telling you. So it's up to you how you want to do it. Stu likes to do it that way because he can very much see as soon as he goes to the product page, that's our deal price. But if you want to watch all the savings drop off at the end, fill your basket, put the offer code in, and boom, it'll all happen for you like magic, okay? we know some people, they go to it and they go, hang on, it's not the price you said. You need to put that code in order to get it. All right, 510-558 if you want to go for the Acer Moonrise, like a few of us will be doing, but we've got something a bit special now. The Oleander. Now, we brought you the Oleander bushes recently. We're bringing you the the yellow Oleander, but in the standard shape. Now, I love it when we bring you standards of anything. You know, we've got Helianthus standards and we've got Weigela standards. I just think they add a level of sort of sophistication.
They do, and you know, we were talking a moment ago about the Acer not being in full sun. Don't put it in full sun, midday sun. Well, now we've gone to the opposite end of the scale, because this will adore being in midday sun.
Yes.
So, you know, if on the flip side you've got some position in the garden that gets ferociously hot in the summer, you know, the sort of position where you have to sit under a parasol or a canopy because it's too much, Oleanders will love that kind of position. Really hot, sunny, shelter position. And again, they're not fussy about soils. They don't need particularly rich soils. They do quite well on quite poor soils as well.
It's important because if you think, so Oleanders, they're native to sort of Mediterranean, hot, gorgeous countries. You see them when you go on holidays. They definitely bring you that feeling of being on holidays. But they just grow freely, don't they?
Yeah.
They're not in the most rich soils and things. And nobody's looking after them. They're just there.
They're just there. They just do their own thing. Let's see it again if we can just get this...
Well, yeah, look at this. Look at the thickness of the trunk on there as well. By the way, that's a really big, sturdy stem you've got going on there. You don't even need to stake that, do you?
That's. Oh, look, let's having a little wee. I must have distressed.
It's been well watered.
I must have distressed it pulling it out the pot.
It's a rooty beauty, though. Look at that.
That's definitely a rooty beauty there. Look. So even with these, you know, these have not been in the pot for 5 minutes, have they? You can tell this is a really established plant. You've got that stem there, Bex, you mentioned as well. That's almost broom handle thickness there.
Yeah.
And then look at the top of this. Oh my goodness me! Like 1, 2, 3. Oh, I'm not even going to count.
And you're getting
8, 9
it at
stems.
exactly the right point here, because look, this is one that they've all got these, by the way, and you're going to get the best of these. These flowers are going to start opening over the next week or 2 weeks. By the time you get them, these are going to be just about opening, and they're just going to keep flowering all summer long.
Yeah, for months after month after month. You've got this lovely willow-shaped, glossy, evergreen foliage. These will go down to about -5 as well if you're in a colder place, grow them in a pot, and providing you just keep them somewhere, you know, not even warm, just above freezing throughout the winter with a little bit of light, and on the dry side they'll get through till next spring. And as Bex said as well, great thing about standards is even if you've got a small space, that example I always give, 3 floors up and you've just got a balcony, well, you can grow right up to the base of these because you've got that, you know, that space underneath, but then you've got flowers in the sky as well as flowers at the base, which is great.
Okay, 680-172 if you'd like to go for the height, the elegance, the drama that an oleander is going to give you. I always have to point out with the oleanders, like a lot of things that we grow in our gardens, they are toxic. They're toxic to humans and they're toxic to pets. So don't eat it, basically. The fact that it's a standard does hopefully mean that dogs can't get to it and stuff anyway. I mean, my dog stays away from them, but I do like to point it out to you. Maybe wear some gloves if you're sensitive to things like that when you're pruning and trimming. 680-172 if you'd like to go for the Oleander Standard in yellow, which I think is a really classy colour, and it's a £10 saving on there, so it's a 25% saving that we're giving you if you enter the code YGTV2124. Now we've got to come back. The pots are incredibly busy, Stu is telling me, so we will be reminding you of the deal on our Prisma planters. The more you buy, the more you save when it comes to those. But we need to bring you to the compost, because this is one of the most popular things. In fact, it is the most popular thing, the thing that we sell the most of. But right now today, apparently Kapow is in the lead, our lovely Chilean guava. That one is in the lead as the most popular item. However, let's tell you about the compost.
Well, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. While we're doing that bit, I'm just going to grab something, because I just want to grab one of these little Grandvias over here.
Over the years that we've been bringing this compost to you, and we have been bringing it for many years now, this is the item that we sell most of here at YouGarden, and it's because it is incredibly packed with some of the most fantastic ingredients that your plants are going to love, but the texture is beautiful as well.
It is fantastic, and when you've got a plant like this, which for instance...
I found a bulb in here the other day that you'd obviously planted.
That must be one of the lilies.
I found one in it.
Surprised it hadn't started to grow. But yeah, I mean, when you look at this little Helianthus or Grandvia we've got here, I mean, that's been grown in this incredible compost. And when you put this plant, that small plant, into this compost, and you just plant that in that compost, this plant it is in nirvana now, to be honest. It's in the most perfect compost it could ever be grown in for so many reasons. First of all, this is a hugely peat reduced compost. We're all moving towards eventually no peat compost. This is hugely peat reduced, but we've replaced the peat we've taken out by that composted wood fibre.
Yeah.
That keeps the texture of the compost really open. So that means this little plant that I've just popped in here has multiple advantages. Firstly, when I water this, the water can get down to the roots very quickly, and there's a wetting agent in here as well that attracts the water, so it holds on to the water. Also, it means those little roots can very easily penetrate down into this compost and establish themselves, so this plant will flower well, it will fruit well, it will produce vegetables well, whatever kind of plant it is. It could grow into a huge shrub, it could be anything, once it's started in this compost. But another really good thing as well, because of that open texture, the oxygen can get down to the roots of this plant as well. So straight away, this plant has been given the best start in life. There's a slow release fertiliser in here feeding this plant up to 6 months. And this compost is pH balanced as well. That sounds gobbledygooky, but pH stands for potential hydrogen, and all it means is that the soil is neither too acidic or too alkaline. So it's not right at the end of the scale where only azaleas and rhododendrons will love it. It's not at the other end of the scale where lilacs and clematis will only love it. It's more towards the middle where almost most plants, the vast majority of plants, will thrive in this compost. It comes in these really plain bags, as Stu, our producer, always says. The value is in the bag, not on the bag, because this isn't being stacked somewhere and then sent on to you. This is bagged fresh, sent direct to you. So, you get in this compost, and when you open it, it's not all compact and smelly and claggy and mildewy like some composts. It's just incredible.
It really is, and it is the compost that we use here at the nursery. Our business is growing plants, and our head gardener is very strict on our quality, basically. He wants to be growing quality plants to send out to our customers, and this is the compost that he chooses to use here at YouGarden. So that really should tell you how good this is. It's like the trade secret, but it's a trade secret that we allow out of the bag and into our gardens at home. If you want to check out the reviews, I do highly recommend it. These are literally just from the last 2 days. Over the years, thousands of people have recommended this product. Trusted customer says, I've used this compost several times before and found it to be very good. Plants seem to thrive. Dawn says, I always buy this compost as I always get excellent results using it. It is excellent value and delivered well packed in a box. Another trusted customer, I love this compost, but I always buy it from YouGarden. Keep up the good work and happy growing to all my gardening friends. Thank you. Angela says, have been using this compost for a few years now. Excellent results with it. Trusted customer says, always use this compost. My soil is heavy clay and nothing used to grow very successfully. Now everything thrives and it has conditioned my soil. It is a pleasure to dig now. I completely understand that one, having heavy, claggy clay soil, which is packed with nutrients, but if the roots can't get through it, doesn't matter how many nutrients are in there, they need to be able to get through it. So every time I plant something into my heavy clay border that gave me tennis elbow once trying to dig something out, what I do is I try and get a bigger hole, mix some of this in, and over time what I am finding is it is improving the texture of that soil. It makes it easier for me to dig.
It's kind of weird as well, Bex, because I've got the opposite. Where I live in Norfolk, Swaffham, Norfolk, I've got really sandy, super well-drained soil, but I have the opposite problem. My soil drains too well, and all the nutrients wash out. So my soil gets poor really quickly and things dry out really quickly. So I've found by adding this when I plant as well, the soil's got more heart, more bulk, more substance to it now, so it's holding on to the moisture, it's holding on to the nutrients, and the plants are thriving. So whether you've got sandy soil, low in nutrients, or you've got clay soil with higher nutrients, it works for both in the same really brilliant way.
Go check out the reviews, ask the chat. I know that they will do our job for us and they will tell you. Olwyn, my gold medal compost is what she said. Good morning, Olwyn. I hope you are well. Someone else said ordered more yesterday. That was Olwyn as well. They honestly, the people that shop with us regularly can tell you how good this is. You don't just have to listen to us. I know, because sometimes when you're watching, you're like, but you're paid to stand there and say it's good. And I get it. Yes, we are. But what Adam and I will never do is lie to you. I promise you that much. We genuinely use this and love it. But if you want an impartial review, ask the chat. Go to the review page on our website and they'll be able to tell you themselves. Right, 100125. By the way, no postage included on this item. So if you want to get multiples of your free gift, place an order for your compost, put the code in, YGTV2124, you'll get £2.50 off it because you'll get a 10% discount. Sorry, if you're a discount club member, that is. Put the code in and you'll get the saving of whatever it is, £17.99. Join the club, you'll get 10% discount. But by entering that offer code, you will also get your free gift included with that offer, which is 5 bulbs of our skyscraper lilies, the Robina variety. Gorgeous pink ones, really tall, sturdy stems on here, and multiple flower heads, and year after year they'll come back for you. And then you come back and you place another order for anything else that you want, hopefully getting that order to over £40 so you can get the free postage, but also another free gift by entering in that offer code. YGTV2124 is the item number. Okay, we're coming over to our other table here, and wowee. Wowee is what I'm going to say. I adore a delphinium. They are so, so beautiful.
It's another kapow moment, isn't it, really? It
is. We were bringing you these earlier on in the week, and I mean, this one, you can see that this one's on just a little bit further. This one has so improved just in a few days, hasn't it?
It's just one plant, though, isn't it, we're supplying?
Well, it's one, you can get one, or you can go with a double-up deal.
Go double-up deal.
You can double up if you want to, but I just want to show you how beautiful this is looking.
I mean, look at that. I mean, well, let's go, in fact, let's start right at the very bottom, as we always do. Let's see what's going on down below.
Nice rooty beauty.
Pure insanity there. Yeah, look at that. I mean,
it's strong,
mad.
It's healthy, it's absolutely beautiful. And this is the one that we have grown on a little bit. Some of them are just starting to flower, but the one next to it is what I'm hoping is more likely going to be sent out to you. Just starting to bud up so that you still get all of that beauty from it this year. But of course, you'll keep getting the beauty of delphiniums because they'll come back for you. They're perennials.
You do, exactly. And we saw the roots there, Bex, on that showing it's so healthy. Look at the leaves now. I mean, it's super, super glossy, healthy leaves. And then we move up to this flower spike. Oh, my goodness me.
So interesting. Look at the intricacy in the centre, the different colours that you've got, that pop in the middle with the creamy white against that. I mean, I can't even describe that colour purple. It's so pretty.
I was going to ask you to. Yeah, I was going to say what kind of.
It's definitely a purple, but it's like a.
I can't give that an exact colour.
I can't either.
It's just immense.
All my words are failing me, I'm afraid.
It's just the thickness of that flower head as well. I mean, sometimes you see delphiniums and the flowers are a little bit spaced out and a bit gappy. But
well, this is the Asterlat variety. So Asterlat actually have higher than average number of flowers on them than other delphinium varieties.
So you get that really dense flower head. Oh, look at that shot there. I mean, goodness me, when you look into that just looks magnificent, doesn't it? It's a flower within a flower within a flower, to be honest. These are just colossal. And the other thing we point out sometimes as well, we say that when the main flower spike is finished, if you cut that off, quite often you have these little baby side ones that this one has exactly got here, and these will be your secondary little flush of delphinium flowers on the side. Admittedly, not as dramatic as the first flower spike, but extending that flower interest. There you see little ones on there, look, that little one there. There's like 2, 3, 4 on there. And if that wasn't enough when they're finished, another thing you can do with delphiniums is when that's done, you just cut the delphinium down to about 2 or 3 inches above the ground. Give it a good liquid feed. Use our blooming fast. Give it a good liquid feed. And within a couple of 2 or 3 weeks, you'll see some more spikes come up. And by late summer, early autumn, you'll have another cluster of flower spikes, giving you a second delphinium show all over again. So you can get these to give you 2 fabulous displays per season and just enjoy this stunningly beautiful, incredible flower.
Elaine's telling us it's mauve. Yes, you're right, Elaine. This is why you're here, to help us out. It is. It's a beautiful mauve colour, isn't it?
But it almost needs... You know, sometimes when you look at paint colours and they give them sort of names like,
fancy names.
Misty Morning or kind of, Sandy Seashore or something like that. You know, this kind of almost needs...
It's the Farrow and Ball of the paint shop world.
This needs its own colour name. I don't know if you can think of any at home, but honestly, this just needs its own colour description name, I think.
It is gorgeous. All right, so you can get one 9cm pot for £9.99, or you can double up and get another one just for £5 more. I would recommend going for a couple of those.
Definitely.
Yeah.
I'm going to call it Purple Heaven.
Purple Heaven.
Purple Heaven. I think that would be a good name for that.
Let's go with that. 560237 is the item number. Put your suggestions in the chat for those names if you'd like to. We love you joining in, so please do. To double up, you'd put 2 in your basket and enter the offer code. That's where you get the savings. Buy one, get one free. You put one in your basket and put the code in. We put the other one in for you. Right, let's move on, shall we? We have, now this was on the favourites table last week or the week before. We haven't stopped bringing it to you because it is still amazing, and it's still an amazing plant for you to put in your garden. Hubby's got these?
Yep, my hubby's got this. I took some more pictures this morning on my way out of the latest stage that these are flowering at. So when we first moved to our bungalow, our next door neighbour had a big patch of these. John, my husband, got addicted to them, so we're growing these at the other end of the front garden now. And this
that's
is the
your
neighbours.
neighbours.
So
look, you can see the flowers coming out now.
Yeah, it's come out a little bit more. That's about the size of a small dining room table, that entire area there. So that's a huge patch of these. They come up year after year after year. They don't need staking. They flower up till about November every year.
That's coming on.
Yeah, it was actually piddling with rain. You can see, look, there's all on the leaves there.
That's beautiful, though.
So I just did a quick clicky picture there. So yeah, that's an update on the picture when we did our show on Thursday, I think it was. And you know what? These are going to just be flowering for months on end. They don't topple over in the wind or the rain like old types of Alstroemerias. And when you get those sort of cinder or like ashes kind of, you know when you're having a barbecue in the summer and it's just starting to get dark, and then you just sort of shake the coals a little bit, and all of a sudden you get that red and those oranges and those intense colours. This is like a barbecue. You know, it's kind of got that colour of those coals or that charcoal sort of glistening and glowing, and you get that for month and month on end. And then what we've found with ours is for a few weeks, then they have a little bit of a lull, and the first lot of stems just go quiet, and then you think it's all over. Oh my goodness me, it's not all over, because they then send up another mass of stems that start flowering. And honestly, strike me down if I'm not telling the truth. In my front garden, my neighbour's garden, I've seen these flowering up till mid-November, and the only thing that stopped them, Bex, was a harsh frost. That's the only thing that finally stopped them flowering. They're bone hardy, they're drought tolerant, they make great ground cover, they suppress the weeds, fabulous cut flowers, gorgeous flowers, incredible coloured foliage. Yeah, what's not to like? Yeah,
I love both of these. So what I am going to recommend to anybody that wants to go for Alstroemeria or the previous ones, the Delphiniums, is get yourself some strulch, because the slugs and the snails do tend to like the fresh growth that come through on both of those plants. So I planted some Alstroemeria last year, and I think the slugs and snails have had them basically because I didn't put any strulch around them. So it's fine. These things happen. It's all okay. I'll just get myself some more. It's not a problem. But it is a lesson learned. Do try and protect those, and strulch is one of the best ways to do that. Can I just quickly go back to the Delphinium, please, Stu? Sorry, let me just say 480255 on your Indian summer. 3 jumbo plugs, by the way, and they are the big ones, so plant those out with confidence. I just want to go back just to mention, because in the chat, Elaine has nailed it. It's not just mauve. It's majestic mauve.
Oh, yeah, that's it, majestic mauve.
Yes, Elaine.
I can see, you know what? If that was in a catalogue or somewhere like in a garden centre, I could just see that label, Delphinium Majestic Mauve.
Yeah, absolutely.
Brilliant.
You can come and work in our potting shed as the marketing department, Elaine. And Olwyn says, the wind and rain have broken my Delphinium, so I've cut them and put them in a vase with iris. They look lovely.
Don't worry, though, because now you've cut them, that will encourage new shoots to come. So, cut them down to about 2 or 3 inches above the ground. Where are we now? By the end of June, you'll have new shoots coming up, and by the sort of mid-July, they'll be flowering all over again.
Amazing. Let us know if you do that, Olwyn, and whether you have any success with that. Right, so let's move on now to the Geum, the orange pumpkin. They are here. They're just invisible. They are here. They're available. Honestly, we just don't have them in the potting sheds. There's nobody here on a Sunday, so sorry, we don't have them to show you. But they are in stock. They are available to buy. Imagine, use your imagination. It's a good thing, isn't it? As gardeners, we have to have an imagination.
We do.
3 9-centimetre pots you are going to get of these, and these are a fantastic variety of Geums. I love the orange Geums you can get, but these are something a bit different, aren't they?
These super double heads on these Becks are just phenomenal. Geums, we plant a lot of Geums. We planted Geums all over the place for people over the years because they're compact plants, they're hardy plants, they're reliable plants. They come back year after year. They're on lovely wiry little stems that support the flowers brilliantly. Even on windy days, wet days, they very seldom snap or break. They pop back up after the wind and rain. They're good for shade, they're good for sun, they're good for pots, planters.
They're great to match up with purple flowers as well, by the way. You saw it in that picture. Purple and orange together is amazing.
They're easy to grow. I can imagine them if you planted some around the base of the Delphinium.
Yeah.
The majestic mauve Delphinium with those around the base.
Or if you've got some Bowles mauve, you could put some Geums around near your Bowles mauve. That would be a nice combo.
Yeah. But look at this. The great thing is the leaves form like a little rosette, which is really, really nice. So nice, neat rosette of leaves. Only about sort of 2 or 3 inches above ground level. So these aren't plants that are going to take over. They're not bullies or thugs. They just sit nicely with so many other things.
It's quite a neat mound of foliage as well, isn't it?
Lovely neat mound of foliage. The leaves themselves are very, very interesting. They're very well sort of notched and edged and sort of cut nicely. And they're great for front of the border, sort of front to mid border, and then they send up all these stems of flowers which go for week after week after week. And through experience over the years, I've found once they're finished flowering, quite often with Geums, as with the Delphinium, if you cut those flower spikes off, more often than not, they'll send up some more and flower again a little later in the season for you. But if you just want something super attractive, really punchy, gorgeous colours, easy to grow, dramatic, interesting, long-lived, go for these. You'll adore them.
561211 is the item number if you'd like to go for those. You will get 3 in your order. You only need to put 1 in, but that one will give you 3 of the 9cm pots. And is that half price as well? It is. It's another more than half price deal because should be £29.97, so you're getting £15 off the price of that one. Olwyn said thank you, by the way, with your little tip about the cutting the Delphinium.
Yeah, keep us posted.
I will.
Yeah, give them a liquid feed as well, Olwyn. Just nice little liquid feed, tomato feed or blooming fast, just to encourage them to come back.
Keep them going, absolutely. Right, let's move on to, this is a phlox, but this is the night phlox. So again, what we can create is a lovely sort of almost carpet of colour here. But the fragrance you're going to get from this in the evening time, this is one of the most fragrant evening flowers, isn't it?
Yeah, you can definitely get your phlox off with this one because, it smells absolutely fabulous, this one.
Yeah, it does. Honey vanilla, it's a sweet scent, this one, isn't it?
Yeah, and it's probably one of the most dramatically night-scented plants you could ever think of. During the daytime, the flower buds remain closed, and somebody once described them as looking like the end of matchsticks. They've got that kind of little pinky matchstick colour. And the buds are attractive in their own right, even when they're closed up during the day. But what you and I have found, Bex, as well with these, is even the foliage we've found to be aromatic.
It was really nice and fragrant, wasn't it? I remember.
Yeah, really sort of strong kind of...
Again, I still can't place it.
I can't place it, but...
It's lovely. It's lovely. I just can't quite place it.
No, I can't place it.
It's quite fresh. It's quite...
If you offered me £100 now in the next 3 minutes to... Name it. Well, I couldn't. It's a fragrance all of its own. So you've got aromatic foliage on these, which is nice in itself. But then at night time, oh my goodness me, these flowers pop over, and these pinwheel shaped flowers, and you get this most sweet, intoxicating, delicious, wonderful fragrance. And I know where Bexy's going with these, because we have got 3 fabulous Torino planters.
Well, I just think this is a great idea. So you're getting jumbo plugs here. Now these are, unlike the other phlox that we've had before, these do need winter protection, don't they? So they can be perennial if you look after them, if you give them that winter protection. So I often think with things that need winter protection, the best thing to do, or the easiest thing to do, is to grow them in pots, because then all you do is you lift that pot, pick it up and put it somewhere frost-free. Now, the other reason I'm going to suggest these is because you get 3 of your night phlox, and these are on a buy one get 2 free deal. Now, I really like the idea of doing the night phlox in these pots because I want to set the scene, I want to paint the picture. We're getting there, aren't we? We're so close to being able to sit outside in the evening and eat your dinner and sit there with a glass of wine or a cup of tea and maybe have a little barbecue going, or maybe you've got one of your, fire pits and things out there. My son is so excited about being able to eat outside in the summertime. And
when you get those evenings where when the sun goes down, it doesn't feel like a huge temperature difference. It still feels almost as
warm summer evening. Those are my favourites.
And it's really quiet and still, and you just hear the little hedgehogs rusting through the foliage as they come into the garden.
Favourite time of year, right? So if you went for your night phlox and you went for your torinos, you've got a pot for each of them. And then you can put this pot onto your outside dining table where you sit and you eat. Or, you know, maybe you've got one of those lovely little low cushioned seating areas. You've got a little table there. If you put your pot of your night phlox there, the scent that you're going to get from that, because it's going to be right where you are, that is going to be one of the best things that you plant this year. I'm going to say that right now.
Yeah, I think so. Well, I don't think so. I know so. Yeah, you're absolutely, Bex. It'd be absolutely brilliant. And these plants are just ideal, aren't they, for this? I mean,
they're the perfect size. It will fill that really, really nicely. You'll get a gorgeous mound of flowers, mound of foliage. Sort
of mid-end of June, that is going to be a mature plant. That's going to be flowering. Fill that with some of our compost.
I might do it. I haven't bought it yet, so this might be going in my basket as well. So, night phlox, pack of Torino pots. Can we create a basket, Stu? Can we show that? Oh, he says, I'm doing it. I'm already on it.
Our minds just joined together on this show, didn't they? We kind of just read each other's minds now. We've been here so long.
I think this would be a great little basket, and I'm really thinking this is what I'm going to be doing today. All right, he's got a few other things going on in here. But look, here we go. So we've got our Torinos in there. We're only putting one in, because it's buy one, get two free. We're definitely going for those Prismas. I need to get some of those because I need to plant my...
Dahlias?
Nope, the pack of 6 that we did a little while ago for $4.99.
Oh, fuchsias.
Fuchsias, I need to plant those. Right, so one of those is $6.99, 2 is $5.99. Remember, it's a buy one, get one free, so actually it's 4 for that many, but yeah. So we've got our lobelia, because everybody needs lobelia, and it's a double up deal, so we've put 2 of those in. And we're going to go for the scented night phlox as well, so we've put 1 of those in. The code has not gone in yet, guys, so look at it. We're paying £61.93. We're only saving £4 right now. Watch what happens when we put our offer code in.
We need a drum roll.
Boom! Price comes down to £42.95. We are now saving £45 and 83, does that say 93? But check out what we're getting. We're not just saving, we've actually got 2 free Torino pots being added in there. We put 1 in the basket, we've got 2 absolutely free. We're getting 2 of the Prisma planters absolutely free. No matter what you put in to buy, you'll get that many for free. And obviously the more you put in, the more you save as well. The price has come down on the lobelia. It was $12.99 each, it's now £8.50 each for a pack of 10. The price has come down on the night phlox. It's $9.99, not $14.99, and you're getting your free lily bulbs included.
Is there actually more free things in that entire order than things we're paying? How many free things are there at the total?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 free, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
But it's not far
6.
off, though, is it?
So we're buying 6 things, we're getting 5 for free.
Yeah, well,
so it's not far off at all.
That's almost a 50-50, isn't it?
You're certainly saving more than you're spending. And can you see that box to the right there that's got a red outline around it? Save a further £5.20. Right, you're going to spend 5. You're going to join the club, and it's going to cost you 5 pence to join. So you're still saving 20 pence on this particular order, but it does mean now every time you place an order for the next 12 months, you're going to save 10% on your pots, your plants, your composts.
Yeah.
This is why you need to tell people not just about YouGarden, but about YGTV, because this is where you're going to get some of the best shopping deals when it comes to gardening. 130272 is the item number for the Torinos. Those are a buy one, get 2 free. Those are going in my basket. And my Zaluzienskia, the night phlox, is also going to go in my basket because I'm going to get 3 of those plug plants, and they're going to go perfectly in these Torino pots, and they're going to give me the most gorgeous honey, vanilla, sweet scent in the evening all summer long. And because they're in the pots, I can then pick them up and I can take them into my greenhouse, conservatory, and look after them over the winter months so that I can get them to come back to life next year as well. 480460.
Do you think a time will ever come when they'll invent a mobile phone that can capture fragrance?
Be nice though, wouldn't it?
So, like, you could actually sort of, take a picture of something and then show somebody.
Well, when we're trying to...
then it could,
I bet you one of our viewers, Elaine or Olwyn or somebody, when we're trying to say what this scent is, they'd be like, I know!
Yeah,
I know!
Yeah, if anyone's got these at home already, give your foliage a little ruffle and have a smell, and let us know. Tell us what you think.
Stu is telling me, like, what he said is, if your 2 children had that ability to send smells, what is the first thing they would do? You know exactly what it is, don't you?
Yeah.
You know exactly what it is. They run into my bedroom just to do it because they think it's hilarious.
Yeah. It would.
That's teenage boys for you. All right, let's move on.
I reckon it'll happen eventually, one day. It will happen.
I reckon it will.
I could see in the future.
Let's see if anybody's in the chat. No more messages in my chat, but I did hear Stu say, so many emails. So send us some more. Send us all your emails, ygtv@yougarden.com. Send us any pictures of what's going on in your garden right now. Furry friends, you get extra points if there's a furry friend in your picture. You know how much I love to see a furry friend. All right, let's move on to our Helianthus. The unbelievable. The what? Are you all right? No. Let's move on to our brown-eyed girl. And can I just point this one out? Hang on a minute. Hang on a minute. Flower, 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 but bud, 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 bud. There's so many buds on this plant, and we keep telling you about this. We keep telling you how amazing this one is. We've got some pictures from the lovely Andrew earlier on in the week. Hopefully Stu's already rooting in his folders to get those out for us, because this is incredible. This flowers its socks off all summer long.
Well, what was weird is when we bring you up the picture, we showed the picture, there were 3 plants, and it was the 25th of October. It was 12 weeks from Christmas Day.
Well done.
And this was just exploding in bloom like it was June or May or July. Look at that, mind-boggling. That's the 25th of October.
25th of October, and 3 of these unbelievable plants is what you are looking at in that picture.
And that is unbelievable, isn't it?
That is unbelievable.
I mean, it's
and
crazy.
That's going to do that for you right the way from now. You can see how big, how beautiful these are. It's just going to explode, isn't it, into colour and keep going right the way through. I mean, obviously, depending on the frosts and where you live and all the rest of it, we do have to caveat that, but right the way through till we hit those really frosty times, which for most of us is right the way through October, isn't it?
Well, Bex, to be honest, I've been self-employed now, I can't remember how many years, since 1988.
I'm on 4 now,
how many
4
years
years
that is.
now.
Self-employed since 1988, working as a gardener. And what I've noticed in recent years is we don't normally get a really harsh frost now in the part of the world that I'm in till about mid-November.
Yeah,
I'm noticing
it's a
now.
long time, isn't it?
Yeah, I can remember when I was first self-employed, we had a bad frost once at the end of August, and it knocked out people's dahlias at the end of August. You'd be shocked to the core now, wouldn't you, if you had a frost that bad in August? These days. So these will literally keep going until there's such a severe frost that stops them flowering. You can see from the shrub we've got in front of us here, it makes a nice sort of domed kind of shape to it. And this is this sunflower that's not going to go 7, 8, 9, 10 foot tall with just one massive flower. In fact, somebody even counted up to 1,000 flowers on this in a season.
By July or so, June or July, they counted and then gave up counting.
They stopped in the end. Yeah,
there's loads.
They got they got themselves a life, basically.
Took a long time, wouldn't it?
they got out and about after that, made some friends. But yeah, I mean, it can have an extraordinary amount of flowers, and good example on this one is you can see those nice long stems make great cut flowers as well.
Yeah,
these
awesome.
As well. Brilliant.
So many flowers, thousands over the summer, really long-lasting, half-price deal as well for you, just £14.99. It is an annual, I will point that out. This isn't something you're going to look after and get it to come back next year. Doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter, because the amount of flowers you'll get for such a long time, it is totally worth it. And because it's half price, let's do Adam maths and get 2. You might as well add 2 into your basket, because you were going to spend £30 anyway. Just get 2 of those and just enjoy how many flowers you're going to get from that.
One quick thing we forgot to say, why it keeps flowering.
Yeah, go.
Because it can't set seed. So it keeps trying to flower, and every flower that fails to set seed, it thinks, I need to make another flower because I've got to make more seed. It can't, so it just keeps flowering.
So we've basically, because I'm a really clever plant breeder, the people that bred this plant have just confused the plant. They've made it really frustrated, because it's just like, I need to do it again, and it just keeps doing it for you. So it's really clever breeding that gives you this amazing result. 560541 is the item number if you would like to go for your Sunbelievable. Thank you so much to Andrew for sending in those pictures, because I think that really does help to provide you with the story of what this will do in your gardens. Go to YouGarden.com in order to place your order. That's our website. Or you can actually go to the phone line if you'd like to actually speak to a human being, which is rare these days. We never get to speak to people, do we?
Nice knowing it sometimes.
0844 502 0050 is the telephone number. Just tell the operator, before you even start telling them what plants you want, tell them that you've got an offer code. YGTV2124 is the offer code for this week. It will change next week. But that's the one you need to be able to get that half price deal, or the buy one get one free, or the buy one get two free. That's the important bit. Right, where are we going to go next, Stu? Email. So many emails is what I'm hearing in my voice. Great, that's what we want. We love it when you send us your emails. ygtv@yougarden.com. Stu's really busy now. Who are we going to hear from first then? Things that we've already spoken about. Do you want to see Olwen's cut flowers?
Oh, that's beautiful.
Wow.
Look at that.
She's got some alliums in there. What's the yellow one?
They're Dutch irises. I think there's some Dutch irises in there. There's some, Dutch irises. And what? Oh, the blue at the back looks like a few. You say this is Alison?
No, Olwen.
Oh, well, that must be Olwen's broken Delphinium flowers,
right?
I guess, that broke down. So she's that put them in a pot with.
I love that colour though. That's our
beautiful.
sky colour. Yellow of the sun, white of the little fluffy clouds, and you've got the blues and the purples of the gorgeous sky there. That's really pretty.
Yeah, brilliant, Olwen.
Love that, Olwen. Very, very nice. Next one. I was correct. Hey, yes, it is Groot heads. I knew it. I could tell. I love Groot. You need to see Guardians of the Galaxy.
Okay.
I don't know if it's your type of film.
I'll take the kids.
Yeah, take the kids. It's awesome. Baby Groot. We love Groot. Groot's our favourite. Oh, and I love that it says love on the front of the pots, and you've got all your chick charms in there. Oh, that's beautiful. And now I can see your acers in the background, which also makes me very happy. Diane, a different Diane. She's not emailed before. Oh, yes, it's coming to life. You are absolutely right.
There's one there for you, Bex, on the right that I know you love to grow. The old Bowles Mauve.
Is that Bowles Mauve? That's looking nice and tall.
Yes, Bowles Mauve, yeah, on the right there.
That's very tall, the Bowles Mauve you've got going on. That is an osteospermum at the front as well, wasn't it? Oh, I love your bird bath. That's really pretty. And look at all those trees. Your neighbours have got some nice palms going on over there. That's a nice view for you.
Some nice azaleas there as well.
Lovely
pink azaleas.
Oh, Philip's got loads of lilies. He's got over 100 lilies coming up. That is a lot of lilies.
Can you imagine the
Alliums
fragrance?
at the front looking good.
The fragrance from those lilies must
That's going to be incredible,
awesome.
isn't it?
Look at those. They're really super healthy, they are.
It's like a sea of lilies.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were all saying we cannot wait to see the pictures of when all of those lilies are in flower. That's going to be incredible. Elaine's been in touch.
Ah.
What's going on in there?
They are Bidens.
Are they?
Yeah, do you remember I said that my other half gave me a pot last year from his front garden with some compost in?
Oh, yes, and it had little Bidens that just popped up.
And like the little seedlings were like those. And at the time, I didn't recognise what they were. But I left them because I thought, they don't look like weeds. And then when they came out, they were Bidens. So yeah, they're Biden seedlings, I think.
Oh, I love that. Oh, that looks like some kind of rhododendron then a peony, right?
There's a rhodie and a peony looking good. Looking a bit damp out there this morning.
Very nice.
Another one for you, Bex.
Begonias?
This is your department.
Begonias, right?
Yeah.
They look all right as well. They're looking really healthy. I should do some pictures of my hanging baskets, actually, because they're really starting to come on. And it's amazing, isn't it, with begonias? It's the foliage colours that you get on begonias. There's a couple of flowers starting to come, but right now it's all about the foliage. It's so interesting.
And the back of the leaves are always so incredibly different to the front of the leaves.
Really pretty. Of course, because they're hanging up. You can see them.
Yeah, they're
I'll do some pictures. Oh, geraniums. Some kind of geranium going on in there.
Different colours.
Oh, we're in Kathy's garden now. Got straws growing. Lovely. Yeah, I need to go and check my strawberries, actually. You're right. I'm going to have a little wander this afternoon when I go out there. That is an allium. That is the Nectarus garden, Molly.
Oh,
you know the one?
Yeah.
It's got like, they sort of dangle down.
Yeah, I know the one you mean. Yeah, Nectarus gordon.
Nectarus gordon, that's the one. I think that's what it is.
Although that could
Maybe
be...
not. It could be something else,
It could
actually.
be the allium molly. It could be the...
It could be the molly, couldn't it?
Difficult to tell. Oh, there's a poppy.
Poppy coming up.
There's some lupins in the little pot behind.
Oh, I love lupin. Oh, yes, Erigeron. My Erigeron looks awesome this year. Planted it last year and I've got like 4 or 5 little pockets of them. And then, I can't remember what it was. It was earlier on this year. Just went and snipped them right back, and woof, they look great now.
And once you've got them, you can't get rid of them because they seed about all over the place, which is a good thing, not a bad thing.
No, it is, but they look great. I love the pink and the white.
Original's flea bane as well. They're supposed to deter flies and fleas and things like that. But yeah.
Julia's. We're going to see Julia's now. Oh, the delphinium is looking lovely. It looks like you've got a couple of delphiniums in there, actually. One coming up at the back.
Little blue, and that lovely
gorgeous colour. And fine. Now we have a question, apparently. The question is from Anne. Anne says, I think this is a Deutzia raspberry.
It is, yeah. It looks like a raspberry. Is it raspberry sundae, the one we're doing?
Could be a raspberry sundae. It's been pushed over by the bolt upright growth from the back. Is she doing something wrong?
No.
It's getting pushed forward. No, but that's how it's supposed to grow, isn't it?
Yeah, we see what's happening with that is that's a young plant. That was a young plant. That's probably been a couple of years, and the new growth on the young plant is quite wiry. So what you need to do is when that flowering growth is finished, just cut that away.
Trim that back.
Cut that back. And those lovely big thick new stems that are coming up, they'll be her flower stems for next year. So what it's doing now is that growth at the back, that's its more mature growth as the plants become established. So year on year now, that's the kind of growth you'll be used to. Then the reason these little stems at the front are falling forward is because that's just the very first stems when the plant's been very young.
Yes.
So they're, and obviously the weight of the flowers as well. And if the flowers are wet, that will drop down. But subsequent growth will be a lot thicker, a lot stronger, and remain more upright.
Very good. Well, I hope that helps you, and thank you so much for sending in your pictures. We do love seeing it. You know how nosy I am. I like to see what's going on in your gardens, but I do also love to see, particularly when you bought stuff from us, it's really nice to see the progress, to see how it's doing in your garden. So I genuinely do really appreciate it when you send those pictures in. Remember that it's all about the offer code when you're placing an order, YGTV2124. That's how you get all the savings, the deals, the free gifts, because remember, every single order you place, and we've kept this going for ages, hopefully we'll always get to keep it going, you get a free gift included in your order. And this week it is a pack of our lilies. These are the tree lilies. These are the skyscraper lilies. These will eventually reach about 6 feet in height, and you get 20, 30 flowers at the top of each of them. The stems are nice and thick as well, almost like the thickness of a broom handle. Shouldn't need staking, but the best thing to do is to put them in a nice sheltered spot. You don't want them somewhere too windy, otherwise you'll lose all the flowers and they'll blow over. Right, we're going to give you a little review of some of the items that we've seen so far. So if you are wanting to build a basket and place an order, maybe get a pen and a paper so that you can write the item numbers down. Of course, you can always go to the website. There's a show page there that tells you all of the things that we've got on the show today. And then you can go and shop the entire website as well. So if you go to YouGarden.com, there's a little icon there that says live now. There we are, look. Now you can play the show, that's us, that was me just a minute ago. And then you can scroll down and you can see all of the items that we've selected for our YGTV show this week. You can still go and shop the entire website, by the way. You don't just have to buy from the show. If there is anything in that show page that you like the look of, we haven't brought it out yet, but you want us to talk about it, send us a message. You can go on to YouTube. Stu's let me loose with technology. I think he's mental, but he's let me have it. I'm chatting with, I'm looking at the messages on YouTube. You can chat on Facebook, but you can also send us emails as well, and Stu will let us know. We'll bring those things up for you. Alwyn's saying she's just checked her orders and she's watching for 5 orders. She's saying thank you, guys. Oh, not watching, waiting for 5 orders. That's a bit of an exciting time, isn't it? 5 orders ready to come.
I love waiting for plant orders to arrive.
Oh, Amanda, sorry.
That's nice, isn't it?
Amanda said the rain has made it to South London.
Yeah. Betsy's really glad it's ruined your Sunday. She's over the moon.
Sorry, that was a bit mean, wasn't it? I didn't mean it. We're getting rained on, so... All right, let's take it back a bit. Let's go on to that review then. Pens and papers, and I'll tell you some item numbers. Starting off with that gorgeous Delphinium, the Astalat double up deal, or majestic mauve is what we're going to call this. You can get £9, or you can get one for £9.99, or you can add another one into your basket, put the code in, and you'll get another one delivered just for £5 more. Beautiful Delphiniums, really nice and tall as well. Once they establish, they can get up to I mean, they can get to a metre, metre and a half, even 2 metres if you've got it in a really good position as well. So lovely cottage garden feel, absolutely stunning flowers, and will come back for you year after year, as long as you make sure the slugs and the snails don't get to that new growth, because they do seem to love them. 560237 is the item number. Go for your strolch if you want to keep the slugs and the snails away. Next up, we've got the orange geums. Now, you can get orange geums. I've got some. They're beautiful. These are a bit different though, because these have got ruffled pom-pom flowers on the top of them, and they're super. Look how many petals you've got included in there. Pollinators love geums, by the way. I'm a big fan of the purple and orange. I'm really starting to, I'll probably end up filling my entire garden with purple and orange, because I just think that combination is great. If you've got some Bowls mauve, put some of these in with them, they'll be amazing. Half price deal, you're going to get 3 9-centimetre pots, so they're going to be really nicely established. Dense sort of neat mound of foliage, and then these lovely taller sort of flowers coming up out of the top, and flower for quite a while for you as well. And Adam was saying if you cut them back once they start to fade, they often will surprise you and give you more flowers as well. 561211 is your item number if you'd like to go for the Geum, the orange pumpkins. Indian summer, the Alstroemeria. Oh my word, I just paused because I could hear the rain. That's just really, you probably can't hear it here, but it's just really picked up, and it's like on the top of the potting shed.
Like that in South London.
Yeah, it's also here. That's karma, Amanda, you see, because I laughed at you. The heavens have now opened on us here in Gedney. Right, hardy Alstroemeria, the Indian summer. 3 jumbo plugs, so again, just bigger plugs, grown on a bit, really nice and strong, ready for you to plant out. Combination of beautiful, fiery oranges, yellows, pinks, tiger stripe flowers there against that dark foliage. Super hardy, super easy to grow. And another one that Adam has got in his garden. I've grown Alstroemeria as well in my garden. And these, I say that because Adam's like he's a proper gardener. He's been doing it for years.
You're a proper gardener.
I am a proper gardener as well. But you know what I mean? Like if you choose to grow it in your garden, I think that really does say something, you know? Anyway, that's maybe just me. 480255 is the item number, and an £8 saving on there if you use our code YGTV2124. Zaluzianskia, bless me. No, this is the night phlox, the scented night phlox for your garden. I'm going to add this into my basket along with the Torino pots, 3 jumbo plugs, 3 Torino pots. The scent that is going to create in your garden, it's one of the most scented night flowers that you can get. They close up during the daytime, super interesting, nice tight kind of matchstick colour buds that you get, and then they open up into those pinwheels and release their scent, inviting in those night pollinators, which is why they are so scented at night time. They do need a bit of winter protection, but you can get these to come back next year if you protect them from frost over the winter. So this is another reason why I'm going to be going for those pots, because it's just super easy then, you don't have to worry. Next we've got the Sunbelievable, the Helianthus. Why do I keep saying that? Helianthus. I do keep adding syllables, don't I? Brown-eyed girl, sterile plant, cannot set seed. That's the secret to success. It's a frustrated plant. It keeps throwing up flowers because it keeps thinking it's going to produce some seed, but the breeders have stopped it from being able to do it, and that's why you're going to get hundreds, probably thousands of flowers over the summer season. It looks amazing right now. The one we've got here in the potting shed has got 3 flowers and about 10 buds on there. You're getting it at exactly the right time, and it will keep going all the way through the summer, right the way through to those first hard frosts. Enough flowers on there for the plant to look amazing, but you can create some gorgeous cut flower displays in your home as well. Half price deal, get 2. 560541 is the item number. And the other one that I'm definitely going to be getting as a gift for my lovely friend who got married on Friday. She is going to be getting this because I want her to have something that, do you know what? Yeah, it's a bit self-centered here. I want something that she thinks of me when she looks at it. Why not? But also it'll be to commemorate her wedding and the lifetime that they are going to have together, because Acers they can last for decades, honestly. Super easy to look after. Just don't put them in a baked sunspot, and don't put them in a full windy position. So dappled shade and a slightly sheltered spot. Totally hardy, gorgeous colours that you get on the foliage. Not only when the fresh growth comes through on this one, but also you'll get a fiery display in the autumn before it drops its leaves as well. £21.99, £8 saving on that one, as long as you enter the offer code. YGTV2124 is the offer code for you to get that saving. 510558 is the item number. Oh, now we've got our standard Oleander. Love standards. Anyway, I think standards are just, they're elegant. They're, you know, they give beautiful elegance to your garden, but they can add that height as well that you might be lacking. These are great if you keep them in pots because it does mean that you can move them around your garden. You could plant this out though if you wanted to into a border. They're hardy down to about -5, so they might need just that bit of extra winter protection. Horticultural fleece, strolch, that will all do the job for you. But do put them in as sunny a spot as you possibly can. These do want all the sun that you can possibly give them. They are Mediterranean plants. They want to be sun-baked. They don't even need to be in, you know, the best of soils. They can absolutely grow in most places. 680172 is the item number, and I do appreciate it's one of the pricier items on the show, but we have taken £10 off that. We've taken a quarter off the price, and this is something that you'll have in your garden for many, many years to come. They will last a long time. 680172 to go for the classy, standard, but also that beautiful yellow colour as well. Now we're coming back, little bit of housekeeping as we call this. I do need to just remind you of a few of the things that you need to know. One is, Stu's let me have the technology. I'm on the chat, or I'm reading the messages on YouTube, so if you do want to message on YouTube, it'll be me having a little look at those. You can message us on ygtv@yougarden.com, that's our email address. So if you've got any questions, comments, want to see a particular item, send the details in there and Stu will let us know and we'll bring those items up for you. We also love seeing your pictures of your gardens and of your furry friends, so send those through to us. We have an offer with every single order that you place with us at YouGarden, and that is to get a free pack of lily bulbs. And these are the skyscrapers. These are not, I mean, all lilies, I love all lilies anyway. All lilies are beautiful, but these aren't just a single stem with one flower on, are they?
No, these are dramatic. These are lilies that over the course of 3 or 4 years get taller and taller, up to about 6 foot, perhaps even slightly taller. Have stems as thick as broom handles once they're fully kind of established, and you can have 20, 30 huge, great big flowers on these. These are dramatic. These are incredible. These are unusual. These are a statement plant.
Yeah, and they smell absolutely delightful. And this is the Robina variety, so this gorgeous kind of lovely pink, just quite deep colour in there, and they're so velvety, the petals that you get on here. Pollinators absolutely adore them. Lily beetles love them too. Get rid of those. But they're going to come back for you year after year, and let's face it, it's a free gift. It's worth £7.99. You're going to get 5 of those bulbs included. You can get multiples of your free gift if you place multiple orders. It's not 1 per customer, it's 1 per order. You can also get free postage on your order as well if you get your order to over £40 and you put the offer code in YGTV2124. We'll knock out any postage costs included. So if your order is hovering at around, I don't know, £37, £38, what we're suggesting is you add in the, I've forgotten the name of them, Grandvia. The Grandvia collection, because you get 3 plugs for £5.99. That's better than paying £6.99 postage. So you spend less and you'll get some plants included as well. So there's a few things you can do. Might be the Torino pots that you put in, that'll tip you over the edge. There's a few really low priced items that'll tip you over, so you don't have to pay that £6.99 postage. If you can't afford to get to £40, I completely understand. We're all on a budget, and you'll only pay the 1 postage cost if your order is under £40, and that's £6.99 for that. So couple of options depending on, you know, what your budget is this week, this month. The other final thing I'd really like to encourage you to do is to join our club. We've got an amazing little community going on here, as you can see, with all the messages and things, but this club is one of the best things that you can do. It will cost you £5 to join, but bear with me here, because that will automatically renew at £5 every year that you hold that subscription for. So if we put the price of the club up to £15, £20, £25, we're not hoodwinking you. You will only ever pay £5. As long as you maintain that initial subscription, you'll only pay £5. This isn't a case of hooking you in. Oh, it's really cheap, buy it now, and then we're going to put the price up to £50 next year. You will only pay £5 every time that subscription renews. But what it gives you is 10% discount off every plant and accessory order. So everything that we have in the potting shed today, the heavy duty pots, the Prisma pots, the plants, the compost, you'll get 10% off that every time you place an order whilst your subscription lasts. You'll also get £20 worth of YouGarden vouchers to spend throughout the year as well. £5 every 3 months is what it breaks down to. And you get all of that information out. We send you a welcome pack in the post, and all of that comes to you in your little welcome pack as well. And
Stu was just telling us, wasn't he, before that if your card's going to expire, just update your card details.
Then that'll keep the subscription going.
Keep the subscription going at the £5. Yeah.
That's the way to do it. All right, so we're going to bring you to one of... Is this the most popular one, Stu?
Thought you'd gone then.
You know, he had to think, he had to look. I confused him, sorry. Oh, he gives me grief sometimes, doesn't he? He gives me right grief. Is the compost brown? Yes, it is. Did you get enough sleep last night, Stu? No. No, he says. 130331 if you want to go for the Prisma planters. You might have to get in the middle in a minute. No, he'll just start pointing the camera up there soon, or I'll switch my mic off or something.
He said he might leave. I'll take over.
You wouldn't know what to do.
Can you imagine? Chaos,
it's quite complicated. Right, Prisma planter. This is the most popular item on the show, and you can see why when I run you through the details. I'm going to throw loads of numbers at you, but I'll try and make it really, really simple. And then Adam can tell you about the beautiful bits. Buy one, get one free. $6.99 for the pair. £3.50 each. Nice, right? No. Buy some more. Buy two, get two free. We'll bring the price down to $5.99. That works out £3 a pot each. Buy five, get five free. We'll bring the price down to $4.99. That means that it's working out at £2.50 per pot. But if you buy 10 of these, you'll get 10 free, and we'll bring the price down to $3.99, which will work out at £2 per pot. That's clear as mud, isn't it? Clear as mud. No, that makes sense, right?
And 10's the limit, isn't it?
Well, above 10 or more. You can't buy. We're not going to bring any.
But I mean, above 10, the price isn't going to go any lower.
No, it's not going to come down anymore. No. You can put 100 in your basket. You'll get 100 free, and
there'll still be a minimum of £2.
Exactly that. But £2 each for a UV stabilised, frost-resistant, beautiful, reinforced.
These are my favourite. As I say, again, can somebody give these a nicer name? I don't want to call these Prisma because it just doesn't sound right, does it? I mean,
Pretty planter.
These are just so stunning. I mean, these are good. Out of all the pots we've done so far this season, these are my favourite. I just like I love the colour. The colour is really. It's weird, isn't it? We never think about having green pots. We think about what's going in them being green.
Yeah.
And sometimes you think, you know what, green pot, green plant's not going to work, is it? You're just not going to get that contrast. But you pop that Acer in there. It looks gorgeous, doesn't it? Look at that. That looks absolutely beautiful in there.
But then likewise put something slightly contrasting in there, and that looks absolutely amazing as well.
Yeah, it's really good. And Bex, all the features on these pots as well. I mean, you've got this sort of lovely sort of raised, textured surface to it as well. You've got that nice lattice diamond effect there with these kind of little petals or leaves in between. I just like the fact that the rim at the top is reinforced. These are UV resistant, they're frost resistant. They're really bright, cheery, mood-lifting pots. I would absolutely be more than happy to have these in my garden. I've up until a couple of years ago, I hated plastic pots because you could see the joints, you could see all the bits of blow mould coming off. But these just look amazing. They
really do, and the price is obviously just incredible as well. The more you buy, the more you save. Buy one, get one free. They used to be $7.99. We brought the price down to $6.99, so it's just saving on saving here. Do think about adding a few more of those into your basket. 130331 is the item number if you'd like to go for the Prismas. Now we're coming back over to our favourites table. We're going to start off with... We're going to start off with the Osteospermum, the purple sun. These are also known as African daisies. They are native to Africa, aren't they? And they want a sunny spot.
Yeah, sunny spot. And they don't particularly have to have fantastic soil either. I mean, these are just really, really easy plants to grow, these African daisies. And the quality of these plants is absolutely phenomenal. I mean, they've got a brilliant root system. I'll quickly show you that because Bex pulled this one out earlier. And the root system is like, look at that. That's just mad, isn't it? I mean, that's
amazing.
That is such a fabulously established plant. I mean, we show you everything on this show. We show you right from the tip of the roots to the top of the plants. We've got nothing to hide. We're growing these plants on. They've been given weeks of love and care and attention. They've been grown in our professional compost. They've been fed. They've been kind of pinched back. And the result is spectacular, multi-branch plants, smothered in buds, smothered in flowers, covered in verdant, luscious, shiny green foliage, and these are going to look gorgeous.
Oh, look, this is a customer picture.
Look at
this is not one of our marketing pictures. This is not a professional photographer. This is Anne who sent us this picture. This was last year in her garden. That is the kind of beauty that you can get from the Osteospermum Purple Sun. This is why I'm growing them again this year, because they look so, so beautiful.
Well, Stu just said, didn't he? We ought to change our photo to that. And I think that we should do that because, to be honest, I think to have customers' pictures kind of on the screen, to me, speaks more than the ones we've done because, we're running a professional organisation. We can get professional photographers in, to take professional pictures. But when you, with your own passion, in your own garden, take pictures like that and they're just as good as ours, it just proves that the plants we're sending out to you are high quality. It proves that you're loving what we're providing and you're just getting those incredible results. So I think, really going ahead, we should show your pictures rather than ours.
Yeah, keep sending them. You've got a folder each, by the way. The more you send it, Stu says he's such an organised man. Honestly, I wish I had that kind of organisation in my life. Every time you send something in, he's got a separate little folder, so he can always find your pictures and stuff. It's very good. It's got dates. They're all dated, so he knows when you've sent it. Like it. If he knows the plant variety, he names it as well. That's called an Osteospermum Purple Sun. And then it's the date that she sent it in. That's how organised that man is, honestly. 400953 is the item number if you want to go for the Osteospermum Purple Sun. It's on the favourites table for a reason, and that's because you absolutely love it. 6 9-centimetre pots. 6 9-centimetre pots delivered to your door, £16.98 with a £13 saving. As long as you enter the code YGTV2124, you need to put that in order to get the saving. I'm going back to the chat very quickly because I was talking to you about joining the club, wasn't I? And Olwyn said, I've saved hundreds of pounds by being in the club. Elaine says, same here, Olwyn. Elaine is also saying, Stuart, would my Acer look all right in a black pot with white stones around it?
Yeah.
Yes.
That look blooming brilliant.
Yes.
Look gorgeous.
That would be...
Do it.
It's a bright green Ace, and you really look kind of lime green, lovely red colours on it. White stones at the bottom. That's going to suppress any weeds. It's going to keep any moisture in, and then all of that contrasted with a black pot. Beaut. Well done.
Yeah, let's see it. Love to see it when you've done it, please.
Very nice. All right, let's move on. So, Kapow was the most popular. It's not now. It's been overtaken by something. We have to guess what it is.
Rock roses?
Have it?
Oh. The Delphinium. Oh. The Lobelia. Oh.
All right, the only one left is the Grandvia on this table. Is it the Grandvia? I would not have done that. They're using it as that basket filler, aren't they? Absolutely, to get them over the £40. Nice, I like your thinking. All right, but let's go for the second most popular. There's still 2 hours left. We don't know where it's going to get to by the end of the show.
You ready?
This one has been...
3, 2, 1.
Kapow! This is your Chilean guava, and this is amazing if you want something that's going to give you interest all year round, something that's ornamental but also edible. Have you tried them? What do they taste like?
To be honest, I've not tried them.
Right.
I haven't tried them. I wouldn't say I have if I haven't, but I believe they're very sweet, they're very juicy, and again, you're going to get those minerals, you're going to get those vitamins. And they're an unusual, different kind of looking fruit.
Yeah.
In fact, they look a little bit like blueberries, don't they? With that kind of little shape at the base there. But they're one of those plants that's just multifaceted, isn't it? I mean, you've got evergreen to start with. We all love evergreen shrubs, don't we? So even in the middle of winter, when other things have died down, you've got something to look at. You've got some interest still. Then you've got these incredible flowers, the flowers that look like old-fashioned sort of street lamps to start with, and they open and they look like little pink lily-of-the-valley flowers hanging down, and then they become pollinated. The bees, come along and do their thing. The fruits develop, so you get these lovely, delicious, sweet, tasty fruits later in the year. And then, if that wasn't enough, even the stems have got that lovely sort of reddy colour as well. These have our lifetime guarantee. These are hardy, so you've got that reassurance.
Do you know what? Thank you, Adam. We haven't talked about the lifetime guarantee, have we? For the new viewers, we haven't talked about it at all. Sorry, we should have done by now. But for anybody that is new, that's just watching, a winter hardy plant has a lifetime guarantee. When you click into the product page, there's some symbols up at the top there. That's the one you're looking for. It's a snowflake symbol and it says winter hardy. Our lifetime guarantee is awesome.
It's brilliant because what it means is it takes the fear out of you purchasing something, because, you know, we all know these days we're living in financial times where every penny we spend, you know, we're kind of looking to get value for. And if you're a new gardener or a novice gardener and you see something, you know, like what we're bringing you here with this sort of guava, you might think, oof, you know, I'd rather try something I know I'm a little bit confident about. Well, it doesn't matter, because if you do try these and you plant them, you do what we say that we want you to do, and then next year or the year after that they die, we'll replace them for you. It's as simple as that. So it takes away that worry. So, you know, you can be a bit more experimental now. You can try things that perhaps you wouldn't have normally tried, because you know that, you know, in the long run, if they die, we'll replace them. And I think that's brilliant, because it takes the fear away, doesn't it?
And I don't know another company that does it. I've seen garden centres and other companies saying, well, you've got a 5-year guarantee, which is great. That's wonderful. Ours is a lifetime guarantee. So all you have to do is let the customer services department know. And if you've had a problem, they'll replace it free of charge. All you have to do is cover any postage costs to get that back out to you. So that's amazing.
Sorry, no, go on, Bex.
I was just going to give the item number, 511562, if you'd like to add the second most popular item into your basket. It's a £15 saving, so it is a half price deal. So that one is an awesome one. If you want to try something a bit new. It's new to us, by the way. It's brand new on our website. This week it says there's a little badge that says new this season. Go on, you were going to say something.
No, I was going to say, I was away in Cumbria a couple of 2 or 3 weeks ago, and I went to a garden centre there, and they had these giant acers in huge pots. Whoa. And one of those acers was £4,800.
Yeah.
And I just thought, you know, imagine if you bought that Acer and the second year later it died. I mean, you'd be absolutely beside yourself, wouldn't you? Gutted. So, you know, if you knew that you could buy it and it had a lifetime guarantee, you'd think, OK, I will.
I'll give it a go.
But give it a go. But, you know, if it was something you'd always wanted, but it was that price, you'd worry, wouldn't you? Think, there's no way I want to part with £4,500, and then 2 years down the line it dies, and they say, sorry.
Sorry, your fault.
Tough.
Yeah.
Don't have that with us.
All right, so that is the Chilean guava, the kapow, if you'd like to go for that one. But the next one we've got promoted to our favourites table this week because it's been really, really popular, is the Rock Rose collection. Now, this is a double-up deal. So, first of all, you can go for 6 plug plants that come to you in our miniature greenhouses, 3 colours, 2 of each. But you can double up. If you put 2 into your basket, you'll actually get 2 packs, so 12 plug plants, 3 colours, 4 of each. And we recommend that with these because these are very, very versatile. These can go in a variety of different places.
These are tough plants for tough situations. So when I say that, I mean, let's take some examples. If you've got a seaside garden, if you've got a super, super hot, sunny, dry garden, if you've got a windy garden, if you've got gravelly soil, stony soil, sandy soil, really kind of poor soils, these plants thrive in those kind of situations. All they ask of you is put me somewhere really bright and sunny and well drained. And if they've got sun and they've got well drained soil, they won't care what kind of soil it is, as long as you've got those other 2 things in place. These are long-lived plants. They come back year after year after year. They only get to about 5 or 6 inches tall in total with their flowers on. And right now, they're flowering their socks off. They've been flowering their socks off for 2 or 3 weeks. They're going to keep doing that for another 3 or 4 weeks. And when they get absolutely fully flowering, you can barely see the evergreen foliage underneath. So even in the winter, they look good with that evergreen foliage. And you practically need to do nothing with these at all other than when they're finished flowering, go over a little pair of scissors or shears, clip off the dead flower stems to just below the foliage below. They'll sit quietly then till the following year. They may, and sometimes I've seen this at work, send up the odd flower stems here and there during the rest of the season. Year 1, they'll probably get to sort of about the width of a teacup, sort of spread-wise. Year 2, sort of side plate. Year 3, dinner plate size. And year 4, even as wide as the top of these pots.
Nice.
So they really do fill a big space. I think, Stu, you've got some pictures there of some from my customer's garden that have been in for about 3 or 4 years up the road from me. And
they must be in a good position because those are they're dustbin lid size, aren't they?
Yeah, they are about dustbin lid size. And here they are there, and they're in really poor gravelly soil. Where I live in Swaffham, we've got very sandy soil that drains very well, which is great, but all the nutrients get washed out and it dries out really quick. But these couple of Helianthus here absolutely love it, and you can see the yellow one at the back. You can barely see the foliage. They're just one of those plants that for such minimum input, for many, many years will just give you so much joy and colour and pleasure.
They are amazing, and of course there is that double up deal included there. So 6 plug plants if you want for £9.99, or put 2 sets into your basket and you will get 12 of them for just another £5, £14.98. Hello, Eleanor. Eleanor says, afternoon all, a bit late. I've finally been out cutting my grass. That's what I want to do, Eleanor, but it keeps raining. I can't get out there to cut it, and the more it rains, the more it grows.
My grass this morning is the tallest it's been for weeks, and I gave it a high nitrogen feed as well a couple of weeks back. I know, and I wanted to cut it yesterday, I went to cut it today, and I'm going to have to cut it twice. It's too tall to cut straight down in one go, but I think tomorrow is going to be the best day of the bank holiday weekend.
I have to get out tomorrow and do it, don't I? All right, so hello, Eleanor. Thank you so much for joining us. What was Neil saying? Must also give praise to the customer service on the phone. They were fantastic after a slight mishap with my last order. He says they were great. Something about changing the delivery address because of a mess up by the courier. Things happen. I'm so glad that our customer services department have actually sorted that out for you, though, Neil. Thank you very much. Tony, apparently you were asking for some advice in your email. I'll get Stu to have a little look so that we can see what that was. We'll come back to you in a moment. Say that again. His question is with the 9cm pots and jumbo plugs. He wants to put a lot in pots which are 30 centimetres more, just like the Prismas. Do I put more than one in each pot?
Were they hardy fuchsias, those ones?
I think they were hardy.
They were hardy, weren't they? They were the hardy ones. I put one per pot. No, just I'll put one in each pot for the hardy ones.
They grow quite quickly, don't they?
Yeah.
So it's not like you're going to be waiting for ages for them to fill out. If they're the hardy ones, yes, one in each pot. If they're the not hardy ones, you'd put...
Yeah, I'd put three or 5 even. Yeah, but if they're the hardy ones in the 9cm pots, the $4.99 jobbies we had a few weeks ago, I'll put one in there. But yeah, the jumbo plugs, if they're the non-hardy ones, you could put 3 or 5 in. Because they're gonna go over at the end of the season anyway, aren't they? But obviously with the
hardy you want a nice full display straight away with those, and hardy ones will grow quite quickly.
Hardy ones, you need to leave the space. And also another little tip with fuchsias as well. Fuchsias, sometimes they suggest you plant slightly deeper than they come in the pot, as opposed to sort of the same level, especially the hardy ones, because sometimes if you don't plant them slightly deeper, the roots can sort of come to the surface, they can get a bit wobbly.
Yes.
So always plant your hardy fuchsias, it's about half an inch, a little bit deeper than the level they come in the pot in.
All right, thank you so much, Tony. Hope we've been able to help you. Tony was the one that sent in all the pictures, just recently got into gardening lately. That
fabulous.
one there,
look at that. I mean, that is a gorgeous little setup there. And
very
look at
nice.
that rock
There's
rose
his rock roses, look.
Isn't that lovely?
Thank you, sir. And there's
there.
Yeah,
that's
it's those ones. Those are the ones.
Because there was the hawk's head was in that one, which is my favourite. The one with the little sort of thin pinky white flower. Hawk's head, that was in that collection. So I remember now that was the hardy collection.
Yeah, mine are. I'm waiting for those to come as well.
Was it voodoo?
There was a voodoo in there. I'm sure there was a Bella Rosella as well. I need some pots. So I'm thinking about getting the Prismas for those to go in as well, because I haven't got any. I mean, my mother-in-law's come to stay recently this week, by the way, and she had a little wander outside, and she's like, "Oh, you've got a lot of plants, haven't you?" And I was like, "Yes," because literally the patio is covered in pots. So much so that you can't actually sit down at the table because there's just pots everywhere. I've even started putting some pots into the borders because I'm like, I need some space. My husband gets mad because he can't get to the washing line because I've got pots there. And she's like, what are you going to do with all of those? I was like, I don't know. I'm going to look at them.
Just going to enjoy them.
I've got so many pots of things. Anyway, moving on, that's enough about me. Let's move on to our Grandvia, the large flowering collection here. This is the one that is now the most popular item that we brought you in our YG TV show this week. Today it is the most popular. And maybe the reason is, as we were saying, this is a great basket tipper, to get you a basket booster, as Stu calls it. If your basket is sitting at around 37, even £36, and you're paying £6.99 postage, these 3 plants here are only £5.99, so £2 each. What putting this into your basket will do is tip your order over £40. So you're not paying £6.99 postage, you're paying £5.99 for another plant, so you're saving £1, and you're getting 3 gorgeous plants that are going to give you flowers throughout the summer, and some of the most beautiful flowers as well, right?
Yeah, and I'd rather pay for plant specs than stamps, wouldn't you, at the end of the day, to be honest? Yeah, I've grown these. I started growing them for the first time last year. I grew mine from seed, and I was blown away by them. I had them in quite a sort of sunny shelter position to the side of my garden. They grew to about sort of 2 to 3 foot tall, almost to a metre tall, and they were smothered in these really unusual flowers, because you know when you normally touch flower petals you expect them to be soft, don't you? But these are really quite crispy and almost feel like plasticky kind of flowers. But you can dry these. They make fabulous dry flowers, and if you want to have them as dry flowers, cut them just as the flower starts to open. Don't leave it till they're fully open, because then quite often the petals drop off as they dry. But yeah, so just as they're starting to open, dry them, hang them upside down somewhere out of the light, so somewhere dark and warm and dry for a couple of 2 or 3 weeks, and then you can use them in indoor flower displays. And you can, so in other words, you've enjoyed them in the garden, and then you can keep enjoying them all the way through the autumn, the winter to the following year in vases indoors. Really, really lovely plants. I found the bees, the pollinating insects, really enjoyed them. Really sort of, you know, got carried away visiting them. And it's not surprising when you see the middle there with all that lovely pollen and nectar and stuff.
Yeah.
Really great plants. Great colours there for you as well. The plug plants we're supplying are absolutely fabulous.
Right, I want to just say, because they're plug plants, okay? I just want to point out how sturdy that stem is.
Joe, that's big enough.
That is so strong. Yeah, and I can feel it.
I wouldn't even pop them on. I'll put them straight out into the garden
now. It's almost like a trunk. It's so strong.
Yeah. But, you know, having said that, you've got options with these as well, because the one I've got in my hand now, earlier on, it did have a flower bud in the middle of it.
It's here.
But
we pinched it off.
Yeah, we pinched, you can see the little flower bud there, the little purple. And we pinched that flower bud off. Let's bring them together. Yeah, we pinched that flower bud off because what we want to do, we didn't want to have one straight up stem with just one flower or 2 or 3 flowers on top. We wanted to encourage all these little side shoots to come out. And once you've chopped that top bud off, it gives the little side shoots here a chance to grow. So now, rather than just a straight up one stem plant, we're now going to end up with sort of 5 or 6 different stems on that plant with 3 or 4 or 5 or half a dozen flowers on each. That will look amazing. It means you're going to wait a little longer for your flowers, but it means they'll flower more and they'll flower later.
Okay, fabulous. So Grandvia large flowering collection, 3 of those. Buy them because they're beautiful, but also if you're paying £6.99 postage and this tips you over your £40, put them in. Pay less, but get plants to grow in your garden. Some beautiful flowers included in there. 401524 is the item number. We're going to move on to the lobelia. Tony's got one more question, and I'm going to try and answer as many of them as possible. I have ordered some geranium plugs and begonias. Can I plant them in as plugs in my hanging baskets?
Yes.
Absolutely.
You can now, definitely.
Totally.
Yeah.
Frosts are gone, you're fine. Plant them in. If you've got some easy fill hanging baskets, that makes life even easier. Have you seen the easy fill hanging baskets? If not, go onto TikTok, go onto our website, find the easy fill baskets because they are brilliant. That's what I use. Right, let's move on to the lobelia. These are the trailaways. You can get a pack of 10 garden ready lobelias, or you can double up and get a pack of 20, so 2 lots of those. And lobelias every gardener needs. Every summer garden needs some lobelia, whether it's what Adam does, which is to line the front of his borders where the grass is so that you can't see any soil, because he gets a bit finicky about making sure you can't see any soil, or you're using them as fillers in your hanging baskets, in your pots, because they're great. The smaller flowers, loads of them, but smaller flowers you get with lobelia contrast perfectly with petunias. Or, as I do, and as Adam's done in the past, pot these up just all by themselves. Yeah. The display you get from a lobelia just on its own is incredible.
Give lobelia a chance, you know.
Give lobelia a chance.
Give it a chance, grow it on its own, because we always make it compete with everything else, don't we? And almost kind of make it second fiddle. But honestly, plant a pot of this up on its own and just
like
watch.
That.
Look at that. And
it's so pretty, I promise you.
You'll just enjoy it just growing on its own. In fact, growing on its own with all that extra light and air and stuff around it, it'll grow even better than when you put it in between other things. But of course, it does make a great filler. And I like it at the edge of my border where it meets the lawn because it's nice and low and compact. So when I mow up to the edge of the lawn, it doesn't interfere with the lawnmower or anything like that. But it literally is one of those plants. We're at that point now, aren't we, in the garden where all our perennials and stuff and everything's pretty much come up. But there's still those odd gaps somewhere, isn't there? And these are just those great plants, even this far in the season, to just say, I know what, I'm going to plop that little lobelia in there just to finally fill that last little gap and get that 100% coverage.
Yeah, and it grows so quickly and flowers for ages, you know, and it will keep going right the way through. I eventually had to, because I wanted to use those planters that I used for my lobelia, I needed to get my tulip bulbs in, and it was such a shame because I was like, they still look great, but I had to take them out so I could put my tulip bulbs in. This is why I need 6 million more pots in my life. But they will just keep going and you don't need to do anything. There's no deadheading required, just a bit of feed and a bit of water, and displays all summer long. 401524. Remember to double up. It's £5.99 for a pack of 10 garden readies. For £4 more, you can get another pack of 10 included, and of course you can double up your double up as well. So I would recommend getting multiple packs of those because, as Adam says, you'll find a gap, stick a lobelia in. There's my catchphrase. We're trying to come up with new catchphrases for me. Which ones did we come up with? Rooty Beauty, Nostril Feast, because
oh, there was another one.
I was talking about some fragrant flowers, and I called it a nostril feast. So we're going with nostril feast.
Bexy's
Raring to grow.
Was it Bexy's Beauties? Or
Bex knows best.
Oh, Bex knows best.
Bex's Best Buy. I want some new catchphrases. So yeah, it's all about me, obviously.
Is it Bex Bissell? Is that another one?
That used to be the name of the Bissell. I used to demonstrate the Bissell as well.
That's Bex Bissell, yeah, it works, isn't it? Yeah.
401524 is the item number if you want to go for, oh, we're back onto the Grandvia. If you want to go for your Grandvia, that's the one to tip your basket over the £40 mark. Just going to give you a little reminder of some items, and we're going to do emails first. That was it. Well done, Stu. Knew you were on the ball. I was just checking. I was just testing you. Olwyn's asked for some help. We will help you anytime, Olwyn. What does Olwyn need to know? Oh, what's this? What is it? Oh, my word. Hang on.
No, it's an iris.
No, it's an iris, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's some kind of beautiful iris, but I have no idea which one.
It's
Do you
a Dutch iris.
A Dutch one?
It's a Dutch iris, yeah. It's one of the mix of Dutch irises.
It's a beautiful colour.
Yeah.
I love it. Really earthy tones on it.
It's slightly more squat than they normally are, so I don't know whether they were planted a little bit late or but yeah, it's one of the Dutch iris varieties.
Very nice. There you go, Olwen. Dutch iris. Oh, and Ellen has sent us some pictures of her garden at the moment. Got some pansies down the bottom, yes. Yeah,
pansies. Yeah,
pansies are today, quite happily. Yeah, pansies are all right because it hasn't got too hot yet, has it?
No.
They'll give up once it gets too sunny. Oh, I love this. Nice long garden you've got there. Lovely little greenhouse at the end.
I like all the different interesting bits on that as well. It's just kind of, it's nice and chilled and relaxed.
She's got our pots there. Those are the ones I've got at the front of my house.
Lots of little interesting things, isn't there, Bex, in that one?
Yeah, I like it.
What's that blue colour up at the top? There's like little
that
white puffy
thing,
things, and there's a blue area.
Fluffy bits.
Yeah, what's that blue bit around the edges?
It's called the sky.
Oh, is it? Oh,
yeah.
I haven't seen that since January.
It's been a while, hasn't it? Feels like it. Feels like it's been a while.
I'm glad you've got that there, because, I haven't seen it for a bit.
Right, and in... Oh, hello, Missy. This is where Eleanor does all her potting up. She has got a coronilla, and that is some kind of hydrangea, isn't it? That is some kind of hydrangea she's got going. Some kind of plant, Stu said.
That's going to be nice.
No, that's a hydrangea going on there. And that is...
That's an aquilegia.
Aquilegia, yeah. That's the foliage from an aquilegia she's got. Oh, no, and there's the flowers coming up at the top.
Yes, the flower's just gone over, isn't it?
Lovely.
That's the dead flower. Which, actually,
there's
if you leave those, you'll get lots of seedlings, because they seed about really well, aquilegias.
Oh, yeah, of course, they will do.
So you get lots of babies for free.
Nice.
And you can transplant them all to different parts of the garden. And sometimes they might come up a different colour from the parent as well. So, yeah, you get your own little kind of hybrid.
Amanda, Stu says, please can you send your email again because the pictures haven't come through and we want to see your pictures. So if you wouldn't mind, just give that another go and we'll see if we can get those so we can show them as well. Right, we're going to go to the toilet. So what we're going to do is throw to a little clip of film of our wonderful Sean Ryan and the wonderful head gardener, Peter, and he's going to talk to you about our beautiful compost.
We describe this as premium professional compost. And the reason for that is it is the compost that is known, this formula we have perfected over decades. So I've been using it for decades, we have perfected it over decades. You've got a blend of the best peats plus wood fibre that you can imagine. Now, by volume, approximately 50% of this compost is wood fibre, and the balance is made up of a blend of peats, and there are 3 different peats. So you've got things like sphagnum moss peat, which is renewable, you've got sedge peat, and then you've got darker sphagnum as well in there. So you've got 3 different peats. You've also got, you can see actually just there, there's slow release fertiliser. These little green, what look like little eggs, you'll see those dotted among the compost when you're planting it. That's slow release fertiliser. One of the most expensive ingredients in any compost is fertiliser. You can see that there's another one just down below. That is amazing because that will deploy nutrients to the roots of whatever you grow in this compost just when they need it over the next 6 months. You then got what's called a buffer. Now, peat in particular is naturally acidic. And plants like to be just on the acidic side of neutral as a generality. There are exceptions, so things like rhododendrons and azaleas, they love to be properly acidic in terms of the ericaceous soil or compost they're growing in. But most things like it just on the slightly acidic edge of neutral. So that's what this is designed to give you. So it's got a pH buffer to keep it in exactly that zone. The wood fibre keeps the sort of perfect air-water porosity ratio, which is what we talk about in the trade, all these complicated terms. But it's, what plants need is they need a jungle gym to grow in, so they need a jungle gym for their roots, which is called growing medium. They need some water, and they need some air, and they need nutrients. And when you've got the perfect compost, it blends the air and the water and the constituents of the compost. It all blends together to give the perfect environment. That's what this particular compost does, which is why it's trusted by us. We will be growing approximately 150,000 potted roses on this nursery this year. That's roughly what we grow most years. We'll be growing, I don't know how many hanging baskets, but our pre-planted hanging baskets that will be available later, you will have bought them in the autumn and last spring as well. They grow in this compost. We will grow countless perennials, whether they be in the 9 centimetre square pots or the 3 litre pots or the 5 litre pots, plus fruit trees. And this is the compost we use for all of those things. So we trust it, the trade trusts it, and actually based upon the well, literally hundreds and hundreds of thousands of bags of this particular compost that you've bought over the years, you definitely trust it as well. And, you know, and actually, peat is a thing. We need to think about peat. Not me. I happen to also be peat, but it's the peat that's in here that we're talking about. We can still use peat in our gardens right now, and actually the alternatives, generally speaking, are a bit iffy. So if you want to get the best results, in my view, use this particular compost for as long as you can. It's got 50% other material in it, which is the lowest level we could get to and still have a professional quality product for you and for ourselves. So we've been as eco-friendly as we can, and we jumped onto that particular that approach years and years and years ago. So this is the same formulation that we've had for at least the last 6 or 7 years, with 50% other material to bulk out the peat, and it still works better. So I would say this is, in my opinion, it's the only compost I use at home. It's the compost we use on the nursery. I can't recommend it highly enough. Yeah.
Sorry, I just ate something. Hello! Apologies, I was just eating a little bit of flapjack, and it 100125 is the item number if you do want to go for our compost. Thank you so much to Sean and Peter there for that lovely little bit of video telling us all about it. We are coming back to join you now because Kathy has asked to see the plum tree that we were bringing earlier on in the week. So we're going to talk about that for you in a second. Now, do remember that if you get your order to over £40, we will give you free postage as long as you enter our code YGTV2124. Also, do remember that every order, you will get a free bag of our lily bulbs. These are the skyscrapers, 5 lily bulbs included. It's £7.99 normally to get a bag of these, but they're absolutely free when you place an order, as long as you enter the code YGTV2124 when you place your order. Thank you so much for your emails, your questions. This is what happens when you ask the question. Kathy wanted to know about the plum tree. We're showing you the plum tree. Now, she thought this was a dwarf plum tree. But it's not quite dwarf, is it?
It's not dwarf, but I think it's kind of on a rootstock that stops it getting sort of too massive. So, 2.5 metres tall, to be honest.
It's quite...
It's quite small for a plum tree, because, I mean, they can grow sort of 3 or 4 or 5 metres, to be honest. I was just interested in this label as well, because this particular company said they've got more than 125 years of fruit experience.
OK.
Again, which is absolutely fantastic.
Brilliant, yeah.
I think that company's been around that long, that it's got that much experience. So you kind of know, you're buying a fantastic kind of fruit here. And Tsar is a really, really nice plum, actually. I mean, we think of Victoria, don't we, normally when we think of plum trees. But Tsar is quite good because you don't need to pick all the fruits at once. You can pick the fruits earlier on in the season when they're a bit more tart. You can use them for crumbles, you can use them for flans, you can use them for jams and that kind of thing. But if you leave them on longer, right up until later in the season, they can actually get to that point where they're so sweet and juicy and delicious, you can pick them and eat them straight from the tree itself. So you've got that option. Because sometimes with certain plum trees, I've seen at work, all the plums come at once, and then you've got a whole glut of them. You don't know what to do with them. You can't eat them all at once. So it's nice to have that sort of option, Bex, isn't it? To kind of vary the use of these. Lovely, lovely, deep purple fruit. They've got that sort of honey-coloured flesh inside. And just a really well-established, very popular, very well-loved type of plum, variety of plum. And of course, just go back a few months as well. Plum blossom's gorgeous.
Oh, it's really pretty, isn't it? Very
really
fragrant
pretty,
too.
really fragrant. And early in the season, comes before the foliage, and then the bees come along, although this one is self-pollinating, but the bees self-fertile. The bees come along, do their thing, and then sort of mid to late summer, you get that fantastic crop of own home-grown plums. And it's not easy to say that either.
Homegrown plums, absolutely. Yeah, 300049 is the item number when it comes to your plum, the Tsar. It's a really big one. It's a nicely established plant, ready for you to plant out. It's quite easy to look after, isn't it? Sunny position?
Yeah, sunny position, well-drained soil, sort of a nice open position. And also...
minimal occasional pruning?
Yeah, with plums, only ever prune plums really from about June through to end of July, beginning of August, no later, because if you prune different times of year, you can get a disease called silver leaf that's kind of setting through those cuts, whereas if you prune them during the growing season, those cuts heal really, really quickly.
It's because the sap is still running, isn't it? So the sap almost creates a seal.
Like a scab.
And then, like a scab, and then the disease can't get in.
Exactly, yeah. Whereas if you do it other times of the year, the cut doesn't heal over, and it allows an open surface for that fungal infection to get in.
There you go. Nice top tip. 300049 is the item number if you would like to grow your own plums. Love doing a bit of grow your own. Try something new, something different. If you've never tried it before, give it a go. It's really exciting. It's fun. Right. Let's go back over. We've got some new things out on the table for you over here. Now, we have the Osteospermum Purple Sun over there, and it's definitely one of the popular ones, and it's fantastic, but that one needs some winter protection. This one does not need winter protection. These are the hardy Osteospermums. You're getting three varieties included, and these are the jumbo plugs. So you're going to get 2 of each colour. Rooty Beauty. Check that out.
Oh, these rooty beauties or what? I mean, look at the root system on those. They are just gagging to get into the ground, aren't they? They really want to get into the soil to grow away. So fabulous root system there. And Bex, go on, do your thing that you normally do with those when the root system's like that.
When it's like this, because you can see how it's going round and round and round. Some of you know this already, but anybody that's new to gardening, if you ever take something out of a pot and it's doing that round and round thing, you really need to loosen those up. What I tend to do is I squeeze. In fact, sometimes just squeezing is enough. Can you see how it's bringing these out from the base? What it does is it then encourages those roots to stop going round in a circle. What we're doing is encouraging those roots to start growing in different directions. That means you're going to get, that's all you need to do, to be honest with you. That'd probably be more than enough. That'll encourage those roots now to go in all the different directions, which then creates a really nice strong root base. Strong root base, better plants, bigger, better, healthier, more of them, more fruits, all of those sorts of things.
Well, because when you think, when you get a plant like this, for example, and you pop it into the soil, initially, for a day or so, that root has got no interaction with the soil around it. It's almost like it's, on its own still in the pot. You know, what Bex has done there by doing that, that means, you know, almost instantaneously now, you know, that will start to connect with the soil around. So then that plant can immediately start absorbing nutrients. It can start taking up the moisture.
Yep.
It can grow away. And the good thing about these osteospermums is these aren't just for summer, these are for life, because these are hardy osteospermums. They're going to come up year after year after year. They're in this fantastic range of colours. I mean, you've got the gorgeous pure white at the top there, and then we've got sort of a pink and a sort of a purplish one as well. And I say every time, there's a garden just down the road from here that's got a huge patch of these at the side of their path going up to their house, flowering their socks off. And yeah, Stu said to stop and take a photo. I was going to do it this morning. He said it was whittling with rain, so I didn't want to get wet. But yeah, these will come with a lifetime guarantee as well. You'll see the little snowflake symbol on these. And these, all they ask, ideally, is plant me somewhere open and sunny and well drained.
That's it.
Other than that, no fuss at all. You could deadhead them occasionally, but other than that, leave them, and year on year, they'll spread, they'll form a carpet, and they kind of layer themselves. So what I mean is, as they kind of spread out and the stem touches the ground, they form little roots.
Like a strawberry plant.
Like a strawberry. Just like a
strawberry runner.
Yeah, so eventually the actual plot of area, yeah, that gets bigger and bigger and bigger, and they will flower their socks off all summer long.
But likewise, if you don't want them to spread, you can just pull that bit up and stop it from rooting. It's very, very simple to do. 3 different varieties. You can double up if you want to. So you can go for the pack of 6 jumbo plug plants for £12.99, or you can double up for, is it just £5 more? £5 more and you can get 12 of those, so 2 packs sent to your home. 480991 is your item number. Now we're going to move on to our hibiscus collection. This is the chiffon hibiscus collection as well. So this one's a little bit different to other hibiscus out there, because these are the double flowers. You get those gorgeous, intricate, extra bits in the centre with these, but these are hardy. You might know hibiscus as being a tender, exotic flower. Wow, you've got exotic flowers here, but they're winter hardy with our lifetime guarantee.
Yeah, these aren't the ones that you see, you know, when you arrive in Spain or Ibiza or something like that. They're kind of the Chinese kind of types of ones that aren't. But -20 these will go down to. So super, super tough. Again, over the years I've been self-employed, I can't ever remember anybody losing a hibiscus due to a really cold winter. But the good thing about hibiscus is they flower right at the back end of the season. So at the moment, you know, we're just in the studio with us at the moment. We've got Helianthus flowering, we've got rhododendrons flowering, we've got a Weigela that's flowering. I mean, there are so many shrubs flowering right now. And it's glorious and it's fantastic and it's wonderful to see all these shrubs flowering. But by the time we get to end of June, July, most garden shrubs are finished flowering. And you might, you know, be wanting some colour for late in the season. These are just brilliant, because from probably mid-August all the way through to October, week after week after week, these are going to flower. And again, I mean, look at the root system on these. These are grown from cuttings. And they're just so brilliantly established. We've not just like taken these cuttings, plunked them in, you know, barely got a root system on, and then we're going to send them out to you. You know, these have been loved, these have been grown on, these have been fed. And look at that, Bex. I mean, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 stems on there.
Yeah, loads of them.
I would think this one may even flower for you this year. They get to a couple of metres tall. They can get taller if you want them to. You can prune them back early in the year if they get too tall for you. But in essence, if you want a shrub that's got gorgeous leaves, fabulous, gorgeous, interesting flowers for 6 weeks to 2 months, if not longer, grow in pretty much most conditions, pretty much most soils, prefer like an open sunny position ideally, go for these. Honestly, you'll have these for many, many, many years and you'll just enjoy that incredible colour. And what's really lovely is they're absolutely a plant that so kind of teases you and excites you just before the buds open, because you just start to see the colour in those buds, and then the next day you go out and bang, those flowers have popped open and they just look gorgeous. Yeah,
they're beautiful. Give yourself that late season colour going on, and from a winter hardy plant as well. 511 167. You'll get all 3. You don't have to choose. You are going to get all 3 of those put into your basket, and it is a £10 saving, so a third off the price. I'm just hearing there is a problem with the osteospermum collection that we just showed you. Website saying it's sold out, but keep hold of the item number because we're not sure if that's correct or not. So if you do want those, just keep hold of it and maybe come back later on in the week and have a little check later on. Obviously it's bank holiday tomorrow, so maybe Tuesday or Wednesday come back and have another little look. Apologies, we don't I mean, we make mistakes, apologies. We certainly wouldn't do that on purpose. Right, let's take you on to the next one. This one is the Geranium Fire Queen. I'm growing these. I have not taken a new video, Stu. I'm sorry. It is from 2 weeks ago, but you know what? It still looks amazing, doesn't it? They've all got flowers on now, though. In fact, some of them got double flower. I should have done a new video this morning, shouldn't I? I am so sorry. Right, I'm growing these, and I grew them from little plug plants. They were on my windowsill. I grew them on the windowsill in the conservatory, and then I planted them out into these little round pots. Those are the Alhambras, but they're very much like the Torinos that we've got. Mine are round, these are square. What I've done is put them around the base of those pots there. I've got little lobelia growing around my cypress conifers.
I'm liking that, Bex.
Honestly, that's going to be so pretty, isn't it? Because the lobelias are going to sort of tumble over, and you've got the geranium, the red, the fire queen. I think that's going to look really, really pretty, even if I do say so myself. But you don't have to grow these on. We've done that work for you. These are garden readies. They come to you in the garden ready trays here. Let's pop this one out. So, plant these out right now, yes? Yeah, I mean, we don't need to grow these on at all.
How flipping brilliant are those? Look, I mean, the quality of those is just absolutely A1, isn't it?
The smell. Oh my word, that takes me back to my nan. Oh, I loved my nan. I love her. She's not with us anymore. The smell of that just transports you, doesn't it?
It does.
The foliage is super, super fragrant, and it's really interesting as well because you've got that lovely zonal foliage.
Yeah, because even without the flowers, they look amazing, don't they?
They do.
I mean, just the foliage on its own looks absolutely spectacular. And these are kind of what I call like the sort of Buckingham Palace kind of geranium, because it always reminds me, that huge roundabout in front of the Buckingham Palace. They always have those wonderful beds planted up with bedding plants, and they always go for these fantastic, deep, deep red geraniums that look absolutely magnificent. Such a pure kind of strong colour, and a sort of atop of that foliage as well. These look magnificent, and they flower again right up into the autumn, and you can keep these going from year to year.
Yeah, well, this is why I put them in the little pots myself, because some people do just grow them as annuals, and if they survive the winter, great. But generally they need some protection, so I put them in the little pots. I'm just going to pick the pots up. My conservatory is going to be full over the winter, isn't it? I'm going to pick them up, put them in the conservatory. Keep them in the light, reduce the watering down, pretty much not touch them over the winter, and then I'm going to bring them back out again next year.
Yeah, and they will come back. But you know what? Again, in recent years, and and this is 100% truth, in certain gardens in recent years, I have seen these geraniums go all the way through.
I did it for a couple of years. I had some geraniums that because I planted them out in borders, left them out in borders, and they came back the next year. But the last couple of years, we've had some pretty harsh frosts, so that knocked them out.
Yeah.
So it very much depends on where you live. If you're in, really mild areas, you can leave them out. But if you want them to come back, give them some protection.
Yeah, the ones I was thinking about was against a house. They were right up against kind of the brick wall of the house, and they had that extra protection. And admittedly, they did look a bit dog-eared by about January or February, but as soon as the warm weather came, boom,
they come back.
They came back again. Couldn't believe it.
Well, 20 of those garden-ready plants for you. We've got a £8 saving on there. They're £16.98 for £9 saving. £16.28 if you are... No, £16.98 or £15.28 if you are in our discount club. Because remember, you pay £5 to join the club and you get 10% discount off everything that you buy from us, plants, pots, compost as well. So it's very well worth being a member of that club. You heard all of our lovely people earlier on in the group saying how much money they'd saved from being a discount club member, so it's definitely worth considering. We're going to move on to Verbena bonariensis. Now, I'm a big fan of Verbena, and I'm pretty sure these are the same pots that we were bringing you earlier on. I'm also pretty sure that these have probably grown by that much in that space of time, because that is genuinely how quickly Verbena bonariensis can grow, and that's one of the reasons I really enjoy this.
Yeah, they grow really, really quickly. These ones, by the way, they do need a little bit of a drink. If you're thinking these look a bit droopy, because they are, they've dried out a little bit under the lights.
They'll pop right back. You don't need to worry about that.
Yeah, you've got no worries there. Again, let's do what we always do, and that's not good.
Oh!
That's just
Yeah, it needs a drink, doesn't it? It needs a drink.
Look at the root on that. I mean, that's just crazy, isn't it? I mean,
they're so good though, and I loved planting these because you plant them in this size, and honestly, within a week, they've almost doubled in size. And then over the years, what they will do is they will multiply, they will spread out. But what they provide is, as Stu always says, borders without barriers. It's a wonderful plant to put into your borders because it doesn't fight with everything else. This is our lovely Sean Ryan. What a beautiful view he's got. The harsh edge of that patio is incredibly harsh, but what he's done is he's softened it with that verbena, but it's not taking over, it's not bullying all the other plants.
And you can still see through it, you can see what's beyond it. And again, they're good for really windy positions. So they've actually got square stems. They've got these really strong, square, wiry stems. And even in windy weather or wet weather, their stems kind of, they really blow side to side, but they very seldom snap. Again, my other half has grown these in his front garden quite a lot, and even after really heavy rain, they go over a little bit, but as soon as the wind comes and they dry out, they ping back up to that right position. They do seed about as well, so you get sort of little volunteers or extra plants from these that you can grow on each year and put in other parts of the garden.
Adam, have you fed them? Have you given them a drink of sparkling water?
Yeah, I've given them. Yeah,
I'm just sitting here watching.
I've given them Tesco Ashbeck English natural mineral water,
wow,
sparkling.
That's a proper little drink. I'm just sitting here watching the tray, and I can see all the little bubbles forming on the tray of water.
Well, in minutes they will pick up.
That's a proper little treat, isn't it?
Yeah, verbena really. Verbena. They are verbena.
They
yes,
are verbena.
Verbena. I need to rehydrate myself, I think. Yeah, verbenas really come back quickly after being drought-stricken. But having said that, I mean, they will take quite dry conditions.
Yeah, they're quite drought-tolerant,
They are quite drought-tolerant. They do well in full sun, but they are so attractive. And I guarantee these would have been at Chelsea last week. Because,
totally.
Yeah.
Always in a designer
Always
garden.
in design at Chelsea. Because sometimes when you want a plant that's tall and dramatic, that plant can be, quite a bully, quite a thug. It can, demand quite a big space and take away a lot of light from different things. But this plant, it gives you drama, it gives you colour, it creates a statement, but it will share with all the plants around it, behind it, next to it. It will stand proud above all the others, but it won't dominate and overwhelm them. That's what I love about it, Bex.
Yeah, it works beautifully, honestly. It plays well with all of the other plants. 560169 is your item number. You can just go for one pot if you want to, and that's absolutely fine. It will multiply, it'll seed about, and you'll create other plants from it. But it'd be great if you can go for that double up deal and have some instant impact, honestly. That'll give you a really good display in its first year. I planted some a bit smaller than this, but within the first year, it reached my height. And then in subsequent years, what it does is it kind of multiplies out a little bit, and then we'll seed around your garden too. So it's just £5 more if you want to go for another pot. Important message. We've had an email from Stuart. Oh my God, when have you taken that picture? When we had our little break, Stu went out and took that picture just so that he could stretch his legs while we had a little comfort break. There's sunshine coming somewhere.
That's a really dramatic cloud out there.
That's very dramatic.
Really good cloud. I think this afternoon we're going to get some really incredible cumulus clouds because they're talking about some big thunderstorms later. So I love it that time when you get those massive cauliflower clouds. Those really giant clouds.
What's it like where you are? Is it still raining? Is the sun shining? Is it dry yet? Let us know. We want to know what's going on in your area of the world. Right, here's one that we have not featured massively. We did bring it out, but actually, this is looking even better now, isn't it? There's some really interesting things that go on with this. The foliage is really quite dramatic and interesting, really sort of deep veining on there. Quite soft. I know, it smells.
Scrunch and sniff.
All right, let's take one off, shall we?
Go on, do it. Honestly, it's lovely. Isn't that nice?
Oh, it's so nice, isn't
Gorgeous, isn't it?
It's a fruity mint. A fruity mint.
Yeah, it is. I'm going to do the same. I'm going to join you in a.
That is so nice. It's known as cat mint, but I know sometimes when we say mint as gardeners, it strikes fear into our hearts. You ever made the mistake of planting mint in your garden and then realising, oh, no, that should be in a pot. You don't need to worry about this. It's not a bully in that way. It's a vigorous grower, but not like mint.
It doesn't have those huge, great big runners that are going to take over and and sort of come up if you don't want it to. It will make really nice big clumps, however. Excuse me. It's great. Excuse me.
Dearie me.
It's great for suppressing weeds.
Yes.
Really, really drought tolerant. And it's got those lovely, lovely, lovely spikes of purpley blue flowers. In fact, John and I, my other half, we went out yesterday to measure some borders for a lady that needs all these beds and borders revamped, and John and I quickly this morning before I came up were just running through a quick list of plants, and catmint or Nepeta was one that we come up with, because in most planting schemes we try and get this in because it's hardy, it's reliable, it's robust, it's drought tolerant. It covers the ground really, really well, so it will suppress weeds. It doesn't really need staking, and it has a sort of a double flowering period because it's flowering now, it will keep flowering for some time, and then it kind of flops a little bit. But then sort of midsummer-ish, if you get a bit fed up of it flopping a little bit, cut it back, give it a good drink, it reshoots, and then it will flower again for you all the way into the autumn. So fabulous plants, easy, colourful, brilliant.
Yeah, it's lovely. 3 9-centimetre pots there, saving £15. It's a half price deal. 561280 is the item number if you want to go for the Nepeta, the Summer Magic. Olwen's had to go. She's probably gone already. Bye, Olwen. She's got some visitors, so she's going to catch up later. Of course, because you can. If you go onto YouTube, if you go onto Facebook, if you go onto our website, these shows are always available. They're always running, so you can always catch up. I appreciate 4 hours. Maybe we have to be here for 4 hours, but you don't have to be here for the full 4 hours. You can tune in and out. It's lovely if you do join us, by the way. If you want to sit here for 4 hours with us, we love that. But yeah, you can come back, you can catch up later if you've got, a life, which I completely understand. Neil, can the Nepeta Summer Magic be planted alongside or with the Nepeta Six Hills?
Yes. Yeah, the Six Hills Giant. Or what I would do, I would obviously give it a bit of space because the Six Hills Giant is quite a big bush in Nepeta. So, leave enough sort of space between the two, otherwise the Six Hills will overwhelm this little one.
Eleanor, it rained just after cutting my grass. My cat used to love Nepeta. She used to get into the huge pot I have and go to sleep. Oh, that's so cute, because cats love it. They do love it. Who else is saying? Still raining here in North Wales, says Glyn. Neil says it's fining up in Sheffield. I'm assuming he meant it's raining up in Sheffield. It's fining up in Sheffield. As in it's getting finer? Is that a regional thing? Am I missing something? I think that'd be regional. All right, fair enough. Yep, that's it for now. Let's move on, shall we?
I love Sheffield because that's where the Human League came from.
I love Sheffield as well.
Where are we off to?
No, we're not going anywhere. We're doing some emails. Dave's hanging baskets. Ooh, those are begonias, right?
Yeah.
They look like massive begonias.
It's an easy fill as well, isn't it?
It's an easy fill as well. Yeah, Dave, that's what mine are looking like. I've got a couple of flowers starting to appear. I've also put some of the Petunia picotees in. I've no idea what that's going to look like. Who knows if that'll look good. And I've put up a couple of lobelias in mine as well. But that is looking great, Dave. Well done. Amanda's pictures did come through. Thank you for reset.
A beautiful rose.
That is gorgeous.
I don't know that variety.
Amanda, tell us what variety of rose that is.
It does look a bit raspberry rippley, doesn't it?
Could be the raspberry ripple.
Beautiful.
I did want to shout out to Elaine, actually. Elaine, you did plant the menopause rose as well, didn't you? How's yours looking, Elaine? Mine's got loads of new growth on it, and I was looking at it the other day, and I could have sworn that there was a couple of little buds on there. So, Elaine, I'd love to know what your menopause rose is looking like. Sahara begonias here. This is still on Amanda's. Those are looking great, aren't they? Oh, yeah, that's a nice shot.
Yeah, they're the lovely little Semperflorens ones. They go all the way up until the frost. They never stop flowering, those ones. Just keep going. Really, really magnificent. Good
They're
gap fillers.
Good. Got a few lilies coming up there. Some irises in the background.
Yeah, another Dutch iris in the top left there as well, the little purple one.
Loads of strelch. Well done, you. We're going to talk about strelch in a little while because that is quite an important one. Actually, let's do it while we're here. It is quite important, isn't it? Particularly at this time of year. Slugs and snails, they do like to munch on all that fresh new growth that's coming up.
Yeah, and you know the problem this year, Bex, as well, it is absolutely slug and snail heaven this year because it is so wet and so damp.
They're having a great time, aren't they?
They're adoring it. Absolutely adoring it. So, you get that strelch down and they just hate crawling over it. There's something about it they just don't like. And I tried it myself, and I've tried lots of things. In fact, there was... I'll say it anyway, I don't care. I'll be damned.
Say it anyway, it's
on
fine.
the end of the Chelsea Flower Show programme last year, I think they had Monty Don and what's his name? Can't think of the other guy with the hat on. I remember his name. And they were kind of answering questions about how to keep slugs and snails away, and
just screaming at the telly, Strolch!
Well, some of the answers were. Sorry. Oh no! Tell you what, it was on a program called Beechgrove. No, I'll retract that. It was on a program called Beechgrove, and some of the suggestions were so
bizarre,
inane and insipid, and that kind of
just buy a bag of Strolch.
Yeah, and I was just kind of thinking, I know what works. Go for Strolch, because I was a bit, when somebody mentioned Strolch to me, in fact, it was a lovely Angela Johnson, we were talking about earlier on. She mentioned Strolch to me, I thought, another gimmick, that won't work.
It works.
It worked, yeah, and I've got a raised bed in my back garden full of hostas, and every year, they get munched to death by slugs and snails, and they'd already started to attack my hostas, and again, I was lucky that time, because I got to take home a free bag of Strolch, put it between the hostas. First couple of days, a little bit of nibbling. After 2 or 3 days,
nothing.
Just
stopped.
I
need to go out with mine. So I'm growing hostas in these pots, which we're going to talk about in a minute, actually. And last year, and I put Strolch in the top of those pots. Great, not a munch hole. This year, there's a few munch holes, but I've got a bag of Strolch, so I just need to go out and I just need to top the pots up, and that's going to stop those slugs and snails from getting to them. But it's not just about slugs and snails, is it? That's one major, amazing benefit of Strolch, but it has loads of other uses.
Loads. First of all, to say it's a UK-made product as well, which is fantastic. It's pH balanced, which is really, really good as well. And you can use it in the wintertime to act like what I call a duvet. So, sometimes you leave some plants in the ground, like these days, a lot of us are now leaving things like dahlias in the ground over winter.
Yeah.
But, you worry if we get a really severe winter, the frost can get down and kill the tubers. Put a layer of this over the soil in the autumn, stops the frost getting down. But it also means if you've got heavy soil, like Becks and Stew, you can walk between your plants during the winter time and all the soil doesn't stick to your boots and your feet.
That's good.
When we get these really heavy showers, it stops the rain splashing the soil all over your paths and decking. So that's what it does in the winter time. Flip forward 6 months of the summer, it will keep the weeds down. It massively reduces the amount of weeds. It keeps the moisture in the soil because it can't evaporate away, so less water in. It looks fantastic, and over the course of time it gradually breaks down and adds organic material to your soil. So there's no negatives to this product. It's just a brilliant product for so many things, but yeah, the fact that it will massively reduce that slug and snail problem is brilliant.
It sounds like a magic product, doesn't it? But honestly, it is as good as we are saying. It is not too good to be true. Just give this a go. If you've never tried it, you won't regret it. And of course, with that, you're very close to your £40. You'll get a free gift. Actually, it's postage included on that one anyway, isn't it? Sorry. Postage included, but if you are going to get anything else, that won't have postage because it'll tip you over anyway and get you into that £40. It really is a great one. The cheapest item on the show is $3.99. So if you just ordered that along with this, you'd take you over the £40 mark anyway. So it's a brilliant one, honestly. 100149 if you want to go for the twin pack. Eleanor was saying, I always recommend Strolch. I do it daily in my Facebook gardening groups. Stu has said, yes, give them our offer code, Elaine. Free postage and a free gift. We don't mind, do it. And Elaine, thank you. She sent a picture of the menopause rose to Stuart, so we'll have a little look in a moment. Oh, and Eleanor said, I always do, Stu. She always does. Thank you, Eleanor. All right, let's come back then. We're going to talk to you about these pots here, the ones that I'm growing my hostas in, the ones that I've got my Strolch around the top of. I'm going to top it up probably either this afternoon or tomorrow with that extra bit of Strolch. These are great pots because we are doing a buy one, get one free. They're normally £7.99 each, but we have brought the price down to £6.99. It is a buy one, get one free though. Stu, can we have the details on that one so the lovely people at home can see? It's a buy one. I'm sorting out the menopause rose. It's a buy one, get one free. So put one in your basket, enter the code YGTV2124, and we'll put the other one in your basket for you. Works out at £3.50 each. But this is where it gets better because the more you buy, the more you save. If you put two in your basket, you'll get two free, but the price comes down to £5.99. So it's £3 each pot. If you go 5 in your basket, you'll get 5 free, and the price comes down to £4.99, which is £2.50 each pot. And if you put 10 or more into your basket, the price will come down to £3.99, which means it's £2 per pot, because obviously you'll get 10 free as well. All about the code though. Enter the code YGTV2124 because that's how you're going to get the freebies and the extra discounts on top of that. Tell me about how beautiful these are, Adam.
These are my favourites so far. We've brought you so many different pots so far this year, but these are adorable. The colour is brilliant as well. I mean, that really happy, bright, cheerful green, isn't it?
It's gorgeous.
Really kind of, yeah, it just really kind of brightens up your day. I love the decoration on the front, that kind of lattice diamond effect with the little petals or flowers in between. The fact you've got that reinforced rim round the top there. These are UV stable, they're frost resistant, they've got fantastic drainage holes in the base there as well, which is really, really good. They're lightweight. And, you know, sometimes you think that something might not work in the garden, and when you try it, it actually does. And by that, I mean, for instance, a little Acer at the back here. Now, I would have kind of thought, you know what I need to do? I need to put this Acer in a really dark pot like this to get that contrast, to make it look good. But you drop that in there, that looks really, really lovely
I
there.
love it.
I mean, just looks great in there. And you wouldn't think that would work, but it does. It looks fantastic. So,
it really does.
And then let's just try the roadie in there as well, because we've got a gorgeous little
There's
roadie.
the details of the Acer on the screen, by the way, if you are looking at that. It's been quite popular today. 510558, just £21.99. Now I've got a rhododendron in there, the Cosmopolitan Pink.
That looks gorgeous in there as well, the roadie. I mean, that looks... And the way that foliage kind of just slightly contrasts with the pot. But no, these pots are great. And I think another good thing about them is they're not too small and they're not too big.
They're
you know,
Goldilocks.
Yeah, they are Goldilocks.
It's the Goldilocks pots.
Get off me, whatever that is. Went into panic mode there.
Oh, he got mad then, didn't he?
But,
see that?
Yeah. In fact, when I picked up that little helichrysum earlier on and I was planting it, that little spider actually ran up my arm. Luckily, I was off. I didn't know. I went like that, like a Talk about overreact. But yeah, I mean, if you've got really, really big pots, you tend to leave them in situ, don't you? Because they're too heavy. And sometimes if pots are too small, you can't sort of get things in that you want. These are just that brilliant size where, by a lot of the things you're buying from us today, could sit in these for a couple of 2 or 3 years. As I say, like the Ceanothus, like the Acer, like the rhododendron, even this lilac, for example. This little lilac here, you could even have that in this pot.
Is that a lilac or a forsythia?
Forsythia, that's what I mean. Yeah. Yeah. This forsythia even could calm down, slow down. Yeah, I need to take my vitamins. But that looks brilliant in there. So these are good mid-range pots to get things started in for a couple of years, and then you can just transplant them on afterwards.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I've got mine with my hostas in, and they're just that's it. They just got the hostas in. The hostas die back, and I hide them around the corner, and then I bring them out again next year. Brilliant for some of these standards. That's fine. You cover me up. I don't mind. It's not about me. It's about the plant.
That looks good in there as well. Look at that.
It looks amazing.
They work for everything, these pots, don't they? Should we just put everything in and just go around the whole show?
A few people, by the way, earlier on the week did take advantage of the fact that the more you buy, the more you save. 10 in your basket. Enter the code YGTV2124 and we'll put another 10 in your basket for you. And it works out at £2 per pot if you buy that many. 130331 is the item number if you want to go for the Prisma planters. He's put the Oleander in there. That'd be fine in there as well, wouldn't it?
Looks grand in there, doesn't it? Looks lovely.
Love it. All right, enough now.
Yeah, enough. Yeah, time to stop now.
Moving on now.
You've made your point.
We're going to move on to the other pots. Let me put this down. I can't do it one-handed. We're going to move on to our other pots here. These are the Torino pots.
So
and these
are
those are a buy one get one
free, and these
are a buy one get two free. You have to be watching in the week to get that. Buy one, get two free on the Torino pots. Now, these are slightly smaller, slightly shorter, but these are absolutely brilliant for a variety of things. If you go for the night phlox, this is a great one. I'm going to do that. I'm going to get the night phlox, I'm going to get these pots, and these are going to go on my table. If you're planting up, I don't know, I mean, even one of those osteospermums would look wonderful in there. Get your lobelia, plant these up with the, I mean...
That would look good. Should we do a lobelia one really quickly?
I was going to say one lobelia would probably work, but I'd probably put 2 in there, and then that'll tumble and trail over the edges. Yeah, why not? Let's do it. There's so many things that you can plant these in, and also I think the thing is that you can change what your garden displays are very quickly, very easily, very cheaply as well, because you're not using masses of compost, you're not using loads of plants, but you're changing over that display very quickly, very, very simply. And these on your dining table outside, just sort of as a centerpiece, is going to look so pretty all summer long.
Do you find a one there?
Oh, I love planting. It's my favourite bit.
Little tap. Look at that. Looks grand, doesn't it?
And that is just going to tumble, trail, cascade, and to be honest, that'll tumble down to here, won't it? It'll almost
should we
cover
leave
it.
these in it for next week?
Why not?
We'd leave that as. We won't empty that out because if we got these on next week as well.
Yeah, I'm sure we will. We'll leave them.
We can show you what they look
I bet
like.
there'll be loads
We'll give them a
of
little
flowers
drink.
on there. And so that's so quick and easy to change over your displays, and you can do that seasonally, very cost effectively.
Because because we were saying if you've got the big pots, I mean, big pots, you don't want to move about, do you? Because they're really heavy and difficult to move around. But you might just be getting a little bit bored of the fact you've had the same thing in that same pot for the last 5 or 10 years, and you just want to sort of funk up the feeling of it a little bit and change it a little bit and give it a new atmosphere. Well, we just showed you in seconds. You can plant this up. You can pop that in front of those other pots. You could put this on top of a little brick or raise it up or something. And then immediately, you just got yourself a whole new outfit, haven't you?
I love it.
It's like having the same clothes all the time, but suddenly you put a
belt on it or something.
or like something a bit different.
I'm laughing, sorry, because Eleanor's just put a little comment in saying, hubby's bought me the Prisma pots, he doesn't know yet. Love it. Oh, you deserve it, Eleanor. You deserve a present. So just hand them to him and say, give those to me. Thank you, darling. There you go, all done. Right, we're going to move on. Those are 2 of the pots that we've got on the show, but we do have some more pots for you. These are the heavy duty pots. Now, you can go for a pack of 4 of these. They are 30 litres. They're a 40 centimetre diameter. These are great for a variety of things, but they are commercial growing pots. And that's one of the best things about them, because you've got drainage holes in the bottom. You've also got drainage holes around the side of these as well. So on these wet days where we're getting loads of rain, where you get a month's worth of rain in 20 minutes, that's a problem for a lot of things that are kept in pots, because there just isn't enough drainage for that water to drain away. Because you've got those extra drainage holes, oh, that was not a very flattering shot. Because you've got those extra drainage holes, all of that water just then drains away, and your plants aren't, the roots aren't rotting and ruining your strawberry plants or whatever it might be.
These are tough, aren't they, Bex? I mean, these pots are. I mean, I do this thing where I try and. If you look at my knuckles are actually white, where I'm trying to kind of distort this pot, and I can just barely distort the top, even kind of giving it all my strength. Yeah, it's that tough. And the good thing about it, because it is that big, this gorgeous plum we've got, our Tsar plum.
Yeah.
That would be absolutely brilliant in there. So if you want to go for the plum, that would be happy in there for a good 3 or 4 years at least. And then eventually, if it got too big, you could very easily sort of transplant that out into another part of the garden. But the things I think about using this for is later in the season, when you're harvesting things like carrots or potatoes and they're all a bit muddy and kind of, you can just put them in there, get the hose pipe, give them a really, get it on that really strong kind of blasty kind of setting, jet.
Yeah.
Wash all the soil off, it'll all wash out the holes at the bottom. You've treated it like a giant colander.
Absolutely. You can transport things in it as well. So, for example, going and getting the logs for your log burner. Go and grab them logs in here and transport them in. They've got nice strong sturdy handles on there, so that's easy to do. I have it as a garden truck. All my stuff is in there. So I go into the shed and it's got my knee pad, it's got my gloves, it's got my trowel, the most used items. So literally all I do is go and grab that out of the shed and take it outside with me, empty it out, use all the things, and then put all my, cuttings, deadheadings and everything in there before it then goes into the big bin outside. We've got a couple, excuse me, in the other room, thank you, utility room, other room, where we put the recycling in before it goes out to the big bins outside as well. So there's so many uses for these. Of course, growing things in them is their initial use, but you can find loads of other things to do with these. You could even, if it's a really clean one, you could just whip your washing out the washing machine, couldn't you? Plonk it in there, just take it outside to hang it on the washing line. Yeah.
anything.
Yeah,
Just
definitely.
anything like that, really.
Well, that's a good idea. I normally just put my washing over my shoulder. I might start doing that in future. 1300. Well, I haven't got a washing basket. We don't do that. But that's a good idea. No, we take it out of the machine, and then I lay it out on the side, and then I put it over my shoulder, and then I'm there like this. Yeah, I put the socks on as well. So no, you should see me. I've got it well practiced. Over the shoulder, socks get stacked up on top, and then all I have to do is reach here, peg. Reach here, peg. I've even got one of those baskets on the line, so I don't have to bend or anything. There's no bending involved. That's why it's genius. I'm going to do a video of it next time, just so you can see.
But just a quick, Joe, my mum used to dry socks when we were a kid.
What?
She used to throw them at the wall, and they used to stick to the wall.
What? What?
The wall. There's brick wall in the garden. She used to get wet socks, and she used to go whack like that against the wall.
Oh, and they just
the
stick
socks
to the wall.
would just
and
stick.
That's how she just leave them there.
And she just leave them there.
And when they drop, they're dry.
Yeah, when they drop off, they were dry.
Oh my word! I love your mum. I think she's hilarious. All right, let's talk about composts, because this is the. I mean, you just saw that we potted our plants up with it. This is the compost that we choose to use here at the nursery, and that's because it is the best compost. Our head gardener is very, very fastidious when it comes to the quality of the plants that we bring you, that we provide, that we sell. And the reason is because anything that we pot on, anything that we grow here, it is this compost that we use.
Yeah, let's do a quick resume on this, because this is the sort of compost that countries across the globe use that grow plants on a massive scale. Places like Italy, like Spain, like the UK, like the Netherlands, they need a professional-based compost. This is what they're going to use. This is peat reduced. We're moving towards being peat-free eventually, but this is peat reduced, and we've substituted the peat that we've taken out for that composted wood fibre. That keeps the compost nice and open. It means the water can percolate. It means the air and the oxygen can get to the roots, and it means those little fine roots can become established. It's got a wetting agent in it. It makes the compost known as something called hydrophilic. It means it loves water. It wants to absorb water, not repel it. Slow release fertiliser in here as well. That's going to feed your plants up to 6 months. It's pH balanced. pH stands for potential hydrogen, and it is the scale of soil going from being acidic, which rhododendrons and azaleas like, to being very alkaline, which things like lilac and clematis were like. This is more towards the middle, so pretty much everything will enjoy growing in this compost. It comes in these plain bags because, as Stu, our producer, always says, the value is in the bag, not on the bag. And it is just the most magnificent compost, and it is brilliant but simple, and I think that's the secret to it, because you go to the garden centres these days, you might see 6, 7, 8, 9 different 10 lots of pallets loaded up, different product on each, and they've all got this latest technology, this additive, that additive, it's number 1, number 2, number 3, and you're totally baffled and you really don't know which one to get. This one, because it's brilliant, because it's simple and it does what it says on the tin. This is why we've had so many incredible reviews for this, just crazy amount of 5-star reviews for this. It's lightweight, it's delivered to your door. You can bulk order this as well if you want to, and we adore it, Bex, don't we? Absolutely adore it.
We do adore it, and the reason that we adore it so much is because it absolutely works. If you've just joined us, this is one of the things that you absolutely should be adding into your basket. We always need this compost, and you never want to run out of this particular compost, because it is the absolute best one that you will be able to buy, that you will be able to grow your plants, and it turns your fingers green overnight. I mean, in a good way. It turns you into an amazing gardener. The results that you get with this is second to none, and this is why it's been reviewed time and time again. We get reviews constantly on this. In our previous life and the previous channel that you used to work at, it was the most 5-star rated product, the most reviewed, the most 5-star ratings you got. Smells delicious. Seeds through to trees is what we say you can plant in here, other than a few exceptions of the rhododendrons and the azaleas. Everything else wants to live in this compost, and it will live the most wonderful life in here. We showed some reviews earlier, and they were all 5-star, and they were all just from the last couple of days. Please go and check them out. If you're wondering what all the fuss is about, please give it a go. If you're wondering what all the fuss is about, just buy one set, just buy 2, 100 litres, 2 50-litre bags. Give it a go. See how you get on. I think you will be, I know, you'll be absolutely blown away. 100125 is the item number. It is a free postage item on that, by the way. So if you want to get multiples of your free gift, place an order for your compost, enter the code YGTV2124. We will put the free gift into your order for you. starting over here. Put the code in and we will put your free gift into your basket for you. Then come back and place another order and you'll get another free gift included. That's what we do here. We bring you the best prices, the biggest savings, and you also get a free gift included. Plus, you can be part of our community. You can email us, you can question us, we can interact so much more on here than we ever have been able to before. Stu's let me loose with the iPad and I'm on the YouTube chat right now. Neil said, finding up means clearing up. Thank you, Neil. He said it's not sure if it's a Sheffield or a Derbyshire saying. Thank you. I love it when we get a bit of clarity. We'll have a look at the menopause rose soon, Elaine. It's coming. And then there's some chat going on about how people are always shocked when they talk about how well Strolch works. It's crazy, isn't it? We know it works well. That's it for now, but if you want to join in, I've got the YouTube one on the iPad here. Stu is, excuse me, dealing with all the other comments. If they're coming through on Facebook, or if you've got any emails to send us and you want to show off your gardens, we would very much like to look at them. So do send us your pictures, ygtv@yougarden.com. We have come to our favourites table. Stu is telling us we have to be quick. We're going to get a minute on each of these products. Let's start with the African daisy, the osteospermum purple sun.
Well, first thing to say is fantastic quality plants, well established, multi-branched, already flowering, already covered in buds. The usual thing which you'd expect, fabulous, fantastic root system on there. And for me, the glory of these is just the superb colours, Bex. I mean,
they are gorgeous, aren't they?
Each flower seems to be unique in the sort of colour mix that it's got on there, and the fact they start with this dark button in the middle, and then your deep purple going through to orange. Some then, as the flowers age, turn into kind of more of a yellow colour. Look at this. This is your garden, Bex. How beautiful
they
were those
really
last
are
year.
Pretty, aren't they?
Yeah.
I mean, they were so easy to grow. The colours that you get from them are gorgeous. And they're just so simple. All they want really is a sunny spot, and I recommend just keep on top of the deadheading basically, because then it'll just reward you and give you so many more flowers. Those are from Anne. So Anne is one of our viewers, and she sent these in for us, and they are stunning, aren't they? These are real results, real people who are creating these results. This isn't just some fancy photographer with some expertly grown plants. These are super easy for you, and of course you're going to get 6 of those 9cm pots included. 400953 is the item number, and you're getting a big £13 saving on that one. Moving on, next we have the kapow. This one did move into the lead earlier on as the most popular item on our show. It got usurped a little bit. Let's have a little look, see if it's still one of the most popular ones. 511562 is the item number. You will get all 3 of those 9cm pots. It's a half price deal, so definitely worth giving this one a go. New this season for us, and Adam, you're growing this one, aren't you?
Yeah, I've got this in my garden. It looks absolutely amazing. I had it in my garden for the last 2 or 3 years. It's probably about chest height on me now, and it's one of those plants that is just so multifaceted. First thing to say, it's evergreen, so it looks fantastic all the year through. Even in winter time, you've got something interesting to look at. And then, of course, it flowers. First of all, the flower buds are like little kind of, I don't know, like kind of Victorian lanterns kind of hanging down, and then they pop open like upside down pink lily of the valley flowers. Even the new stems are reddish colour as well. And to top it all, the icing on the cake really for me is you've got those sumptuous, delicious, vitamin-filled edible fruits later in the season, which are glorious as well. So, try this. It's something different, something unusual. It's something that will give you interest at all different times of the year. Either it's in leaf, either it's in flower, either it's fruiting, and it's risk-free because it comes with our winter hardy lifetime guarantee. So if you're brand new to us today and you're thinking, I'm not being sarcastic here, but you might be thinking to yourself, I'm frightened of growing marigolds or pansies, never mind trying something called Myrtus, Ungi, Chilean, Guava, Kapow. Well, honestly, have confidence with us. Don't worry, because we give you that lifetime guarantee. So if you plant this as per our instructions, and for whatever reason, and sometimes you never know why, these give up the ghost, we'll send you out a new lot. All you've got to do is play the P&P, and we'll send you brand new replacement plants.
I love the idea of these. I'd love to find a little space in my garden. You could probably grow it in a pot as well, couldn't you?
Be brilliant in a pot.
Yeah.
Should we do it again or not, or we get told off? No, okay, we won't then. Kapow!
Kapow! Right, 511562 is the item number if you'd like to try something a little bit new in your garden. All 3 of those pots included in that item. Next we have the lovely rock roses. This is on a double up deal, so you can get 6 plug plants, 3 colours, 2 of each. Or if you put 2 lots into your basket, you'll get 3 colours, 4 of each, and it's only £3.99 more. $4.99 more. So that's a great deal, isn't it? And rock roses are going to last you for such a long time.
They last for years, and what's bizarre about rock roses is for such silly minimum amount of input, they give you such incredible dramatic results. Like this is a lovely customer of mine up the road, a lady called Sue, and she's got these in her front garden. These are almost dustbin lid size kind of clumps here. They never grow more than about 5 or 6 inches tall. They flower their socks off for a good couple of months or so. They'll grow in really poor soils, windy positions. They're great for rockery, scree gardens, seaside gardens. They're evergreen, so even in the winter you've got some interest there. Pollinating insects adore them, and you will literally, when a plant gets that big, have thousands of flowers on these throughout the season. And even once you've clipped them back after they're flowered, they send out odd little flower stems a little later through the season as well. Brilliant plants for poor positions. All they really ask for, the only few things they ask for in life is put me somewhere nice and sunny and well drained, but beyond that I will just thrive and give you joy for years.
I love it. 6 of those plug plants, or double up and get 12 of them. Excuse me, just for another £5 spend on there. 480992 is the item number for the Rock Roses collection. Next we have the Grandvia, which is the large flowering collection. 3 of these plug plants in here. Now then, much better than paying postage here. If you think postage cost is £6.99, if your basket is around, I don't know, anywhere from sort of £36 basically, and you're paying £6.99 postage, add these into your basket instead, because these are £5.99. So it'll take you over that £40 mark. You don't have to pay that £6.99 postage. Instead, you're paying £5.99 and getting some beautiful flowers that are going to give you some absolutely glorious displays, aren't they?
Yeah,
these are really pretty.
Yeah, these are superb. I've grown these. In fact, every time you say Grandvia, I keep thinking of Granville.
Granville, yeah.
Is that from Open All Hours?
Open All Hours.
Yeah, every time you say that, Granville comes in my mind. But yeah, I've grew these for the first time.
Four candles. Four candles. That's not the right reason.
It's linked. It's
a different show, but anyway, same thing.
It's all linked in.
Same.
Yeah, grew these from seed last year. And I was knocked out by these. They got to about 2 to 3 feet tall. Many flowers on these. And the flowers are a bit strange, because normally you think of flowers, you think of very soft petals, don't you? But when you touch these, the petals are really crispy, and they make fabulous dried flowers. So you can enjoy them in the garden, and then you can enjoy them for many more months or even years indoors as dried flowers that you've created yourself. Fabulous plug plants we're sending you out there. Now, you've got just a couple options with those. You can leave the plug plants as they are to grow straight up.
Yep.
But what I would do with those is I would actually just pinch out the centre of each one of those. And
we did it with that one.
There you go. That was.
So we pinched out that top from there. There was a flower, there was a bud on there. Now, obviously, we've now delayed the flowering by a few weeks, not by much at all. But by doing that, excuse me, you get extra branching. So rather than having just one flower spike coming out, what we're going to get is probably 4, 5, 6, 7 flower spikes coming out. So it feels a bit cruel, but we're being cruel to be kind. We're going to get better results by doing that.
What we've done is we've Chelsea chopped it.
Chelsea chop, that's it.
We've done the Chelsea chop. And, we've slowed down when it's going to flower, but what we've done the other end, we've extended how long it's going to flower for, and we've massively increased how much flowers you'll get, or how many more flowers you'll get. Is that the Chelsea chop?
Is that the definition of the Chelsea chop?
Chelsea chop. Yeah, Chelsea chop is where you take perennials down by half or 2/3 this time of year, especially the ones that tend to get really tall and flop over.
Yeah.
And it's called the Chelsea chop because you do it this time of year when Chelsea's on.
There you go, we've done the Chelsea chop. Okay, so Grandvia's 401524, definitely better than paying postage. So write that item number down, because you might find when you put your basket together that you're paying a postage cost. Put that one in the basket instead. 401524 is the item number. Adam has not had enough of me, he's back. Lobelia is what we're moving on to next. That's why he's gone and grabbed this pot. We've potted this up, so this is why we've got gaps in our thing here. We've taken 4 of our garden readies out of there, and we've put them into the Torino planter. That is going to be, that little pot there, that display is going to be the most beautiful display for the summer. And all summer long as well. Of course, it looks beautiful as a display like this, as a standalone flowering plant on its own, but also you can use this in so many different locations. You can put this into your hanging baskets, you can put it into your pots as fillers, you can put it into the fronts of your borders to fill in those gaps, because even though it's a trailing plant, it doesn't have to trail, it can just grow sideways, can't it?
Exactly. Give Lobelia a chance. And when you give Lobelia a chance, it does this. That's what you get. So, poor old Lobelia spent its existence competing with everyone else. It's time for it to shine in its own right, to get out there on its own, to grow like this and look stunning. So this year, try lobelia like this, send us your pictures, and yeah, we'd love to see them, honestly, we really would.
It genuinely is one of the best things you'll do. I did it last year. Always used it as a filler previously, but last year I planted it on its own, and it was one of the best things that I planted in the entire garden.
No deadheading.
So good.
Millions of flowers, but no deadheading. Well, not millions,
no
but thousands.
deadheading, millions of flowers, lasted all summer long, and it was just so pretty. 410070 is the item number. You can go for 10 plug plants, which is 1 pack like that. You can double up and go for 20 if you like, just for £4 more. But I definitely recommend maybe adding 4 lots into your basket. You'll find plenty of spaces for those to be planted. Right, we're going to give you another little reminder of a load of items. Some of the things you've seen already. So pens and papers, this is where you want to write these item numbers down. Adam's going to change some things over so that we've got some stuff to show you for our last sort of 30 to 40 minutes of the show we have remaining. So let's crack on, shall we? Starting off with the plum, the Tsar. Excuse me, a really nicely established plum tree here. The Tsar actually is excellent because you don't get a massive great big glut of fruits already in one go. You can actually leave some of the fruits on the tree for a little bit longer. If you pick them slightly earlier, you get that nice tart plum, you know, quite tart flavour, so you can use it for jams and crumbles and things like that. And then if you leave them on the plant, you'll get that almost black skin on there, and you'll have a nice juicy sweet plum as well. They'll last you for years as well. Your plum trees, you know, honestly, decades of fruit you'll be able to get out of these. Reaching about 2.5 metres at ultimate height, which actually is quite compact for plum trees. Adam was saying you could quite happily plant that into one of our heavy-duty pots and it would live very happily in there as well. £20 saving, half-price deal. Love a half-price deal. Make sure you enter the code to get that half-price saving though, please. Next we have the Helianthus, the Sunbelievable brown-eyed girl in the 3-litre pot, so again nicely established already. This is going to flower its socks off all summer long. We saw Andrew's pictures earlier. Thank you, Andrew, again for sending those in. We're going to look at it actually. There's 3 plants in the picture that we show you, and this picture was taken, if it's the one I'm thinking of, on the 25th of October last year. And that really does show you. There it is, look. Look how many flowers. And imagine that is one snapshot in a very small space of time. Imagine how many flowers he had on that throughout the entire summer season. Bearing in mind, 3 plants taken on the 25th of October last year. Totally worth going for this one. It is an annual. It's not one you can look after over the winter and get it to come back. But we've given you a half-price deal on that, and just divide that price out by the amount of flowers you're going to get. I think you will not be disappointed. 560541 is the item number. Half-price deal on your Helianthus. Next we have the Acer, the Moonrise. I'm always so happy when I'm looking at Acers. There's something calming and beautiful and zen-like about them. And this one I love because, I mean, I tend to really I love the really dissected leaves, you know, in the dissectum family of the Acers. But these, the kind of maple leaf looking ones, these are also so beautiful. Lovely lime green colour that you get to the foliage, but then you've got this interest going on. Look, the new ones come through this kind of salmon pinky red colour, and then you get some which have got both colours on there as well. Offers real interest with the foliage colour, and also you get a blaze of colour on an Acer before it drops its leaves as well. Love that classic planting, white pot, white stones. So pretty the way that contrasts, but you can do multiple things with your planting. £8 saving on that one, £21.99. I'm going to buy that for my lovely friend who got married on Friday. So hope you're not watching, Anna, because that's going to be your wedding present when you get back off your honeymoon. 510558 is the item number. Do enter the code YGTV2124 just so that you can get that saving. Next we have our Geranium Fire Queen. Now, with this one you're going to get 20 of the garden ready plants. You're saving £9 on here as long as you enter that offer code YGTV2124. Of course, you're going to get another 10% discount if you are in our club as well. Do think about joining. It costs just £5 to join and you'll get 10% discount. Geraniums are so reminiscent, aren't they? I mean, they're very traditional, but they're beautiful. They're reliable. They just flower easily. And this particular geranium Geum, you've got those lovely zonal leaves on there as well. So there's added interest with the foliage, which smells delightful. I adore it. And of course the bright red clusters of flowers that you get on those nice tall stems coming up out of that foliage. They are incredible, and you'll get 20 of those. 410065 is the item number if you'd like to go for your geranium fire queens. And then we've got our Nepeta, whatever you want to call it. Summer Magic here, 3 9cm pots, half price deal. Lovely tall flower spikes that you get coming out of here. Pollinators adore them. Cats actually love them as well. Was it Eleanor or... It was Eleanor, I think, who was saying her cat used to go to sleep in her pot of them. There's something about the scent of them that cats really enjoy. But incredibly wildlife friendly, very, very hardy, easy to grow plants. Good long-lasting season on those flowers as well, and the foliage is nice and fragrant too. So super easy, and of course it's a half price deal for you. £15 saving, 561280. Next we have the Hardy Hibiscus Chiffon Collection. A few things to tell you about this. First of all, they're hardy. That's the first thing. Hardy hibiscus, that means they do not need that extra winter protection. There are some out there that are not hardy. They need that extra winter protection. These don't. These are hardy. Down to probably -10, maybe even -20. You don't need to worry about these. They grow in a really nice kind of goblet, neat shape anyway. They don't really need much looking after. They don't really need much pruning. They naturally grow in that shape. But of course, this is the chiffon collection. So what you get here are incredibly exotic looking flowers, but extra, because you've got the lovely double flowers. You've got those intricate centers included on these as well. And of course, it's a late flowering plant for you. So when all of that summer, and I know we don't think about it. I know we're still looking forward to all the summer color and all the rest of it. But once that has all started to fade and disappear, your hibiscus is actually just getting into its own. It's just starting to look absolutely amazing. It flowers right the way through into sort of October time, extending that flowering season for you, but stupidly hardy too. 511167 is the item number if you would like to go for the hibiscus. You get 3 of those colours included in there. Right, so I hope you're starting to write your lists. You've got all your item numbers written down. We are here for another maybe 35 minutes remaining. So we've got a few other things to tell you about. Let's have a little look. I've got the YouTube chat open here. Glyn says, how long does it take for the plum to come into fruit? We do get this question a lot whenever we bring fruit trees and things like that. Well, so, you go.
Not going to fruit this year.
Nope.
It will get established this year. All this nice new growth will produce flower for next year. So I would say you'll get your first few plums next year, 2025, and then from 2026 onwards, that's when you'll really start to get a real sort of big bumper crop of plums develop.
The thing is, if you want a fruit tree or plum, for example, to fruit this year, you have to spend a lot more money. You have to get a bigger, way more established plant, and of course that's going to come with the price tag involved in that. You know, not only because of the fact that you've bought a more established plant, but also it's going to be much bigger, much heavier, so you've got the postage costs to add into that as well. So it's very much about, you've got to have a bit of patience, I'm afraid, which I didn't join the queue of, apparently. My mum tells me that all the time. I did not join the queue for the patience.
Me neither, I haven't got any patience.
I know, right?
Terrible.
I want it now! But yeah, I'm afraid it's a waiting game. And also you don't want your fruit trees to fruit too heavily too early, because you can set it back. So a lot of the time we actually do recommend thinning the fruit in the first couple of years.
Yeah, and even long term you can do that as well, because sometimes they fruit so well that the tree can collapse with the weight of fruit. So it's always worth thinning those plums out a little bit if you get too many on. I know it seems counterintuitive to pick them off, but you know, by picking them off you'll get more and larger plums in the long run.
Exactly that, and you're looking after the health of your plant long term, and of course this can last you decades if you give it that extra bit of care and attention. 300049 if you are thinking about going for the plum. Elaine, thank you so much. I asked for your picture of your menopause rose. It was a rose that we were sending a little while ago. Some money from the sale of it went to the menopause charity, and as a lady who has reached that age in her life, I wanted to do my bit as well. So I'm growing the menopause rose. It's absolutely beautiful, gorgeous pink rose, and this is Elaine's coming up right now. I'm just coming around to have a little closer look, because mine's got some nice big shoots coming off, and I'm sure I can see flower buds coming on mine. Yours is looking good though, Elaine. There's some really nice shoots coming on there. I can't see any buds appearing yet, but you never know. I'll do some pictures of mine later, Elaine, and I'll put them on my socials if you're on there, or at least I'll take them ready so we can show them again at some point. If you do want to follow us on the social medias, that sounded really old then, didn't I? Do you want to follow me on Tinternet? You can come and have a little look. I'm on Facebook, Rebecca Bex Edwards, or I am on Instagram and TikTok as Bex Edwards My Garden. Adam is also on there as well. He is adam.woolcott on Instagram and on TikTok. TikTok too.
Very imaginative.
Adam Woolcott.
Just keep it simple.
Does what it says, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you just got to spell it right.
Yeah.
W-O-O-L-C-O-T-T.
Yeah, I've been called all sorts over the years.
Yeah,
Woodcock, Woolcott,
Wally,
yeah, Walker, and something else similar. But we won't go there.
Yeah.
But yeah, all sorts of things over the years.
Well, we do like to do a few videos on there. I mean, our own gardens, tips, advice, help, all that sort of things. But also we let you know stuff that's going on in the potting shed as well. Emails from Angela as well have come in. Oh, what is that she's got going? Can't tell, it's a lot of green. I've got to come around
These
again.
are Turk's cap lilies.
Are they?
They are, and they are quite a challenge to grow. So you have done so well to get these looking like that.
Do you know, I've never seen those, so I'm quite,
Turk's cap lilies, they're called. And they're called Turk's cap lilies because when the flowers open, the petals reflect all the way backwards, and they look like kind of a historic Turk's cap.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, Turk's cap lily. Absolutely
well done.
Stunningly beautiful lilies. They do like acid soil though, generally, so I don't know if they're in ericaceous compost, but if they're not, they are looking glorious.
If they're not, you're doing very well. Oh, look at that rhododendron. Azalea down at the front, yeah, purple and orange. Well done, nice combination. Fatsia! Yes, the spider's web, Fatsia.
Yeah.
And is that a bay next to it? It looks like a bay, looks like bay leaves.
Bay and a bit of
bamboo.
The old bamboo.
The
old bamboo.
Oh, Adam.
Sorry.
How old are you?
6.
Wow, what is that a Nandina? I don't even know.
That is a Nandina.
It is, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
I have to get really close, guys. That's why I have to struggle. Yeah, looking very nice. Oh, love a fern.
That's a little ferny corner, isn't it? Look
Absolutely love a fern. I feel like I'm walking in Jurassic Park when I see a fern. I feel like I'm walking with the dinosaurs. That's what it does to me.
They're lovely, aren't they, ferns? Oh.
Hydrangea. Hydrangea. Is it the... No, maybe it's not. It's not the serrata, is it?
Have we done this one? We've had this.
I don't know.
We've done so
it's
many.
that lovely dark foliage, though. I love it. Oh yeah, it is. It's some kind of hydrangea, isn't it? With the dark leaves.
Yeah, I can't.
I don't know which one, but it looks lovely.
Yeah.
Nice.
They're looking good.
Everything's so verdant and lush right now.
Well, hydrangeas love moisture.
Yeah, so they're having a great time, hydrangeas at the minute.
Loving it. Little Philadelphus there, or mock orange. Looking really good.
Very, very pretty. All right, thank you so much for sending in your pictures. ygtv@yougarden.com is the email address. We've still got half an hour left. Flood Stu with some pictures. He might then squeeze in a bit more time for us to show off your gardens.
He only sits round in that shed drinking
He's
coffee
got his
the whole
leg up.
time.
He's sitting with his feet up, isn't he?
We do all the proper work, don't we?
I know, right? We do all the hard
We do all the proper stuff. He's in there eating a bag of jelly babies.
That's all he's doing. He's not busy at all. Send him loads of pictures. Go on, flood him with emails and pictures. We're going to move on to the Tulpargia, the purple eye, which is coming up next. I'm getting grief. This, I love. This is so pretty.
Oh, sorry, we're talking about. I was miles away there. I was like, yeah. I was still in the shed with Stu in my mind. Yeah, I was like,
eating jelly babies.
It's getting to that time now, isn't it?
I know, we're getting delirious.
Yeah. The brain and the mouth start to kind of fall out of sync, don't they?
Look at how pretty these are.
And this was on the Chelsea Flower Show.
It was.
Yeah, there was, and I think there was one, and I'm pretty sure it was called Lazy Pants, which is a great name. But yeah, this is stunning, and it's such a delicate, simple, innocent kind of looking plum. That's what I like about it. Yeah, I mean, Stu's saying a bit like the verbena flower heads. I can see that. I can get that. It's got
I get
that
where you're
kind
coming
of.
from. It's got that kind of willowy feel to it.
That very open kind of look. Got these little chive-like leaves on here as well, and it's something that will keep flowering. It will keep popping up flowers throughout the summer. Great for really well-drained, open, sunny positions. Does well in really well-drained, stony, poor soils as well. This is a plant that will do well with, you know, those soils sometimes where other things struggle because they're low in nutrients, they're too gravelly, too sandy, too silty. That will love all those kind of soils, just stony soils. As long as it's somewhere bright and sunny and well-drained, it'll come up year after year. It will gradually form a slightly bigger clump and just look gorgeous. I mean, on the one we've got here, it's flowering right now. But there's actually loads of little flower buds right down at the base still. I can actually see one there, one there.
So yeah, they're going to start rising up.
It will just keep going. So once one flower head has finished, this one's almost over, just cut that off at the base and then more will keep coming up. And, you know, this isn't a plant that's absolutely out there, kind of blowing your socks off, dramatic, unbelievable.
It's not an agapanthus, is it?
No, but it's just a really lovely, innocent, simple, pretty, easy background plant that will always be there, always giving you colour, always giving that little bit of joy, and it will just kind of hold your hand all the way through the summer until the autumn.
Love it, yeah. 561285 is the item number. You can go for one for $9.99, or you can double up and you can go for another one just for £5 more. Of course, this will sort of form little clumps as well, so you can divide these out as, you know, probably every 2 to 3 years. Helps to maintain the vigour of the plant.
Yeah, it does.
Also gives you free flowers, right?
I mean, it's sort of a member of the allium family. So you know, similar growing conditions to wood alliums, for example. So bright, sunny, well drained, but great for stony gardens, scree gardens. Anything like that really. Where other things struggle, that will do its thing.
Okay, 561285. Do consider going for that double up deal. Make sure you put 2 in your basket and enter the code YGTV2124. That's how you get your extra savings. Next, we've got our sherbet lemon mix. This is what Adam described as your summer's day colour mix, and I love this colour description. But what we've done is select not the right, but a really awesome combination. So plants that colour combinations work, size of flowers work, growth of growth rate works. It's like creating your designer hanging basket, designer looking pot, but just by buying one item.
Yeah, because what you don't want in a hanging basket is for one plant to massively outgrow all the others. You want a bit of uniformity to it, so that they all kind of grow along and rubber along nicely together. Rather than one plant take over the whole thing. And it just kind of occurred to me, really, this is like a sort of a summer's afternoon, isn't it? Because you've got the blue lobelia giving you that incredible blue sky. You've got the yellow there of the Bidens giving you that wonderful kind of yellow sun rays and that gorgeous yellow sunshine in that lovely blue sky. And then on one of those perfect summer days, you have those little white fluffy clouds, don't you, that just come from nowhere and just move along the horizon and then just disappear as quickly as they came. That's what it reminds me of, just one of those lovely, beautiful summer afternoons that we will have and we will get. And this is just such a delectable, delightful, gorgeous mix of colours. And I always like to think of the white as almost being the referee, really, sort of between the other colours, being the mediator between the two. And somehow it just brings a perfect harmony to this colour mix.
It does indeed. It's a great colour mix. The the yellow, the blue and the white just working in harmony with each other. It is £9.99 if you go for those. They come to you in our miniature greenhouses. They are labelled as well. So on the front of the packaging there's a label which gives you the names of the plants in there, and it matches up to a letter of the alphabet. The letter of the alphabet is embossed on the pods on the front here, so you know which one is which. I mean, sometimes you can tell from the foliage, you can tell the difference from the foliage, but sometimes you've got no idea which one's which. So that really helps you to space them out and create that gorgeous sort of designer look. Do think about doubling up on that as well, though. It's just £5 more, and you'll get another packet of those. So £9.99 for one packet, double up, another packet for £5 basically. Put 2 of them into your... Oh, you had the wrong details.
Just remember as well when you
Ignore me entirely. It's £1 a plant basically, and then get another pack and it's £1 a plant. Easy peasy.
Yeah, just remember when you take these out the packet as well, I know it's really exciting getting a packet of these home, and it's so tempting to just take them out straight away. But just make sure you've noted which is which before you take them out, because if you don't know what they are, the box is labelled, but the individual plants aren't. So just identify first before you take them out.
Absolutely. Thank you for sending more emails in. Stu's really happy about that. Let's move on. So 400762 is the item number if you want to go for the sherbet lemon mix. You're getting Biden's lobelia and you're getting the verbena in there as well. £1 a plug plant less if you are in our club, because you get that 10% discount. Next we've got our Helianthus, the night phlox, scented night phlox. We're bringing it back. You've been buying it again. It's more popular, actually, I'm being told, than some of the ones that are over on the favourites table right now. So let's get rid of that. I mean, that's beautiful, by the way. That shows you what it's going to look like. The flowers close during the day.
They do. And
those lovely sort of matchstick heads.
Yeah, that's what they look like, matchstick heads. And then at night, they pop open, you have these pinwheel-shaped flowers, and oh boy, the fragrance from these at night is quite amazing, quite intoxicating, sweet, honeyed kind of vanilla fragrance. Absolutely fabulous for when you're sitting outside on those warm summer evenings. You know those lovely warm summer evenings where we finally have that proper hot sunny day, and even when the sun goes down, you don't get that immediate chilly feeling. It still stays warm.
I love a balmy evening.
Yeah.
It's like my favourite thing in the world when you get a lovely balmy summer's evening.
Yeah, it's nice and still, and then you just hear the little rustling of hedgehogs coming through the foliage in the garden, and you feel the warmth coming from everything, and you're outside and you're enjoying wine or a gin and tonic or lovely barbecue food or a cup of tea, whatever your tipple is. And then you've got these 3 pots with 3 of these fabulous night phlox in, giving you that fragrance. Wow. Oh, gorgeous.
Yeah, it is gorgeous. And what we're going to suggest to you is that you pair these. I am doing this. I will be placing my order later on. You get 3 jumbo plugs. They are the jumbo plug plants that have been grown on. You can plant these out, OK? Now, you can get these to come back with a bit of winter protection. So we're going to look after these over the winter. We're going to put them in a frost-free location, and then we can get them to come back again next year. This is why we're bringing these out. So you get 3 jumbo plugs, but we've also got a buy 1 and get 2 free on our Torino pots. So put 1 in your basket, enter the code, YGTV2124. We'll put another 3 into your basket, absolutely free for you. So 3 pots, 3 plants, and these are the perfect size pots, aren't they?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. Just put 1 in each of these. They'll fill out, that plant will bush out really nicely. And just easy pots to store in the winter time, to put away for the winter time to keep these plants going through. I'll just trim them down a little bit at the end of the summer. Keep them somewhere bright and cool and on the drier side throughout the winter time, on a cool windowsill somewhere in a spare room or something like that. And then next spring you can bring them out, you can water them, you can feed them, and they'll come back for you all over again. Where they originate from, Australia, that part of the world, they would be a perennial because it's not cold enough in the winter to knock them back. But here they won't get through a British winter.
So a bit of extra protection,
and
this is the best way to do it. I just find it so much easier. There's certain plants, if you plant them out into borders and things, sometimes you've got to dig them up, then they can really suffer from transplant shock, and they're not going to make it through. Whereas you just pick the pot up, put it into the greenhouse, put it into your conservatory, wherever it might be that's frost free, and then you'll be able to get them to come back next year. So I'm going to do that. These are going in my basket, those are going in my basket, and also these are the perfect size then for putting the night phlox onto my dining table. So outside your seating area, wherever it is you're sitting, and you can really take advantage of that scent.
Or you could do plant, plunge and lift if you wanted to.
Plant, plunge and lift, go on.
So you could plant the pot,
yes,
plunge the pot in the ground in the border.
And lift the entire pot.
And then lift the pot in the autumn.
Great idea.
If you wanted to do that.
Plant, plunge and lift.
Plant, plunge and lift.
There you go. All right, so those are your Torino pots, 130272 if you want to go for your pots to go with your Helianthus, the night phlox.
These are our super micro plugs, aren't they?
These are amazing. Yeah. These are like magic.
Yeah.
Because we've got Geum orange pumpkin, 3 9cm pots, but they're invisible. Yeah, we've definitely got them. They're just not here in the potting shed. And on a Sunday, it's literally just us here. There's one guy who comes in to do a bit of watering and stuff. Doesn't need to on a day like today, but he was here. But yeah, on a Sunday it's literally just us. So sometimes we can find things, but sometimes we can't find things.
Well, let's fess up.
They
we
are
went
here.
out
They're
to
available.
look, didn't we?
We did go and look.
And then it started whittling, didn't it?
Really started
whittling
raining.
down,
We were like,
thought,
let's go.
Got to give this up.
But they're here. They're available to buy, and these are the Geum orange pumpkins. 561211 is the item number. 3 9-centimetre pots you can get from these. Orange Geums are beautiful, and I've got a few of them grown in my garden. They're gorgeous, but I don't have these. These are the pom-poms.
We can see why they called them pumpkins, can't we? Because kind of like almost like fluffy, frilly pumpkins. Oh, bless you. But Geums are so easy to grow. They're a nice, neat, well-behaved plant. They create that nice rosette of leaves that sits nice and close to the ground. Then they send up.
Sorry, excuse
bless
me.
you again. You send up these really nice, wiry stems with multiple flowers on top, and despite whatever the weather, these stems never snap or break. They just hold these flowers on top. Loads and loads of flowers over quite a long period of time. And then more often than not with Geums, if you trim off the initial lot of flower, wait a couple of months, they send up another lot of flower spikes and they'll do it all over again. Geums do well in full sun. They do well in shade, dappled shade, even sort of, quite shady areas they'll do well. So they're quite sort of adaptable, really.
Light shade, dapple shade, shady shade.
I mean, not really, really dark shade, but 50 shades of shade, really. They'll do well.
Where is it that they've got 50 names for snow?
Oh, yes.
And we've got probably 50 for describing rain. Adam's got 50 for describing shade.
I'll do them all one day when I've got time.
I'm a gardener and I describe shade in millions of different ways. Shh, carry on.
That's about it, really. That's kind of, so semi-shade, half shade, a little bit of shade, full shade, total shade, shade with a bit of sun, windy shade, dry shade, shade round your nan's house, shade round Uncle Peter's house, shade on the beach. Any shady area, really. Yeah.
561211 is the item number if you'd like to go for the Geum orange pumpkin. 3 9-centimetre pots. They are here. They're just not in our potting shed here.
They're in the shade
moment.
somewhere. You can't see them.
They're in the shade.
Yeah.
In the shade somewhere. Finally, on this table, we are going to talk about our Alstroemeria, the Indian summer jumbo plugs. Check out the size
What sort of plugs are they?
Jumbo plugs.
Jumbo. I like it.
Check out the size of the roots on that.
That's a rooty beauty.
That is, that's massive, isn't it? Look at that.
Look at that.
The size of those.
Yeah.
It's
incredible. They do have quite fleshy roots as well. If you ever sort of dig Alstroemerias up to move them, they've got these quite bulbous, fleshy roots, almost like little rhizomous roots, actually. And that's how they spread. They send those kind of little roots under the ground, almost like little runners, and then they sort of pop up. And so these are great for suppressing weeds. And this particular variety, it's awesome because old-fashioned Alstroemeria varieties used to get to about a couple of 2 or 3 foot tall, and on a day like today where suddenly you get a really heavy shower and a bit of wind, they just all flopped and fell over.
Yeah.
Looked a mess, turned yellow. Ugh. Game over. These are on really stout, strong stems, get about 12, 18 inches tall, make fabulous cut flowers. You've got those wonderful colours there. We were saying again on a summer's evening when you've got the barbecue or something like that, and you just sort of move the charcoal a little bit, and you get those colourful embers, the reds, the oranges, the yellows. The flowers have got those colours, and then the foliage underneath, that dark kind of browny kind of, purpley brown sort of foliage.
Yeah, you've got sort of bronzy colours in there as well.
So highlights the flowers. My neighbour's got a huge patch of these in her garden. My other half, John, has grown those in our front garden. They flower all the way through the summer. In fact, I've even seen them in our garden go all the way through to November. Gorgeous plants, easy to grow, undemanding, rewarding, and just fabulous.
They really are. 480255 is the item number. It's £16.99 because we've taken an £8 saving off there. But of course, you can take another 10% off there if you are in our club, and they will be £15.29. 3 jumbo plugs ready to plant out, winter hardy, really long flowering on those and coming back for you year after year. Those are a must, I think.
They like full sunshade.
Or they want, sorry?
They like full sunshade. Yeah, full sunshade.
Full sunshade for those ones. He's odd, isn't he? Right, Bill says, good day everyone from rainy Scotland. Hello, Bill. Thank you so much for messaging us. Apparently it's just starting to clear up here at the moment. Obviously, we're in the shed. We can't see outside, so I'm quite looking forward to opening the door in a minute and seeing what it's actually like out there.
My mum always used to say, brightening up for more rain.
Brightening up for more rain.
So, yeah, bundle of laughs.
Right, we're moving on to the Ceanothus, which is still looking fantastic, isn't it? Look at all the blue, look at all the flowers that are on here.
I can't see a Nothus. Where's a Nothus?
You're an idiot.
There's a Ceanothus, but I can't see a Nothus. Well, we sold Nothus.
Right, this one's a slightly lower growing Ceanothus, isn't it? So I was chatting to somebody on TikTok yesterday or last week at some point, and she's like, yeah, I can't plant Ceanothus because it gets too big. I was like, do you know that there are several varieties of Ceanothus?
And a few more. Yeah, this is Ceanothus thriciflorus repens.
Say again?
Ceanothus thriciflorus repens.
But you can't do it a third time.
Ceanothus thriciflorus repens. Red lorry, yellow lorry, red lorry, yellow lorry. That's as far as I can go. But this is a strange one in one sense. If you put this in full sun, really full sun in open position, it tends to be more, now let's get this word right, prostrate.
Right.
Ground covering.
Yes.
If you put it in a slightly less sunny, shady position, then it tends to grow more upright and become more shrub-like. So depending on where it grows, it slightly changes its habit. But beyond that, all its other attributes stay the same and are magnificent. This is evergreen.
Oh, the smell. Oh,
great smell.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a nostril feast right now.
That is a nostril feast.
Isn't it? It's going to make me sneeze again.
Gorgeous glossy
leaves.
leaves.
Oh, that is lovely.
Stay on that plant all year through. So even in the depths of winter, you've got interest, you've got colour, you've got a plant that fills a space and looks happy. But then this time of year, Bex, you get that sky blue covering of flowers there.
It's so pretty, isn't it?
So pretty. And so undemanding. Again, Ceanothus like poor soils. Don't put these in a really, really rich soil. They're happy in really poor, awful soils. They originate from California, where they grow on kind of scree, rocky slopes in really, really poor soil, a bit like the Oleanders. So, again, if you've got really awful, dreadful soil, providing it's sunny and well drained, Ceanothus will say, bring it on. And they'll thrive and grow in that kind of position, and they live for quite a number of years.
So Ceanothus truly is Ceanothus.
Ceanothus. Yeah, I like it. Boom. We'll keep that.
That was Stu's. There you go.
Yeah, keep that in the book, Stu.
Am I getting a slow clap from Stu?
Oh.
Can you hear the plane? It sounds like a proper old one.
Yeah.
Like a propeller one.
I went on one of them. I flew on a prop plane once.
Did you?
I was terrified.
Yeah, but I always wanted to go wing walking when I was younger.
Oh, did you?
I thought that looked fantastic. No.
And
now I'm too old to do that.
No, you're not. No, there was that woman on breakfast television.
You see danger as you get older, don't you?
There was a lady last year on breakfast television. I think she'd either turned 80 or it was 100. It was some ridiculous age.
And she went and did it.
And she did wing walking.
I always fancied wing walking.
Go for it.
That was one of my things. I was like, yeah, let's do that.
That'd be good in a TikTok video.
Well, I'll be 50 in a few years, so maybe I should do it for my 50th.
I'll join when I'm my 50th. She's nice.
510-886 is the item number if you want to go for the Ceanothus Thriciflorus repens, Californian lilac.
Say it 3 times then.
Thriciflorus repens.
You didn't say the whole thing. You just said the Ceanothus bit.
£5 saving if you enter the code YGTV2124. Now, you could put this in one of our amazing Prisma planters. It's not going to live in there forever, but if you want a temporary home for it and for it to live in there for this season, maybe plant it out there in autumn time, you could absolutely do that with this. A Nandina, if you've got a Nandina, that would look amazing in the Prisma planter as well. It is a barren grass would look good, Stu. The blood red bloodgrass. These are £7.99 each, or at least they used to be. They are now £6.99, and it's a buy one, get one free. So put one in your basket, enter the offer code, we'll put another one in there absolutely free of charge. If you put 2 in your basket and you enter the code, we'll put 2 in free of charge, but we're going to bring the price down to £5.99. So instead of being £3 each, they'll be £2.50 each. No, I've got it wrong. Hang on. Let me start again. Right. Buy one, get one free, which means they are £3.50 each. If you put 2 in your basket, it comes down to £5.99. You're going to get 4, of course, because you'll get 2 free, and they're £3 each. Put 5 in your basket, it's going to come down to £4.99. You'll get 5 free, and it brings them down to £2.50 each. Then, if you go 10 or more, you're going to get 10 or more free, but we're bringing the price down to £3.99, which equates to £2 per pot. The more you buy, the more you save. It's entirely up to you how many you want to put in your basket. There is no limit on that. We know at least 4 people now have gone for 10 and more. And I think it's a great idea, honestly. And if you're taking them to the car boot and selling them for £4 and doubling your money, we don't care. We're not bothered at all. It's fine. Just go ahead. Do it. Take advantage of it. I need to get some of these as well. So I might add some of these into my basket because I'm waiting for my hardy fuchsias to come through. So I'm going to have 6 hardy fuchsias and I've got nowhere to plant them.
Well, you're putting this on the roof.
Yeah. I don't know what I'm going to do with them.
You need like one of those mezzanine floors in your garden.
I'm going to move home.
Yeah, it's rather.
That's it. I'm going to move home. I'm going to buy a smaller house and a bigger garden.
You're going to have to buy those racks, like like a big rack that you can step them on, so you can go upwards as well.
No, that's what I'm going to have to start doing. Actually, split level. I'm going to start doing that. Smaller house, bigger garden. I mean, I don't like doing housework anyway, so.
I'll be with you on that.
I'd much rather be out in the garden.
I think in the winter of my life, I'd much rather have a big garden.
Yeah. In the winter of my life,
I'm
going to buy one of those like static caravans. I'm just going to live in one of them in a field.
We've had a friend who's just done that.
I love it.
He's just sold his huge house. Well, not that huge, but he sold his house that he's paid for, and he's bought like a mobile home.
Perfect.
In a really beautiful place on the outskirts of Peterborough, and he's in this beautiful little mobile home he loves. He's got thousands and thousands in the bank he never had before, and he's as happy as Larry.
I know, and it doesn't cost you much to heat those because they're nice and small.
No.
So there you go, that's my future plan. What's your future plan? 130331 is the item number if you want to go for take advantage of our Prisma planters in the moss green colour. The more you buy, the more you save. That's the important message on that one. Emails, yes please. These are the last ones, Stu says. We do only have 10 minutes left, so these are probably the last ones for today. Vicky, what's in your border, Vicky?
Oh, come on.
That is a cottage garden right there. Look at that.
That's a cottage garden on a stick, that one.
Oh.
That is stunning.
Is that a sambucus at the back? No, it's not, is it?
No, I think it's,
Love that
it's
gold
another
colour,
type of
though.
Acer. It could be that Acer Brilliantissima, possibly.
Love it. Alliums.
Oh, look at that. I love that.
That's beautiful. Thank you, Vicky. Yeah, I'm a bit jealous of that. That looks amazing.
Oh, you could chill out
One
on
day
that,
my
couldn't
garden
you?
will look like that. One day.
It's gorgeous, isn't it?
Beautiful.
Just imagine on a warm summer's day, just getting a nice chair out and sitting in the middle of that.
Right in the middle as well. Right in that little gap right there.
Do you know what?
I'm just going to sit right there, thank you.
That is a kind of planting, and I'm not kind of just being what's name here, but that's the kind of planting you would see at the Chelsea Flower Show.
Totally.
It really has got that quality and naturalness and look to it.
Yeah, I love it.
That
well
wouldn't be out
done,
of place.
Vicky. That looks amazing. Right, we're going back to Amanda's next. Oh, look at that.
That beautiful. Look at that.
Is it a rose or is it a peony?
No, it's
Is it one of the peony roses?
Yeah.
Rose peony. No, it is a rose, isn't it? I was just being all funny.
It's almost like one of those Bourbon roses that they call them.
Petalicious. Look at that.
And I bet you that's got an absolutely
The
incredible
scent.
fragrance. Yeah.
Nostril feast.
Oh, I bet that's a nostril feast and a half.
Oh, got the beautiful Acer going on there as well.
And the little bird plant. Is it the bird plant in
Yeah,
the
it
back
looks
on
like
the
a
left?
bird trellis planter there, yeah. We've still got a few of those, by the way, if anybody wants those. They're awesome. Oh, and a little bee. Having a great time. Oh, yeah, we did have a picture the other day where somebody said, look, a picture of a bee. We couldn't see it anywhere. We couldn't see it. Oh, Stu got completely obsessed. He went home and opened it up on his phone and zoomed right in and he still couldn't see it. So, Elaine's got another rose growing, apparently.
What?
Yeah, very nice.
Look at the foliage on that. How healthy and vibrant and gorgeous is that? There's not a sign of black spot or mildew. Stunning.
Looks really good, that. Absolutely beautiful.
And it's all strolchy.
It's all strolchy.
It's all strolchy
That's because they
underneath.
watch us, they pay attention.
So, none of those pesky slugs and snails causing problems.
No, absolutely. 100125 is the item number if you would like to buy some of our premium professional compost. It is premium professional compost. It's not just a name we give it. Because when you buy something, this is fantastic stuff. It is premium and professional. This is the compost we use at the nursery here, whose business it is growing plants. This is the compost our head gardener gardener tells us to use. And the reason that he tells us to use this is because it is the best.
It is. It's massively peat reduced, and we've replaced lots of the peat we've taken out with that composted wood fibre. Keeps the compost open, allows the air to penetrate, allows the roots to penetrate, allows the water to penetrate down through the compost. It's got a wetting agent, so that means this compost wants to absorb moisture. It's like kitchen towel. It wants to suck the moisture in. Slow release fertiliser that will last up to 6 months. It's pH balanced, so that means it's not too acid, it's not too alkaline. It means most plants will thrive in it. And above all, it is simple but brilliant. We haven't overly complicated this. We've found those basic ingredients, we've mixed them in a special way, and we've just hit magic with this compost because the reviews, the results, the things that you send us. I've grown oodles of stuff in this. Bex has grown loads of stuff in this. Stu, our producer, has grown loads of stuff in this. And it just comes in these plain bags because, again, as Stu says, the value's in the bag, not on the bag. It's coming fresh from the supplier to you. And you can order a couple of bags like this if you want, or you can even order a pallet load of this if you want as well. Apparently, just have a chat with our customer services if you want a larger amount.
Yeah.
And yeah, they'll discuss that with you. But once you've tried this compost, you really won't want to go back to try any other compost because the results are just phenomenal. And this year and last year, the year before, I've grown seeds in it, I've transplanted plants into it. And Bex was saying earlier on, Bex and Stu have both got really heavy clay soil that they find really claggy and heavy and difficult to cultivate, but they've incorporated this into the soil. It's made that soil so much more amenable, so much easier to cultivate and to grow things in.
It's taking a bit of time because I've got big borders, but you know, over the time when I'm adding stuff in, it's making a big difference. It really is.
But the weird thing is, on the flip side, I've got the opposite. Where I live in Swaffham, Norfolk, I've got really sandy, silty soil, and you can pour 1 million litres of water on that within an hour. It's gone. It's drained through, taking all the nutrients with it. So I've added this whenever I've planted in my garden to give more bulk, more heart to the soil, to hold on to the moisture, to hold on to the nutrients. So whether you're using this to grow things or to improve the soil, it's amazing.
It really is. 100125, 2 50-litre bags delivered to your door with no postage included at all. So just think about having to go to the garden centre or, you know, lug in a bag and don't have to worry about it. It'll get delivered direct to your door and there's no postage cost. Plus, you will still get your free gift included in there, which is a bag of our Sky Scraper lilies worth £7.99. Just enter the offer code YGTV2124. That's how you get your saving from your compost. And that's also how you get your free gift included as well. Plus, if you're a club member, it's £2.50 off just this one thing, every time you place an order. So all you need to do is place 2 orders for your compost. That's the cost of your membership. Then every time you place an order in the next 12 months, you're saving 10% discount off everything that you buy. Right, what did you say, Stu? I missed you. Favourites. Let's come over here. We're going to do Grandvia because these are the last favourites. Okay, we've got about a minute on each. Grandvia flowering collection. This is the one to add to your basket if you don't want to pay postage. If you're paying £6.99 postage and you're hovering anywhere from sort of £35, £36, add this. Buy this, pay less postage, but get some beautiful flowers.
Yeah. Helichrysums, I've known them as, but the names change all the time. These flower for month after month after month. They're very papery, crispy type flowers. They dry really well, so you can use them for indoor dried flower displays. What I would do when you get our fabulous plug plants home is just pinch the top out so you get multi-branched plants rather than one single stem. That way you'll get more flowers over a longer period of time. I grew these for the first time last year. I was so happy with them, loved them so much. In fact, I'll tell a lie, it wasn't the first time. It was the first time since I was a kid that I've grown them again. I grew them as a child and fell in love with them. Grew them again for the first time last year since then. Grown them again this year, and I will every year because they're stunning, beautiful, easy and amazing.
401524, 3 plug plants included in that collection. Just £5.99. £9 saving on there. So pay that instead of the postage. Please do. And it's worth it because they are absolutely gorgeous.
Can we be childish? Can we be childish once more?
3, 2, 1, go. Kapow! This is your Chilean guava that you're getting here. This is a true multi-season feature plant. You've got ornamental, you've got edible, you've got evergreen. This is a stunner.
Yeah, it's one of these shrubs that has it all. I mean, any time of the year this looks great because it's covered in this lovely glossy foliage. Then, of course, you have the flowers. Then that produces the fruit. You've even got colourful stems. And it's not just fruit that's ornamental. You can eat these as well. So a fabulous plant, multifaceted and really worth a try. And if you're a little bit nervous about trying something new, because you're a novice gardener or a new gardener, remember, this comes with our lifetime guarantee. It's got the little snowflake symbol on it. So if it does die, we'll replace it for you free of charge. You just got to pay the postage.
There you go. That's the confidence that we have in the plants that we bring you. 511 562 is the item number if you want to go for something a little bit different, a little bit new, but it's going to give you year-round interest. Now we're going to finish off, with our Helianthus. This one has been super popular, and I think it's because we painted that lovely picture, didn't we? You sitting out in an evening, get your Torino pots, because you're getting 3 plug plants with your Helianthus. This is a buy one, get 2 free, and these are the perfect size. Sit out in the evening and have the most scented nighttime flower in your pots on the table that you've just eaten your barbecue from, or in that lovely seated area where you're spending your evening drinking a glass of wine. They are fantastic, aren't they?
They're knockout. Fragrant foliage, fragrant flowers, beautiful flowers as well. The unopened flowers look like matchstick tops. Pinwheel flowers, you'll love them.
Absolutely gorgeous. Yeah, I'm going to do it this year. And of course, with a bit of extra winter protection, you will be able to get these to come back next year as well. So that's why I think you should grow them in a pot, because it's just super simple to bring those into a frost-free location. Right, we are done, but you can still place your orders. You can go on the phone lines up until 4 o'clock. Obviously, the website is always there, so you can go and you can browse the website. You can look back at shows if you want to as well. I will be back on Wednesday with Sean Ryan. You will be here on Thursday with Sean Ryan, 10 till 1 on those 2 days, and then you and I?
No, I think next Sunday is you and Sean.
Me and Sean again next Sunday. So yeah, do come and join us. We're live 10 till 1 on a Wednesday and Thursday, 10 till 2 on a Sunday. Next one is, make sure you get your free gift, YGTV 2124. Make sure you put that code in so that you get that free gift. It's been an absolute pleasure. It's been an absolute pleasure.
Cheers, Bex. Enjoyed it.
Thank you so much for your company, and we will see you next week.